We're in the third day of a national tragedy, trying to recover from the devastating attacks against New York and Washington, searching for survivors and trying to uncover the plot that the terrorists hatched to attack the United States. Today there was a rescue and significant progress, we are told, in the criminal investigation.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Hello again, everybody. This is traditionally, for some, it's 6:30 in the east, 3:30 in the west. This is the traditional time. This is the regular time we normally present World News Tonight for many stations in the country and some of the countries overseas. It is naturally a continuing part of our special reporting yesterday and today, and which will be continuing reporting. But in this hour tonight, because it'll be an hour, not half an hour, I suspect, before we finish, we'll try to bring you up to date in a complete way with many of the developments in the country today in regard to this attack on the United States. We're going to begin with reports because it is the most recent news for everybody in the country about the airports in New York City, because they have again been closed because of a possible security threat. ABC's John Miller is with us to do that. John.
Peter, this is a fast-breaking event right now, and we don't know exactly what it means because federal investigators who are probing it right now aren't certain what the significance is, but they're nervous enough about things to put a stop on things. All this stems from two men detained at JFK Airport. The men, both Saudi Arabian nationals, first aroused attention when they presented tickets for a cross-country flight that were dated 9/11, Tuesday, the day that the flights were hijacked and crashed into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. Investigators were called and began to question them. The men said they were airline pilots and presented pilot licenses. That aroused more suspicions because of the background of this story that you all already know. They've been taken to a police facility at Kennedy Airport. They are being questioned still. Earlier today, and authorities are wondering if these events may not fit together, and we may have some videotape of this. At LaGuardia Airport, there was a brief evacuation. 3 men were arrested, or I shouldn't say arrested, were taken into custody there to be detained and questioned when they showed up at the airport with baggage marked crew. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News that their story about being crew for an airline also did not check out. So right now, investigators are trying to sort through who are the 2 men who are being detained at Kennedy Airport, trying to pass themselves off as airline pilots. Where were they going and why were their tickets from Tuesday? And who were the 3 men at LaGuardia Airport who had baggage marked crew who, according to authorities, apparently don't work for an airline.
Can we absolutely confirm that these men, or at least some men, were in airline uniforms who should not have been in airline uniforms?
No, that's an early report, and I think we can put our finger on it. It came from an airline pilot's website. I think what happened was when the story started to circulate around the airport that the men tried to pass themselves off as pilots, someone gleaned that they were dressed as pilots. In fact, they tried to identify themselves with these licenses as pilots to law enforcement authorities who questioned them, and that made them more suspicious. So they're trying to sort that out.
But it does reflect that people are spooked.
It does, and of course, I mean, to get down to the bottom line, what authorities are fearing, why they are reacting out of an abundance of caution, is the theory that perhaps we are being probed again, perhaps other teams, and it's not to suggest that the men we showed on tape are terrorists or anything. We're not there yet. They're certainly innocent until even accused of something. But the concern is that we're being probed again, that people are trying to pass themselves off as airline employees or crew members to get past security. Yeah. And of course, in this week, that's something that's making everybody nervous.
What else you got?
The investigation, of course, has widened today. They are going through flight schools across the country, checking the names of students with a particular eye towards foreign students. Where did they come from? Where did they say they were going? What licenses did they obtain? Where are they now? The FBI wants to talk to them. Checking rent-a-car records across the country, matching them against names they've developed in the investigation. The main focus right now, outside of the rescue recovery effort, is to find out what individuals who may still be alive are out there who could have acted in support of this, and are there any other teams out there that attempted this that might try it again.
Thanks very much, John Miller. The President today at the White House has declared Friday to be a day of national prayer and remembrance. Today, President Bush went to visit a hospital, which was a very moving experience for him and for them. And the president is also, as our White House correspondent who joins us now, Terry Moran, will tell us, very much involved in something of a dual policy, Terry, one public and one private.
Well, that's true, and in particular, there is a public face of the security policy surrounding the president and the White House now, and a private reality. And the public face is the president going out, as you point out, to a hospital, to other places. He's going to New York City tomorrow on the invitation of Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki, trying to show public leadership, trying to be, as the nation needs him, that focus of public attention at a time like this. Behind the scenes, however, here too, people are spooked. What we have here is a situation where the vice president has now been taken from Washington, D.C. Vice President Cheney, who we have seen only once since the attacks on Tuesday, that was at the National Security Council meeting that the president chaired yesterday, has been taken to Camp David. That happened around noon today. We are told it was a precautionary measure and that he will rejoin the president this weekend. I should also tell you that the security perimeter around the White House, Pennsylvania Avenue and Lafayette Park beyond, is now closed off. They were open yesterday, once again an attempt to show publicly that things are returning to normal. But once again, we are told as a precautionary measure, although it could be in response to something that we aren't being told about, the Secret Service has expanded the security perimeter and you can't get anywhere near here. Finally,
Terry,
Peter, yes.
Can I just stay with those
Sure.
2 points before you go to your last one?
You
Vice
bet.
President Cheney being moved to Camp David on the third day when the public posture of the White House is to suggest that things are calming down, and the Secret Service expanding the perimeter on the third day when the public attitude is that things are calmer. How come in both cases?
How common?
How come?
Oh, well, that is
Sorry.
what they are saying is it is merely a precautionary measure. But there's no question they don't want to tell us about any threats unless there needs to be some kind of public safety measures taken around the White House. It is clear, however, they are jittery. They are still on edge about the security situation surrounding the White House and the president and the vice president.
Okay, and your final point?
Well, this is a development on Capitol Hill, which is ongoing. Just a little bit before 6, Senate leaders were headed into an Appropriations Committee hearing room, and one of the bomb-sniffing dogs reacted to a package that was left, or that was situated underneath one of the tables in that hearing room. First, the Senate side was evacuated, and then the House side was evacuated. The entire Capitol building was evacuated. It is now all clear has sounded, and they are proceeding back into the Capitol building. But you can see just how spooked Washington, which was also a victim of this terror, of course, remains.
Or at least parts of Washington. Thanks very much, Terry Moran at the White House. And in fact, we see the pictures there of them coming out of the House and the Senate, leaving one of the chambers in haste without question. But now we have subsequently seen that this incident has passed and they have indeed gone back in. And now let us go to Ground Zero in New York City. Amid the rubble that was the World Trade Center, emergency crews have been frantically digging all day in a race to find survivors, and here is why.
I think it's someone down there, man, because I hear noises. Follow with this. Hello? Is anyone there?
It is dangerous work. Today, 2 emergency workers were rescued after they themselves became trapped in the debris. For a moment, everyone thought they were among the 300 New York City firefighters missing since Tuesday morning, and it rekindled hopes that others might be found still alive amid the tons of steel and concrete. Not now, not yet. But there is hope. Millions of people in the country prayed for the thousands of families looking for more than 4,700 people still unaccounted for.
God took all these wonderful, innocent people away, and it's just, you know, it gives you no hope and no security and no, you know, it's just horrible.
The president went to a Washington hospital to visit those who survived the attack on the Pentagon. Mr. Bush has declared tomorrow a national day of prayer and remembrance, and declared his resolve that those behind the attacks will be punished.
This country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
And this is the current state of the investigation as far as we in the public and the press know. The FBI says 18 alleged terrorists were on board those 4 hijacked planes. We also know that police in U.S. and Germany have conducted raids and detained people. And we know that the Attorney General says the investigation has generated thousands and thousands of leads. And there have been all sorts of reports today about cooperation between the United States and foreign governments overseas. We get that from embassy after embassy after embassy. Everybody's swinging into action in this particular investigation. In downtown Manhattan, they are getting ready for another night of digging. Here's ABC's Diane Sawyer. Diane?
Peter, well, I feel it's my job every night to bring you this grim roll call, and I've made calls, and once again, here are the numbers from downtown. 94 confirmed dead now at the World Trade Center. Of those, 46 have been identified. 3,800 injured in hospitals and 5,000 reported missing, but as we know, that never begins to reflect the true reality. Another reality, and maybe this we aren't reporting sufficiently, they do seem to be making progress in the excavation down at Ground Zero. Those little bucket brigades are managing to show visible progress against the 600,000 tons of debris. In fact, we saw a statistic this morning that struck us as particularly vivid. Enough steel on the ground to build 20 Eiffel Towers. But these bucket brigades are managing to cart enough of it off that, as George Stephanopoulos and others have reported in their vivid reporting from Ground Zero today, in places you can actually see ground level, like the lobby level outside the World Trade Center buildings where they once stood. Another reality. Thunderstorms expected tonight, and it can cut 2 ways. First of all, it can cut down on the dust, which is a good thing for the workers. However, it could be heavier. It means there's more weight on whatever lies below. At the same time, we're told, curiously, that the rain makes it easier for the dogs to detect a scent. They are better off when the ground is wet, and that could help a lot. And all of this comes into play, of course, when you're in a desperate search. And as you said before, they were today, and surprisingly, suddenly, the rescuers rescued other rescuers who were apparently trapped just this morning.
Take a hold! Take a hold!
It was a triumph of dogged forward motion, digging against the odds, hope without encouragement. Suddenly, a rescue. 2 people pulled from a kind of cave inside a labyrinth of twisted metal, mud, and smoldering ash.
I had reached down and I felt a guy's hand, and I ran away. I got scared. And then that's all I know is they said they found somebody. And he touched me first. And that's it.
We were removing the debris. We had a large steel wall behind the beam. When they removed that, 2 firefighters just came crawling out. It was unbelievable. You can't believe it. The whole place went crazy. Everybody's screaming. I think they'll be okay. They walked out, and that's amazing. Some good will get out of this.
It's a much better day than it was yesterday, because yesterday all I seen was body bags.
They were all firefighters, not the first wave that went in, but the second or third wave, who went in searching for those who were missing. It's uncertain how long they were there and how they got through. No time for history when you have a moment of joy in a sea of sadness.
All the signatures on my bandana are for guys that I fought with within the last 3 days. And 2 of them are dead. Still there? You look... I love you, Ma.
With all the sophistication that built the mighty towers, it's an old-fashioned bucket brigade that will pick up the pieces. The workers are unbearably hot, sweating. Some reportedly taking IVs just to rehydrate so they can return to the parched canyon.
Building's going to collapse. Nothing information.
And it's always dangerous. They are tired of reporters, tired of death, and just unutterably tired. Time to remember that sometimes one victory is reason to go on.
All I know is 5 alive, 2 walked away. That means there's going to be more survivors. There's finally a good feeling coming out of this.
I lost my dad to this, you know, so it kind of feels like I gave a little something back today. And that's it. I love everybody.
All right, Glenn, thank you.
I love you, Ma.
Thank you.
So, Peter, As we're listening to that piece, I don't know if you could hear it or see it now, but we have huge trucks going by confirming what I was saying. They're going in to pick up some of the debris from the outlying edges. That is building number 7, which continues to burn. And we're told by people down here now that it's become a kind of despair for them. So many people came up to us and said, you have no idea how trapped we feel. That we take trips just a few blocks uptown and we see people shopping and walking their dogs, and we want to stop them and say, you don't live on another continent. Don't you know that we're in hell just a few blocks from you? A number of them, those who can, are moving out. And I just want to say to you that you have never seen a sight more sobering than when you see a family moving out and all the babies are wearing these. Peter?
Thanks very much, Diane Sawyer in Lower Manhattan. It's great to have you on the broadcast. We're now joined at the Pentagon briefing room by the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, who we not had a chance to talk to in person today. Mr. Rumsfeld, are you there?
I am indeed.
You are. Thank you for your time. Can I just ask you first, are there any immediate threats to the United States of America?
Well, of course, if you reflect on the reality that a terrorist can attack at any time, in any place, using any technique, and that it's not possible to defend at any time, in every place, against every technique, we have to recognize that the advantage is with the aggressor. And that is why President Bush has been so forceful in announcing that there would be a very broad-based effort against terrorists and terrorism and the countries or non-state entities that commit it or harbor it or foster or finance or facilitate it.
Is the United States in a better position to defend itself than it was before these attacks?
As I indicated, the task of defending against a terrorist act is a very difficult one because the advantage is with the attacker. And the way to deal with it is to attack terrorism at its source, which is in the countries and the organizations that have announced and been involved deeply in this terrible thing and the terrible violence that has been wrought to the United States and to our interests around the world.
What is the alert status of U.S. forces both here and overseas today?
We are currently in what's called Force Protection Condition Charlie. We were at Delta, which is the highest. We have come down one notch, and we are still on what would be characterized as a state of high alert.
You know that at the Pentagon today there has been a pinging from the black box on board the aircraft that slammed into the Pentagon yesterday. Have you any idea when you'll be able to get it out?
Well, it's probably in the nose, and the nose has buried well into the building, almost through the building, but not quite. It's in the 3rd or 4th ring coming in towards the center. And the center section has collapsed a few hundred feet away from where we're standing. The first task is to try to bring out the bodies, and that's going forward as we're talking at this moment.
You suddenly showed up in the briefing room in the Pentagon yesterday to make some remarks that went as follows, I think. There are people in the U.S. government who are compromising this investigation by leaking, I think you intended to say, information to the public that was compromising the investigation. Do I have that? Am I assessing your attitude correctly?
Well, you're close. My attitude is that to the extent the people in the government, wherever they work, take classified information and give it to people who are not authorized to have it, they're doing two things. Number one, to the extent it relates to intelligence information that compromises our sources and methods, it inhibits our ability to find and deal with the terrorists who commit this kind of an act. To the extent it involves operations, it could compromise those operations and put the men and women in uniform at risk and cost American lives. And it happens to be a violation of federal criminal law. And it's wrong, and it ought not to happen, and it's unprofessional, and I intend to do what I can do to see that people recognize the damage that can be done.
Sounds like a threat.
I don't make threats. I just comment on what I believe to be the case. I think we have to do everything humanly possible to see that we don't put in jeopardy the men and women in uniform in this country.
Are we correct, sir, that the investigation of the casualties at the Pentagon and that you've come to a pretty much final conclusion of how many people lost their lives there and how many people were injured?
it is pretty clear to me that the number is going to be somewhere between 200 and 250. It is not possible to know because, as you've seen the photographs of the Pentagon, the entire section has collapsed, and it is a dangerous and unstable environment. There are people in there on the sides that are trying to find bodies and bring the bodies out. Until they're able to remove portions of that center section, there is no way in the world that it would be possible to know with absolute certainty the numbers of people that were in there.
And final question, sir. Are you now convinced that the aircraft which attacked the Pentagon was originally intending to attack the White House?
The White House has commented on that, and I think that I'll leave that issue to them.
Many thanks. Sorry, go on, please.
I think that they have commented on it, and I certainly would agree with what they've said.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for your time. Don Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, talking to us from the Pentagon briefing room tonight at the Pentagon. ABC's John Yang is also at the Pentagon tonight, and he takes us somewhat further on the question of the black box inside the aircraft which slammed into the Pentagon yesterday, day before yesterday.
Workers continued the arduous and delicate task of stabilizing the damaged section of the Pentagon today. That will make it safe to recover the black box and the bodies that remain inside. In the first official estimate, Pentagon officials say 126 military and civilian employees died on Tuesday. The highest-ranking casualty, 3-star Lieutenant General Timothy Maude, the Army's Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel. Most of the 21 soldiers who died were attending a meeting in his office, Ground Zero, for the attack. Recovering the bodies has been a painstaking process, and for the victims' families, the wait has been agonizing. John Lawson's youngest sister was a civilian Army employee.
Speaking in past tense, like we've already accepted the fact that she's not with us anymore, but there's hope against hope that she's maybe still alive.
And today, tales of miraculous survival emerged. Sheila Moody, on her second day of work at the Pentagon, was trapped. She is one of 3 survivors in her office. 30 others died.
I heard the man coming, and he was saying, "Is there anybody in there?" And I said, "Yes, we're here. We're here. We're here. Please come and get us out." And so I kept trying to call to him so that maybe he could follow the sound of my voice and he could get to us.
Public Affairs Specialist David Thayall was on the phone.
Just the gates of hell opened up. The wall right aside my desk just crumpled, and from the points that gave away in the corners, there was just this brilliant flash of light that happened that only in retrospect did I realize it was the fireball.
Officially, the Pentagon was open for business today, but fully 1/5 of the building is out of commission. John Yang, ABC News, the Pentagon.
While we're talking about black boxes in rural Pennsylvania today, investigators did find the black box in the United Flight 93, which crashed near Pittsburgh. We still do not know the circumstances of that crash, but we do have a report from ABC's John Martin in Pennsylvania.
United 93 went down here in the Pennsylvania woods. Additional pieces have now been found 2.5 miles away in a place called Indian Lake. FBI agents recovered debris.
They're saying that it was part of the fuselage from the plane. We found some plastic, we found some letters with some addresses and names on from California.
State police sealed off the site. In Washington, FBI Director Robert Mueller and Attorney General John Ashcroft.
What happened to cause that plane to crash? Where did it?
I think it's fair to say that we're unable to comment on that.
What is known of United 93 is that it flew west from Newark, but turned around near Cleveland. And as it neared Pittsburgh, it filed a new flight plan, telling air controllers it was heading for Washington, D.C. Mark Bingham telephoned his mother from the cabin.
There were 3 guys who had taken over the aircraft, and they say they have a bomb.
Some passengers learned by cell phone that other hijacked planes had crashed into the World Trade Center. They vowed to retake their plane or go down trying. Thomas Burnett, a medical research company executive, called his wife.
He said that a group of them were getting ready to do something.
Family members believe Burnett, 6'1", Bingham, 6'5", and other passengers tried to overpower the 4 hijackers. Even if they failed, a friend said, pilot Jackson Dahl of Denver would have done whatever he could to stop the attack on Washington.
Maybe he didn't actually send it down, but maybe he cut the fuel off or something, the fuel supply off, unbeknownst to the hijackers. It didn't hit whatever target they were going for.
A member of Congress says he thinks he knows what happened.
Some heroic individual brought this plane down.
By this evening, while no one was sure exactly what caused the crash, many are convinced United 93's passengers died after struggling to save the lives of people on the ground. John Martin, ABC News, Washington.
Well, as you know, the nation's air travel system is in something of a mess today. It's perfectly understandable, and we also know that people are concerned about flying. We also know there have been incidents at various airports around the country, some minor, some suspicious. But to continue this dimension of the story, here's ABC's Aaron Hayes.
Limited choices.
Valdosta, White Plains, New York, and Wilmington. Everything else is canceled.
Maximum security.
No, you need to check in out here. We can't let you. You have to check in out there.
It is a whole new world at America's airports.
Back up. Everyone back.
And plenty of those destined to fly today are just fine with that.
I have no problem with being searched, with being kept waiting in a line. It's all security. I'm very happy about that.
All security, very serious. A bomb threat at the Orlando airport turned out to be nothing, but no one was taking chances. The jitters are obvious not only at the airports, but among Americans just contemplating air travel.
It's gonna be scary.
It makes me feel like I have to be aware. I can't fall asleep on the plane like I'd like to for the flight. You know, I have to be aware of my surroundings.
I think you'll be looking at the person sitting next to you, people in line behind you.
Who are they, what their intention is.
And as for the new standards for airport security staff, for many who travel, that comes as a relief.
Because so often you witnessed, their very lackadaisical approach to things.
A complaint many pilots have had for years, that airport security has not been what it should be. Gary Beam flies for American Airlines.
Our government doesn't have any requirement, as some foreign governments have, that they even be a citizen of this country to work in security.
In fact, a security company based here in Atlanta, paid to protect 3 of the nation's major airports, last year was fined $1 million and pled guilty to inadequately training its staff and hiring people with criminal records. Pilots have other issues too, like the cockpit doors. With keys so simple in many cases, the same key can open the doors to dozens of cockpits, and the doors themselves are flimsy.
We're going to have a very secure door, dead bolted from the inside, and was able to stand. You can't have a linebacker push its way through. We need a whole new door.
Time many pilots and flight attendants believe for a real change.
Customer service may have come a little before security. We wanted to convenience people, make things more attractive, easier to get to gates.
No more. Many pilots told ABC News Today they are serious. Customer service is now absolutely secondary to their main concern.
We are your pilots with safety. End of story.
Meaning no patience for travelers who aren't ready and willing to step in line. Aaron Hayes, ABC News, Atlanta.
Given what we heard, or given what we know, what happened to pilots in the last couple of days, an absolutely understandable position from airline pilots at the moment, who very often feel they do not get enough support themselves from the flying public and sometimes from their airlines, and fight an awful lot about job conditions with their airlines. In the best of circumstances, a great many people in the country who do have a certain fear of flying, home and abroad, and we've seen that reflected today in the debate about security between the government and the airlines as to who actually is going to handle the new security, whether it is too intense at the airports, whether they're going to be marshals armed that you may not be able to identify on many of the aircraft you're flying in the country today and tomorrow and the day after that. And we'll hear in some depth from our aviation correspondent Lisa Stark on that particular subject. But we've had, as I said, a lot of traffic on the email today, and one person wrote us to say, won't be satisfied until we've secured our airports and the airplanes until the federal government takes over security in every airport on U.S. soil, and armed military personnel walk the airports, as I must tell you they do in many European airports. That is a state of mind which we've heard from many people today, and we're going to continue talking about this on World News Tonight, and in the next segment of, naturally, an expanded World News Tonight, one of the people we will talk to is ABC's Lisa Stark. I'm Peter Jennings, and we'll continue. Our special report continues. World News Tonight continues on this Thursday. Once again, if you're just joining us, here are some of the latest developments. New York City's airports have been closed again after possible security concerns at the airport today. The FBI says they've been able to identify all of the hijackers on the 4 planes that flew to disaster on Tuesday in downtown New York. Rescuers were evacuated from one downtown area today because there was concern that another building might be collapsing. The president is going to come here to New York tomorrow. He's been in touch with any number of world leaders today. The rescue effort in the last several hours in New York, if it is possible, has seemed to get even more intense because there is concern about rain here in New York City tonight, as Diane Sawyer reported in an earlier segment of World News Tonight. And while rain brings its blessings, it of course also brings its turmoil. There were some firefighters pulled today from the rubble where the World Trade Center stood. They had not been caught in the original collapse, and the mayor of New York has given a figure of 4,763 people believed missing in the collapse of the Trade Center towers. At the Pentagon, we've just been talking to the Secretary of Defense there. They have now confirmed the deaths of 126 people, and we have known almost since the outset that 266 people, passengers and crew, were on board the 4 aircraft that went down. So let's concentrate for just a little bit in the second segment of World News Tonight on the investigations themselves. Here's ABC's Brian Ross. Oh, sorry, Brian, I didn't realize you were there live.
I'm right here,
Here's
Peter.
ABC's Brian Ross. Nice to have you.
Peter, it was another fast-paced day in the investigation. The FBI said it had established with certainty the identities of 18 suicide hijackers, and later today, the Department of Justice is expected to announce the names and provide photos. At the same time, agents were pursuing thousands of leads worldwide that authorities said were leading them closer and closer to the terror network of Osama bin Laden. In Germany, police in Hamburg raided 10 different locations and made 2 arrests today looking for accomplices. Another man was taken into custody for questioning in Fort Smith, Arkansas. And new evidence emerged that prior to Tuesday's attack, some of the hijackers had holed up in this house in the Washington suburb of Vienna, Virginia. The hijackers of the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania had launched their mission from the Marriott Hotel at the Newark airport. And the terrorists that hijacked the 2 Boston flights seem to have begun their long trek from small towns in Florida.
The total number of hijackers, to our best estimate and our best knowledge, given the information at this time, on the 4 planes that crashed was at least 18.
And it's becoming clear that of the 18 terrorists, this man, Mohammed Atta, played a pivotal role in the attacks. It was Atta, an Egyptian national, and his cousin, Marwan al-Shihi, who 15 months ago arrived at this small airfield in Venice, Florida, to earn their private pilot's licenses. Then the 2 men moved on to Germany, a country federal authorities say has long been used as a base by a number of bin Laden operatives. Earlier this year, Atta and al-Shihi returned to the U.S. and, at a cost of $39,000, took flight simulator lessons for large commercial jets at a private flight school in Opelika, Florida.
It is not easy to land these kinds of aircraft at very specific locations with accuracy, or to direct them with the kind of accuracy which was deadly in this case.
Atta was on board the first plane to hit the World Trade Center, American Airlines Flight 11. His cousin, al-Shihi, was on board the second plane, United 175, which hit the other tower 18 minutes later. Peter, the FBI said today it was examining the passenger list of almost every flight that was scheduled to take off on Tuesday morning, in part to see if anybody was trying to flee the country, and also to check out reports that perhaps there were other planes that had been targeted for hijacking, but the hijackers may have chickened out or been unable to carry out their assignment.
Brian, I think this may be an impossible question to answer, but on average, how many bad leads for a good one?
I would say probably 50 to 100 bad leads for every good one.
And how badly do investigators get bogged down chasing bad leads?
They spend a lot of time sorting out the bad leads from the few good ones. Lots of leads now Almost anybody who's wearing an Arab headdress is considered a possible suspect. Anybody from Saudi Arabia, from countries with no real connection to this, is also considered a suspect by citizens, and these leads come pouring in. It's hard for agents to sort them out.
One of the profoundly unfortunate dimensions of this whole process is exactly what Brian has said. And from any number of public officials today, including the president, we have heard, be respectful of your fellow citizens from the Middle East and from South Asia. They're the ones under the greatest pressure. They're the ones who've had difficulty in the country today. Any number of officials have asked the country to shape up. Now, we're going to go back to the White House itself, to Terry Moran, but first must tell you, Terry, that in case people didn't hear it in the first segment, the Vice President has gone to Camp David today on this third day of this crisis to separate him and the President. So if you wouldn't mind, pick it up there and then go on with the President's Day.
All right, Peter, we've also been told that the Vice President has been spending the nights at Camp David, and he is now based there during the days as well. And everything has changed, of course, because of this. This president came into office after a campaign that focused almost exclusively on domestic issues, and he had an ambitious domestic agenda: education, Social Security reform, tax cut. All that has changed. The president himself today said that the U.S. response to these attacks is now the main focus of his administration.
In a very public phone call from the Oval Office.
Good morning, man.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Mr. President. Yeah, thank you all very much.
Mr. Bush accepted the invitation from Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani to visit New York City and see the devastation himself tomorrow afternoon.
I can't tell you how sad I am and America is for the people of New York City and the tri-state area. I want to let you know there's a quiet anger in America that really is real.
Then, for the first time since the attacks, the president answered reporters' questions. Is it safe to fly?
There are beefed up security at our airports. There's increased presence on the airplanes. Yes, I would, if a family member asked whether they should fly, I'd say yes.
Mr. Bush was also asked about Pakistan, which has close ties to the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, where Osama bin Laden is harbored. The administration is bringing intense pressure on Pakistan to break off ties with the Taliban, and the president made clear that despite pledges of cooperation from the Pakistani president today, the jury is out.
I appreciate that statement, and now we'll just find out what that means, won't we? We will give the Pakistani government a chance to cooperate and to participate.
At the State Department, Colin Powell also turned up the heat on Pakistan.
We have provided to the Pakistani government a specific list of things that we think would be useful for them to work on with us.
That list, ABC News has learned, includes access through Pakistani airspace for U.S. military aircraft, closure of the Pakistani-Afghani border, and halting fuel shipments to Afghanistan, which are in violation of UN sanctions. At home, Mr. Bush also continued to play his role as the public focus for the nation's response to the terror, leaving the White House this afternoon with the First Lady for a Washington-area hospital to visit burn victims from the Pentagon and their families. And earlier, in the question and answer session with reporters, displaying the raw emotions so many of his fellow citizens feel.
I'm a loving guy. And I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do. And I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment. But this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
And Peter, another sign of how much things have changed. Just a week ago, there was a budget battle here. Tonight, the president and Congress reached an agreement for $40 billion in emergency appropriations to deal with this crisis. That's twice what the president asked for, and he did it in response to the request by members of the delegations from these affected states. All that partisan rancor now dissolved as the entire government forgets partisan rivalries and faces the opponents overseas.
Okay, thanks very much, Terry. We'll come back to the specifics of the opponents overseas in just a minute, but you heard in Terry Moran's reporting there, and we've seen it throughout the day, the increased pressure on General Musharraf, the Pakistani general who overthrew the civilian regime in Pakistan and now leads the country. Among the things, as Terry Moran mentioned there today, you heard the U.S. ask Pakistan for use of its airspace in the event that it takes military action against Afghanistan, which is right next door and is very much interconnected with Pakistan in many ways, and also wants, as Terry said in his report, to cut off fuel to the Taliban government in Afghanistan, which is, among other things, a violation of United Nations sanctions. So Pakistan is under tremendous pressure, and ABC's Bob Woodruff is in Pakistan tonight. Bob, for Pakistan to be under pressure is a very difficult thing because Pakistan is a country in deep distress politically itself. Would you explain to us why?
That's very much right, Peter. There's been a great increase in fundamentalism here in the last several years. General Musharraf himself is obviously not one of those fundamentalists. But if they were to crack down or help the U.S. crack down on the fundamentalists right next door, the Taliban, there could be a significant political backlash against President Musharraf himself. On the other hand, there are those here that say that this may be the time for Musharraf to take this kind of bold action, because this particular attack against the United States was so bold and so graphic and so much worse than any other terrorist attack. There's a great deal of sympathy right now here in Pakistan itself. And also we're getting new numbers that there may be 300 Pakistani nationals missing in the rubble of the World Trade Center. So if they could frame this politically as an avenging of Pakistani deaths when they cooperate with the United States, that could be more politically palatable than if they were simply to say they were reacting in favor of the United States because of something that happened to U.S. citizens alone.
Bob, isn't the difficulty that saying they in Pakistan is in itself very difficult? Elements of the country has been drifting towards more militant Islam all the time, and this would include members of the Pakistani intelligence services who do not in many cases agree with General Musharraf about everything and are quite disposed to the Taliban in next-door Afghanistan.
That's right. The ISI, the intelligence service, really built the Taliban right next door. They still supply them, as the State Department has said in its terrorism reports, with fuel and food and other military advisors. They continue to do that. So if Musharraf were to try to cooperate with the United States in this way, it would essentially be going over the heads of the ISI, the intelligence service, in order to do it, and that would create a real split. There are fundamentalist generals, just as there are more moderate generals like General Musharraf within the government, and there could be a significant political crisis here.
Excellent appraisal. Thanks very much, Bob Woodruff in Islamabad, the Pakistani capital tonight. Now, you can't help but have noticed today in the general coverage of this crisis that there has been a drift in the direction of believing that Osama bin Laden, who is being harbored by Afghanistan, and the Taliban government virtually acknowledged that today when they said they had nothing to do with this, and nor did he. But the general tendency, despite public protestations to the contrary by officials, is that Osama bin Laden is somehow involved. We're not sure what the information is about that yet, so we're going to go to the Pentagon and discuss Osama bin Laden, his modus operandi, and what they think they have that points in his direction in the last couple of days from John McWethy. John?
Peter, one of the things that the United States has had a near obsession about for the last 5 years is Osama bin Laden. Intelligence sources say more than once the United States has come close to going after Osama bin Laden with a commando force, always calling it off for the same reasons: lack of timely and specific information and fear of heavy casualties among American troops. For all of the hundreds of millions of dollars the U.S. has spent trying to track him down, bin Laden has proven thus far to be more than a match: elusive, intelligent, and adaptable.
He moves from one area to another, and the same is true of the people who are managers within his network and of many of the people who head the kinds of cells and groups affiliated with him.
Bin Laden is typically surrounded by loyal and heavily armed followers who are not inclined to trade information about him for the $5 million reward the U.S. is offering. He no longer uses satellite or cell phones, denying the CIA valuable intelligence about his activities.
When you look at the tradecraft that these guys have, if you look at how well they can maintain security, you got to really say to yourself, you know, we've got a tough adversary on our hands, and he's going to be a difficult guy to nail.
Without ever mentioning bin Laden by name, today at the Pentagon, Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz left little doubt whose organization he was talking about.
We were looking everywhere, and obviously one of the things these guys have demonstrated is that as hard as we look, they can hide some things from us.
Part of bin Laden's success is due to the safe haven he enjoys in Afghanistan, the degree of protection he has been provided by the Taliban, the rulers of that country.
These people try to hide, but they won't be able to hide forever. They think their harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever.
Part of a new strategy that is emerging is a willingness to take risks to get bin Laden that were not acceptable before. Higher casualties among innocent civilians and perhaps the lives of some U.S. troops.
I think the time now we're going to have to look at putting people on the ground, putting special operations forces, regular forces, on the ground against the proper targets.
Peter, those are the sentiments of the man who once ran and headed American special operations for the U.S. military. But he also offers an important warning that Americans should not delude themselves that neutralizing one man is going to solve the problem. He warns that this is a much wider movement around the world than Americans may realize, and that many of the deadly cells that now exist are going to be there even if bin Laden is removed.
Thanks very much, John McCarthy, at the Pentagon tonight. And just by way of a further reality check, Mr. Bush is not the first president to say he's going to eliminate Osama bin Laden. And previous presidents have also said we were going to get rid of Saddam Hussein and Colonel Gaddafi, who currently continues to run Libya. Let's go back to the nation and air travel again, because, as you know, some of the first planes took off from a variety of airports today, both in the United States, Canada, and overseas. So things are getting back to normal. That's not true. They're not getting back to normal. They're beginning the process of getting back to normal, which will take, in the estimation of our aviation correspondent of the moment, Lisa Stark, a very, very long time. Lisa?
Well, Peter, we checked just a short time ago, and we found out that about 1,800 planes are in the airspace right now being monitored by the FAA. On a normal day at any given time, there would be as many as 7,000 planes. And of those 1,800 planes, no doubt some of them are still the planes that were diverted on Tuesday, and some of them are empty, not carrying any passengers, because airlines need to ferry a lot of these planes to the locations that where they will need them to begin even more service tomorrow. But at least for some of the folks, some passengers, they were able to get to their destinations today. For the first time in 2 days, a small number of passenger jets began taking off from the nation's airports. On the ground, there was quite a bit of confusion and chaos as airlines struggled to get up and running again. At Chicago's O'Hare, long lines at the counters, while passengers tried to figure out just what airlines were flying and to where.
I have no idea what's going on, so I'm just kind of showing up, and wherever they point me, that's where I'm going to go.
For a time, Delta's customers were on hold.
We just got word from our main office, Atlanta, that the airport is still closed. The concourses are closed. No flights are allowed to leave.
Atlanta is now open. But at one point, there was an announcement over the public address system in Chicago that O'Hare was shutting down immediately. There was total confusion. Officials at O'Hare suddenly not sure whether they had the government's okay to open. It turned out they did. Airport officials around the country say it has been a logistical nightmare to try to restart what is truly an international system.
Maybe we're ready, and maybe some other airport like Boston, Chicago, or Dallas, or whatever it might be, are not quite ready yet. We still have to hold operations here.
At least one of the nation's major airports remains shut down. Washington's National Airport is not open for business today. But for airports that are operating, tighter security was clearly evident. Police were quick to tow cars. At Seattle's SeaTac Airport, the driver of this vehicle ran in to check flight monitors. By the time she came back, her car was being hauled away. Other drivers were warned not to dally.
Okay, there's no curbside check-in anymore. You have to go inside to do your checking in. Unload quickly, please, and then move your vehicle off the drive. No parking.
Some passengers had bags thoroughly searched. Others were reminded of the new security regulations.
They will be checking bags. Make sure you're not carrying any kind of knife or blade in any of your bags.
Some passengers had been told to get to the airport 4 hours early to get through all the security checks. Airlines say this is the new reality of air travel in America.
There is a dramatic change in the way we do business, from not only the security, but also what people are going to see when they get to the airport.
And Peter, another indication of all the confusion today, when air travel began again today around 11 a.m. Eastern time, general aviation pilots also thought they had the okay to take off. A number of them did, but apparently the Department of Transportation had changed its mind. It did not want most private pilots in the air. That order didn't come down until 11:22. So in those 22 minutes planes had taken off, a number of them were actually forced down by military fighter jets.
Lisa, just
Peter?
one more question. I expect everybody in the aviation industry and in government to understand the current security circumstances. But as you talk to folks in the industry today, do they think it will last? Do you think the public will stand for it? The public is incredibly impatient on the subject of air travel.
Well, I can tell you from the public standpoint, some of the people we have talked to said they do think people will grow tired of it over time. People have short memories, as it were, and as things return to normal, everything seems safe. I think the public will grow restless, and it will be up to the airlines, I guess, and the Department of Transportation to continue the security at the level they say is necessary to ensure that flying is safe.
And the economic impact of this on the airline industry?
Well, it could be devastating, not just the security measures, but the fact that they've been shut down for 2 days. It's estimated that the airlines lost about $340 million a day while they were not operating. It has been a tough year for the airlines as it is. One airline, Midway, has already announced it is completely going out of business. For other marginal carriers, well, we'll just have to see if they can survive this.
Thanks very much. Lisa Stark in Seattle, who I know, among other things, is trying very hard to get home to Washington to see her family. Here's something that we discovered today, thanks to ABC's James Walker. This is flightview.com, and they have been more than happy to let us look at this. This is the current situation of aircraft in the sky at this moment over the United States and Canada today. And it changes every 15 seconds, and it's very helpful to us to be able to see exactly how air travel increases as time goes by, bearing in mind all the time that on a normal day there are 40,000 flights back and forth across the United States. But boy, have people been scrambling to find ways to reach other destinations or to get places that they normally had anticipated getting to by air. ABC's Bill Rediker has a report tonight on one stranded traveler.
Sean Hughes in California last heard from his new bride Melissa in New York when she called him from the World Trade Center Tuesday.
Sean, it's me. I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building in New York. I'm playing at the building where a bomb went off. We don't know, but there's lots of smoke, and we just wanted you to know that I love you always.
Sean is desperate to get back to New York, but he is stranded in Oakland.
We've made every effort to schedule flights. Unfortunately, they've all been canceled. We're looking any means necessary to get to the East Coast.
All across the nation, tens of thousands of travelers, unsure if the airlines would fly, scrambled today to find some way to get to where they needed to go.
All aboard!
At Union Station in Denver, Amtrak put on extra cars, extra seats. The California Zephyr is sold out for the next 4 days.
The station, Union Station, hasn't been like this since World War II, this many people.
Really, it's terrible to be away from home when all this stuff is happening. I mean, I have a 12-year-old. You know, I mean, she was she's scared to death.
Bus terminals were also busy. Greyhound doubled the number of buses departing Denver.
Stuck here in Colorado. Nice place to be, but I'd like to be home back in Canada.
We've already rented 2 cars, 3 different hotels, just trying to get back home.
In some cases, travelers have even hired taxis, paying hundreds, even thousands of dollars to catch a cross-country cab to get home or back to work. In Detroit, metropolitan cab companies sent taxis and limousines to Washington, D.C. and New York City, about $1,000 a trip.
People at first were patient. They said, well, wait and see attitude. But now they have simply decided to whatever they can get out of here.
There was also a run on rental cars, so much so that people in Chicago bought used cars to get home. Still, throughout the day, there was a noticeable absence of anger, no matter how frustrated the traveler.
When you look at any inconvenience, if there is any, nothing in comparison.
I called work. They're like, whenever you get back, don't worry about it.
And Sean Hughes, he got a ride to the airport in Oakland, but that's as far as he got today. The airport is still closed. Bill Rediker, ABC News, Denver.
And we are sorry to say that his wife, Melissa, is still listed among the missing, as far as we know. We do not know if they have been in contact at all. There are a great many missing in New York City, and ABC's George Stephanopoulos is downtown, where he has been all day. Here's his report on the day and the search for the missing. George?
Well, Peter, starting out right now, there's a lot more activity on the ground just in the last hour or so, starting out with this wind. You know, Diane Sawyer talked about the possibility of thunderstorms tonight, and this big wind coming in from the southwest may be a prelude, and it sent the smoke from the crash site all across the island of Manhattan. In the last hour, there have also been 2 large military helicopters have circled the site 3 or 4 times. We don't know what was inside them, but they did circle the site before heading out to New Jersey. And just a little while ago, former President Clinton paid his first visit to the site. He was on the ground. He was looking around, getting his first inspection of the site. Earlier in the day, I managed to get to the site myself with a handheld camera, and I started out in John Street on the Lower East Side. It is abandoned. It looks like it was hit by a neutron bomb. Completely abandoned. The building's still standing, but the street is empty and just covered with dust. You can see there it says the World Trade Center entrance as well. That's tower number 5 of the World Trade Center right there. That's a building they still have some concern of, and a junkyard in the back of the site of cars, a brand new junkyard just south of the site. And there's the Millennium Hotel we've heard so much about. It's in very, very bad shape, Peter. As you see, a lot of windows all the way up and down the tower burnt out, but around it still, people are working. Graffiti everywhere. There's Trinity Church, the oldest church in Manhattan. It's still standing as well, but its graveyard is just covered in rubble. Here's a view from the south side of the plaza, and more workers working along. They've set up assembly lines all across this rubble, and at one point even they have set up a flag, planted a flag defiantly in the rubble just behind that crane and near the south tower. Peter, it was a day of great activity and also great fear. You know, as we said earlier, there was this fear that many of these buildings, many of which have sustained damage, I counted at least 6 or 8, which have sustained very serious damage. There's a fear that some of those may collapse. At several points during the day, there were calls to evacuate and to get people out of the site as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much, George. George Stephanopoulos, who has been downtown for a couple of days now. For another perspective on downtown New York City, here's ABC's Bill Blakemore. Bill.
Peter, I'm standing on 5th Avenue right here at 25th Street, right in front of the famous Flatiron Building. The wind has just shifted. We can again smell the smoke from the fires right down at the end of 5th Avenue, where we can still see some of the billowing smoke way down there at the end of Manhattan. But some of the most emotional scenes here in Manhattan today, I think, have been just over here, where people are still trying to find more news of the victims. The grieving or frightened family members and friends of the missing lined up around the block all day at Manhattan's 26th Street Armory.
We're just trying to think for the best. We just hope that he comes alive. That's our best wishes for him.
They were waiting to see lists inside with the names of people treated in hospitals or whose bodies have been identified in the emergency morgues. Most of those we talked to told us of their hopes.
I'm still optimistic. I am. I have to remain optimistic.
You see hope. The people go in and walk in, and you see hope, and it's good.
For many, there was no information, no name on the hospital or the morgue lists. A number pleaded with the media to spread word of their missing loved ones, many of whom were last seen or heard from on high floors of the trade towers. Michael Rodriguez is looking for his sister, Lisa King, mother of 2.
I don't know if I have anticipation anymore. It's just a matter of, closure. Just need closure, you know what I mean? And I'm sure that's the way a lot of families are feeling right now.
Psychiatrist Mark Novick has been counseling family members and rescue workers.
About it, the sooner they're able to express their feelings, the better off they are able to deal with it.
The lack of any information about the missing is often hardest of all.
If I find a body, I gotta find something. I just want to know that he's okay. If he's dead, I know he's okay.
Not knowing just continues the anxiety and the uncertainty, and also the unfulfilled wish that something else may take place or may happen.
Counselors and grief therapists are trying to help people talk about their fears and their loss, to help family members, friends, anyone affected by the disaster. Psychiatrist Novick says that with this disaster, that's most everyone.
I think at this point, millions of people have been involved in this. I don't know what the aftermath is, but it's obviously many people are going to be recalling this forever.
Bill Blakemore, ABC News, at the 26th Street Armory in Manhattan.
As the psychiatrist says, there are millions of people who are involved with what is going on in lower Manhattan, and the country feels deeply engaged, I think, in the process of trying to find the missing. That is certainly true of people in New York. It is also true that downtown New York and uptown New York, as I think Diane Sawyer said a little earlier, are two different worlds. Here's ABC's Dan Harris.
It was a day to give thanks for the return of the mundane. Street cleaning, food deliveries, even traffic.
I think it's good for us to return to normal and to do the things we need to do, to keep going.
Routine is very comforting, so to see, you know, that it hasn't been completely and utterly disrupted is definitely a familiar feeling. It feels good.
Reinstating the routine is sometimes a struggle. This law firm, Cleary Gottlieb, is scrambling to set up temporary offices after its main office in the World Trade Center complex was destroyed.
I think so far we're holding on. We'll be happy when we have a bunch of beds to flop in and a bunch of desks to sit at, but other than that, we're doing fine.
One way or another, much of New York north of 14th Street above the disaster area is now limping back to life. Most bridges, tunnels, and train lines are now open. Schools are back in session. Stores are opening their doors. For many, getting back to business sends a message to terrorists.
That life has to go on and that these people can't beat us down. That we're New Yorkers and nothing stops us.
You can't let a minority of people ruin the majority.
While on some levels life has returned to normal, New Yorkers are now living in what is essentially a split reality, because right below the surface there is anger, tension, and fear. Law enforcement is almost always present and always on high alert. Police thought there might be a bomb inside this car on the Upper West Side. And this local news crew was in the middle of an interview at LaGuardia Airport when another bomb scare broke.
They really shouldn't overreact. Things are safe in the city. The city is extremely well protected.
Also, spontaneous displays of sympathy and sorrow are happening in public parks and at fire stations, where people are bringing food and flowers and writing notes of condolence.
Just let them know that they're on our minds and that, you know, that they are friendly neighbors and that their neighbors are thinking of them at such a time.
Appreciate their hard work and bravery.
No one disputes that New York City will eventually get back to normal. Whether the city will ever be the same is an open question. Dan Harris, ABC News, New York.
The country and this city particularly have been focused on the firefighters. That is for two reasons, of course. One, they've been so heroic in terms of trying to rescue people who are buried beneath the rubble. And not secondarily, and as well because more than 300 firefighters have lost their lives in this crisis. Some of them when the trade towers collapsed on top of them. And those moments of anticipation today and those moments of hope were provided by the fact that some of the firefighters were found. They turned out, as we'll hear in a report from John McKenzie right now, because they had been missing today but found. Here's John McKenzie on New York's fire department.
They had been digging day and night.
Hey, we need buckets and a couple guys!
New York City firefighters, joined by hundreds of volunteers, set up bucket brigades to pick away at the mounds of debris.
Hello? Anyone there?
Then early this afternoon, the remarkable news.
Two of them walked away.
The details, including when the men were trapped, are still sketchy and difficult to confirm. But on a remote part of the south side of the Trade Center, firefighter Glenn Ray said he felt a finger come out of the rubble and scratch him on the knuckle.
I was bringing supplies, and I was bringing some ice up, and I had reached down and I felt a guy's hand, and I ran away. I got scared.
Other firefighters began pulling away at pieces of the wreckage.
We were removing the debris. We had a large steel wall behind the beam. When they removed that, 2 firefighters just came crawling out. It was unbelievable.
The 2 men who emerged appeared in remarkably good condition, but that was just the beginning. The 2 told of hearing sounds from still others who were buried, and there are reports that information led to the recovery of more firefighters. News of the rescue spread quickly through the search site, providing crews here a rare moment to celebrate.
You can't believe it. The whole place went crazy. Everybody's screaming, chanting, just happy you could do something good.
As soon as we heard the cheering, whether you were on a brigade on one side or a brigade on the other, it didn't matter. It just, everybody started going, yeah, let's dig a little faster, and the buckets just started coming, and everybody's adrenaline was pumping.
It's a much better day than it was yesterday, because yesterday all I seen was body bags.
Oh, that's like Christmas all over. That's what we're here for.
Especially for Richard Farino, whose uncle is among the hundreds of firefighters still trapped under the rubble.
In the just near 24 hours that I was there, just as you're tired and exhausted, and they come up with that great news, it's you could go another 24 hours.
John McKenzie, ABC News, New York.
There's one other thing in the Associated Press about the fire department tonight. The Father Mike, the firefighter chaplain here in New York City, Reverend Michael Judge, often told firefighters when they were seeking his counsel, if you want to make God laugh, tell him what you're doing tomorrow. And we're told that he is telling firefighters that today to keep their spirits up. Now, you've all seen what we're calling Ground Zero many, many times. We've seen it from a variety of angles. It is rubble and it is dust. And that, of course, raises the question of health and structures in danger. Here's ABC's Robert Krulwich.
It is hard to conceive, but 3 days ago, both World Trade Towers rose 1,362 feet into the sky. Visit those same towers today. At their tallest point, they rise maybe 100 feet above the street. And while it's true there are 6 floors below street level, now filled with debris, engineers at the firm that built the building's best guess to account for the missing 1,200 feet of material from each tower is that large portions simply vaporized into the dust that rained down on New Yorkers immediately after the collapse. It was that powerful.
Get out of here!
We're talking here about 43,600 windows, 600,000 square feet of glass, 200,000 tons of structural steel, 5 million square feet of gypsum, 6 acres of marble, and 425,000 cubic yards of concrete, turned in good part into a cloud, says environmental medical doctor Stephen Levin.
I was astonished at the degree to which solid materials were turned into pulverized dust as a consequence of that building collapse. I think it was striking.
The Environmental Protection Agency has been sampling the dust, and one specialist told ABC they believe the clouds that appeared immediately after the collapse were mostly gypsum dust from drywall, cement dust, and plaster, which can cause problems.
Cement dust is an irritant. Fine glass powder is also an irritating material.
The EPA did find spotty levels of asbestos. A sample on a police car turned out dangerous. Another sample a couple of blocks away, not dangerous. But most interesting in the mix, they are looking, they think, at specks of steel that used to be beams and elevators, marble from the lobby floor and facings. So what were once the strongest architectural elements in the 2 towers were pulverized, large portions turned into clouds like this one. Still, there is this mystery. If some of the hardest materials were vaporized, how to account for the presence everywhere of paper, fully intact letters, business forms, stationery. Paper is so fragile and combustible, and yet somehow, maybe because we have so much of it, it was everywhere. Robert Krulwich, ABC News, New York.
Ground Zero itself. Now let us turn to the state of the economy, both specific and general. We know that the Mercantile Exchange was open in Chicago today. We saw many scenes of that, of vigorous trading on the Merc today, reflecting both the determination to trade and the determination to show that the U.S. is trying very hard in many respects to operate as usual. And we also know, of course, given the circumstances, that even more so perhaps than usual, the economy is driven by public mood and consumer attitude than it simply is by economic muscle. And that leads us to our business and economics correspondent, Betsy Stark. Bring us up to date on the state of the day.
All right, Peter, one important decision made today was that the stock exchange will open for trading Monday if the exchanges pass their test runs on Saturday. And I spoke to a source today who was in the meeting where the decision was made to go ahead with trading on Monday, who said, you know, it's going to be a stretch even to do that. Some of the major Wall Street firms are operating out of their disaster relief centers. They're not equipped for full trading operations. And many phone lines are still down in Lower Manhattan.
What do you mean by test runs?
Well, in other words, they'll actually gear up and try to simulate what it would be like to have a flood of buy and sell orders come into the exchange to see whether they will be able to handle it with the technology they've got up and running.
As somebody said earlier today, one of the important things is the ability to complete transactions.
Absolutely, Peter. And there is obviously interest in opening these markets to restore public confidence in U.S. financial markets, the biggest, the most liquid, the strongest in the world. But as somebody said to me today, the wrong thing to do would be to open and fail. That certainly would not restore confidence.
Please continue.
Another thing we saw today was the impact on business of these restrictions on travel. The airlines, which are already having a very difficult year, are facing record losses this year. By one estimate, they're losing $1 billion a day with as many planes grounded as they are. Travel agents are reporting cancellations. Obviously, there are some people not too eager to fly in the aftermath of this attack. And tightened borders. Restrictions at the borders caused a Chrysler assembly plant to shut down temporarily because auto parts were not able to come in from Canada. So impact being seen throughout the economy.
The Secretary of the Treasury has just come back from Japan and told us upon returning that he thought, or agreed with those who thought this was a human crisis, not a financial and economic crisis we have in the country. I know his need to be confident in the public arena. Is it realistic?
I think it's accurate to say that things are running as smoothly as they possibly can, all things considered. But for instance, the Treasury Secretary mentioned that government bond markets were up and running, and that was something we should feel good about. Well, yes, they were up and running, but they were doing very light volume, and buy and sell orders usually made on landlines were being done on cell phones. That's not business as usual.
It is important, I guess, to remember that just before this crisis, consumer confidence was at a very low level, the lowest it's been in some years. There is some question about patriotic investment at the point, and there's also concern that maybe this crisis is going to tip the country over into recession. So where do analysts generally come down on this issue?
Well, as you might expect, Peter, Wall
Everywhere.
Street is divided on that. It is true. I mean, I think there are a lot of people who do feel that because the markets have had a chance to, investors have had a chance to cool off and to go from being frightened to angry to we're not going to let them beat us down, that there's a sense that when we open on Monday, we might open to a calmer, more orderly market than we would have if we'd opened yesterday, for example.
And just one so-called news you can use question. For people who are very eager to trade, to work with their investments in the next couple of days and can't, whether they want to buy or they want to sell, what do? Just sit there?
Well, they can get in touch with their brokers. I mean, there are numbers you can call and you can reach them. Imagine if you go on their websites, you can establish contact that way. You're not going to be able to buy and sell stock until Monday, hopefully, but that doesn't mean that you can't be in touch with the people who do it for you.
Okay, many thanks. Betsy Stark, economics and business editor. The entertainment industry is a huge business. Here's ABC's Brian Rooney.
For one thing, you won't see the opening of the new Arnold Schwarzenegger film in October. Collateral Damage is about a fireman who loses his family in a terrorist attack, and Warner Brothers decided it's too close to reality for release anytime soon. The producers of the yet-to-be-released Spider-Man have pulled a trailer that features the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. All over Hollywood, movie and television companies are making decisions about what might be appropriate entertainment in the coming weeks and months. Disney has delayed the release of a Tim Allen comedy called Big Trouble. It has a scene that involves a bomb on an airplane. Anything with a terrorism theme could be seen as trouble. That includes the new television programs The Agency and 24. The world of professional sports has decided this is no time for games. NASCAR has canceled Sunday's Winston Cup race. There will be no NFL football this weekend, no Division I-A college ball either. Professional baseball is off until Monday. And the television networks are taking a close look at their offerings for fall. NBC will not start its fall season next week. ABC has been examining its scripts and promotional materials for anything that might be found offensive. For instance, the network has been promoting the sitcom Dharma and Greg with this. In a single second, your entire life changes forever. ABC decided there's no way Americans could think that would lead to something funny, at least not right now, and the promo was canceled.
We recognize that the country has been seriously traumatized by these events, as we all have as Americans. So we're trying to take a look at the schedule, the content of the programs.
Fox Television canceled a Sunday showing of Independence Day, a sci-fi thriller in which whole American cities are destroyed. The replacement, Mrs. Doubtfire, will sit in for viewers looking for diversion. HBO has canceled all advertising and promotion for its fall shows. No full-page ads for the World War II epic Band of Brothers, which they had been heavily promoting. An HBO spokesman said that anything that looks like doing business as usual looks trivial. There is also an immediate economic impact on the television networks, which have gone to 24 hours of news coverage without commercials. By some estimates, broadcasters are losing $100 million a day, and they were having a soft year already. Movie producers face big questions. Do they shoot movies overseas in the coming year when there's talk of military action? Will they even be able to get financing and insurance? And when there is a return to normal times, there could be changes in the use of violence in movies and television.
This week is a seminal event. It's one of those mind-bending events that will change the attitudes of a generation. And I think that's why you're going to see a rethinking of content throughout the entertainment business worldwide.
Some of the changes have happened already. Brian Rooney, ABC News, Hollywood.
So many huge events either canceled or postponed or put in question. We were told earlier today that the Bush administration has actually asked the United Nations to consider rescheduling or canceling the annual meeting of the General Assembly of the United Nations, which is scheduled to begin here on September the 24th, which means a huge contingent of world leaders from around the world. We haven't heard much more about it today. But the UN did postpone its World Conference on Children, a very large gathering, which was scheduled for here in New York City tomorrow. It's been a huge issue for children, of course. Schools across the country are, for the most part, open. Many schools here in New York City as closed. But going into an American classroom today for children and for teachers was an utterly different experience. Here's ABC's Michelle Norris.
At the end of this difficult day back at school, children are reuniting with parents still struggling to find the right words to ease their anxiety.
We don't want to start telling our children, that there's a category of people who are bad.
I think it's important to not scare them. I think it's important. There's a line there somewhere between wanting them to understand what's going on and not wanting them to understand what's going on.
Child development experts say the most important thing parents and other caregivers can do right now is to let children know they're willing to talk about the tragedy, no matter how difficult that conversation might be.
One of the scariest things for children, if not the scariest, is the thought that parents are endangered. So it's important for parents to not act scared at a time like this and to directly reassure their children that they are safe.
You have to deal with not feeling safe anymore. They could hit anywhere.
One of the biggest challenges for parents, explaining such real-life horror to a generation that has been saturated with violence in movies and videos.
My 5-year-old thought frankly, he saw the airplane go through the building and he said that was cool, sort of like the cartoons. And then when I told him that there were mommies and daddies in the building, he got really scared.
I think it's really important to understand the human impact behind that. It's not just blowing up a building and seeing it crumble into dust. It's seeing people's faces with dust on them and understanding that some people never made it out of that building alive.
For America's children, a harsh history lesson about the capacity for hatred, but also perhaps about the power of heroism. Michelle Norris, ABC News, Washington.
And to continue, here is something visually which we've been talking about in our coverage earlier today, which I must tell you we were really looking forward to. We saw a report earlier today that at Buckingham Palace in London, where Queen Elizabeth II lives when she is in London, the Coldstream Guards, who change the guard, not the Coldstream Guards, but they change the guard every day at Buckingham Palace, as we know, and we are told that at the request of the Queen, the Coldstream Guards band played the Star-Spangled Banner. Let's listen. Whew, that is solidarity. Everywhere today, there were the flags. Here's ABC's Dean Reynolds.
USA! USA!
From the sidewalks of this country
Hold your horns! Show love for the country!
to the skylines of its cities, the American people are sending a strong message of solidarity this week, and they're writing it in red, white, and blue. In Phoenix, the flag was at half-staff and yet flying tall all the same.
New Yorkers often are accused of thinking that the country ends at the Hudson River, but actually there's a lot of us out here who are with them.
I believe it's important to show our support right now. Even though we aren't in New York or Washington, D.C., our home was attacked.
In Detroit, the effect today was electric. In Minneapolis, Carrie Mosher said her decision to buy a flag was impulsive.
Actually, we've never been big on flags, and it seems really, really important and appropriate. I've been just stunned for 2 days. And this is honestly the first day I've been able to go out and do anything. And the first thing I wanted to do was get a flag.
In Chicago, flags dotted the desks at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Large flags or small, the reason to unfurl them was the same.
We're all Americans. We want to do something at a time like this.
You guys are the only place to have flags. Yeah. It's the third place I've been.
At stores across the country, there's been an almost 4th of July run on flags. Lucia Duff's lawn is full of them now.
I feel sort of embarrassed we didn't have an American flag hanging around, and I'll never let that happen again.
For Steve Gritton of Evanston, Illinois, the time is right.
It's just one of those overt symbols that says we are behind the country in their efforts to do the right thing in this time.
The colors are a very overt symbol for Linda Slocum of New Jersey.
Tell me about the attire. What?
It's my middle finger to the terrorists, my shirt.
At one flag manufacturer in Chicago, the tempo is picked up, to say the least.
And it's just been crazy.
The Betsy Ross of this outfit is Teresa Sam, who hails from Ghana. She was not born here, but Teresa understands the importance of her work, the lump-in-the-throat emotion attached to the cloth, and the need to make perfect every stitch, every star, every stripe.
Because this is to show that, yeah, America, we have to do something to be proud of, and working on an American flag make me feel special.
And flying the Star-Spangled Banner now clearly gives millions of people a special feeling, a good feeling. That's why it's always been more than just a flag, and always will be. Dean Reynolds, ABC News, Chicago.
The flag and the national anthem. And That's what's happening all over the country today. We heard, you'll recall, a couple of days ago, the members of the Senate and the House of Representatives singing God Bless America on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. We hear the band of the Coldstream Guards playing the Star-Spangled Banner today, and everywhere you look in the country, you see flags in thousands of different circumstances. The other reality is, of course, that the investigation continues. The investigative team, the FBI and the Justice Department, has identified the 18 people who hijacked, terrorized, and then attacked the United States 2 days ago. That investigation continues at home and abroad, and we don't know to what degree they have made real progress. But the general tone out of Washington today, though cautious, is that the investigation proceeds satisfactorily. So to remind ourselves where we are in the country today, this.
There's a lot of asbestos. It's got a very chemical smell to it because of the fuel. You can feel it in your lungs. It's why you see people wearing masks everywhere.
It's like a very, very bizarre snow day when everybody's off from school and it's got that really eerie quiet to it, but there's no joy.
I just don't think anybody understands what it's like down here.
And Bush talking about war. I don't want no war because they might come back. I'm scared. Aren't you scared?
Somebody has come into my home and hurt my house, my people. I want to go. I hope he sends me. Don't let it take something like this again to join hands together.
My son was in Building 2 on the 92nd floor. I talked to him when he saw the plane coming, and I haven't heard from him since. And we just need to find him. He's my only child.
If I find a body, I gotta find something. I just want to know that he's okay. If he's dead, I know he's okay.
I think it's someone down there, man, because I hear noises. Hold on a second. Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? This is freaking insanity, man. This thing is gonna crumble on us and we're gonna be so freaking dead.
I've never seen anything like it. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. But we're all brothers. We all got to stick together.
Hey, we need buckets and a couple guys. Buckets. Buckets. Can you have a couple guys up here? More in line.
We got him here too.
Beautiful. God bless.
As much as we can give you in the context of World News Tonight, the reality of life in the United States today in many respects, Our coverage is going to continue. That is the end of World News Tonight. One program reminder for a couple of days from now. On Saturday at 10 o'clock, we're going to do a program exclusively for and about the children in the country. But I remind you what we've been told by the New York State authorities tonight, that there are still 4,763 people missing in New York City. They think they've got a handle on their dead and missing at the Pentagon. The investigations continue at home and abroad. We will keep you abreast of government and private initiative as it exists in the United States today. So for World News Tonight, at least, I'm Peter Jennings. Thank you. As I said, our coverage continues.
This is ABC News continuing coverage. From World Headquarters in New York, Peter Jennings.
Hello again, everybody, or hello still, which is much more appropriate for everybody involved in this, the third day since the attack on the United States. While we get our ducks in a row after World News Tonight here in New York, I'm going to ask my colleague Charles Gibson to bring us up to date with what we know.
Well, I do it with some temerity, Peter, because you've just spent 1.5 hours summing up the news of the day, and we're going to try to do it in 1.5 minutes. But we really start where you ended, with what is the list now of missing persons in New York. Let's run down the day's events.
Rescue efforts continue. The mayor of New York says there are now more than 4,700 names, 4,700 on a list of missing persons, among them 360 firemen and police. Those overseeing the rescue site continue to worry about the instability in nearby buildings. Periodically, workers get evacuated. President Bush told New York officials he will visit the site tomorrow, but the emotion of the entire situation obviously is beginning to affect the president.
I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment. But this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America. Thank you.
At the Pentagon site, pings have been heard from the black box of the plane that crashed into the building. 190 are believed now dead at the Pentagon. And the black box has been located and recovered from the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. That black box has been sent to Washington. There were bomb scares in many places around the country, even at the Capitol, which was evacuated at one point. But Congress and the president have now agreed on a $40 billion package, a huge amount of money that will be required to rebuild. Planes were back in the air, at least some of them. Frustrated passengers won't find the system fully at speed for several more days. New York airports briefly opened, then were closed again for security reasons, and several people were detained. The stock market will reopen, but not until Monday. That is also the day baseball teams begin playing again. The National Football League says no games this weekend. The players say their hearts wouldn't be in the games.
So, a summation of the day's events.
Well, you included a couple of events we hadn't covered on World News Tonight, which, of course, the sports world.
Why can't you do World News Tonight in a minute and a half?
The time may come, Charlie. It's really interesting because you talked earlier about. Let me just tell one thing to people at home. We recognize that if you have been sitting by your television set all day, and many Americans have, we repeat ourselves. We also recognize that people have got on with their lives, and so we try at the beginning of every hour to bring you up to date with events as we know them in the previous 1 hour or the previous 12 or 14 hours. And one of the things we didn't deal with on World News Tonight was the tremendous pressure both inside and outside organized football and baseball. Did the games go forward? Did the games not?
Yeah, Mike Lupica, who's the great sports columnist for the New York Daily News, wrote a column this morning in which he said, you know, he's been debating this question about should the games be played because they could be a worthwhile distraction, or to play them, might it be disrespectful? And he was discussing this with somebody outside a convenience store, and a woman walked by and said, "What are you arguing about this for? It doesn't make any difference. They're just games. Let's get on with retaliating," she said. And my husband's ready to go. He's a Marine. And so I think to some extent that's sort of the feeling. I mean, it just seems funny to have something that are just games this weekend. Maybe we'll be ready a week from now.
On the other hand, there have been people who've suggested it would be good for the national morale, and in fact, we had a psychiatrist talk to us today about violence and whatnot, and said that watching sports might be a way for people to get their anger out of the way.
But the thing that struck me most importantly is the football players all said, "We don't want to play. You know, we're human beings too. Our hearts would not be in the game if we were to play. We want to mourn. We want to be with our families. We're like everybody else."
Can you hang on for a while, Charlie?
Sure.
Charlie Gibson. In a moment, we'll talk to John Miller. But we have been joined in Washington at the moment by Senator Hillary Clinton of New York. Good evening, Mrs. Clinton, or Senator Clinton, I should say.
Good evening, Peter.
There's already a lot of finger-pointing about the intelligence failure. And it's the inability of the intelligence community, or just the general failure of the intelligence community to predict that any of this was going to happen to the United States. Has there been any of that sentiment in the Congress, and do you share it?
You know, Peter, I think that the sentiment in the Congress is one of unity and looking to do everything we possibly can to support the president and to help our fellow citizens, particularly in New York and Virginia and other places. I do think that we're going to have to give some very careful thought as to how we wage the sort of war we're engaged in right now. It's not like any other war that the United States has ever had to fight. And it does require a different level of intelligence, strategy. And I think there are lots of people who are seriously planning how to do that. I was with the president today. I have a lot of confidence that he's well aware of the challenges that we face.
In your capacity as Senator Clinton, do you believe that President Clinton, in his 8 years in office, did everything he could to provide the best possible anti-terrorism forces for the United States? And if he did not, what do you think went wrong?
Well, Peter, I certainly know that the president did everything he possibly could and that seemed available and doable. I was in many conversations. I'm well aware of the efforts that were undertaken on many occasions to track down and successfully track down, to find the bombers who originally damaged the World Trade Center, to go after people who committed a terrorist act and murder against CIA employees here. Yet we're very well aware that although we can penetrate those networks to some extent, we do not yet have the capacity, and we have to build that capacity. But this has to be not just an American effort. One of the realities of dealing with these terroristic networks is that if they are well funded, as indeed we know the Bin Laden network is, to just take that for an example, they have intelligence assets of their own in many governments, in many institutions around the world. I know that following the bombings in Kenya and Tanzania, the government of the previous administration was looking very carefully at every shred of intelligence to pinpoint the attack that was made on the Bin Laden forces and encampments. They were told that he would be one place. It turned out he wasn't. And there are many reasons why we have to get our allies and those who are in harm's way themselves, like Pakistan, to be very committed to this fight against terrorism. And frankly, until now, I don't think there was the sense of urgency among our European allies or our friends and allies in other parts of the world.
Let me ask you this, Senator Clinton. How long a war against terrorism do you believe that Americans should be prepared for?
I don't think we can answer that, Peter, and it's not because anyone's withholding any information. It's because we just don't know. Clearly, what we saw carried out on Tuesday was extremely well planned, well financed, led by people who are willing to die. That is a very different kind of threat. It's why I believe that we ought to focus on our homeland threats, the chemical, biological, nuclear weaponry, the kind of suicide actions that we saw. How long is it going to take? We don't know how long it's going to take, but I was convinced today that the president is certainly ready to stay the course no matter how long it will take.
Well, you've talked of a variety of different kinds of threats to the United States, which leads me to this question. Should the Congress place any limits whatsoever on President Bush's ability or determination to pursue this?
Well, Peter, there's precedent, and I haven't been around long enough to have firsthand experience, but there are many of my colleagues who were here to literally help draft the Gulf War resolution, who are deeply knowledgeable about what needs to be given to the president. I have no doubt that whatever authority the president actually requires, he will receive.
So you believe the Congress will unanimously give the president the authority that he requests, no matter what it is?
Well, I think that there will certainly be a thoughtful consideration. We have a lot of members in both houses of Congress with a lot of experience. You know, in the meetings that I've had with my colleagues, we have senators who've actually been in Afghanistan, who have seen the terrain, who understand what the Taliban is like on the ground. We have other colleagues who are very well acquainted with other parts of the world where terrorism is launched and financed from. So I think that there is a great opportunity, and I know the president and his staff will look to take this opportunity to become well-versed with what our colleagues have to say, both from a military and diplomatic perspective. So I do believe that we will get to a meeting of the minds about what authority and assets are necessary, and the president will have our support.
Let me ask you two questions about New York. Do you believe that New York is permanently changed by this event, and do you believe, among other things, that business may tend to drift out of New York because of what has happened here?
I don't believe business will drift, Peter. In fact, if anything, I believe that there will be many people who currently have businesses that have been shut down because of the attacks, and even others who will want to show their support. You know, New York was targeted because we represent so much of what America is and can be around the world in the lives of countless millions and billions of people. I know that the mayor, based on our briefing yesterday, is working very hard with a task force of business leaders to identify and provide the commercial space, the business spaces that are necessary so that no business has to leave New York. And so I'm very convinced that we will do everything we can at all levels of government in partnership with the private sector to open for business and make it as attractive as possible. Do I believe New York has been changed? We have been affected deeply. We can't turn on your show, and I thank you for the wonderful coverage you've provided without being affected by the stories we're told, the footage that we see. But I don't think that anything can undermine the spirit of New York, and I believe that with the kind of support we're getting from our colleagues and from the president, we're going to have the financial resources necessary to rebuild and reconstruct and even be better because of it.
On the subject of rebuilding, a final question. Do you support rebuilding the Twin Trade Towers, as some people have suggested, as a symbol that New York City cannot be intimidated?
Well, I certainly think we ought to consider that. You know, after the bombing, there were those who thought that we should turn our backs on the towers. I believe we should proudly look at the symbols of what represents New York. If it's feasible and appropriate to rebuild something like the towers, I would certainly be in favor of that. But we're a long way from making those decisions. Right now, we have to continue to do everything in our power to try to rescue anyone who might still be alive, and then we have to turn to the hard work of identifying those who are missing. We have to provide the mental health services, the grief counseling. We've got literally thousands and thousands of people out of work. You know, I just got a call from people representing janitors who don't have any work to go to. They've got people missing, but they also have people who are now without an income. We know that there is going to be so much that has to be tended to in the immediate days following this, that I think we have to put people's needs, the humanitarian concerns first. But, you know, we'll get around to making sure that what New York is and what New York symbolizes will never, ever be missing from the landscape of America and the world.
Senator Clinton, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Peter.
Senator Hillary Clinton of New York. Charlie, you wanted to make a comment about that?
Well, you started, Peter, with an interesting question, which is being asked a lot. There was a massive intelligence failure here, and not many people in Congress are making a point of it. And we were having a conversation off the record with a senator this morning and said to him, nobody's raising this issue, particularly in Congress. Why isn't there a demand for why did this intelligence failure occur? And he said, it's not the time. Those questions are going to be asked. It's not the time. And then he said, not till we stop digging.
Good point. Thank you very much. Charlie Gibson, Now let's go to the Pentagon because ABC's John McCarthy has news. John?
Peter, it appears in order to continue to do the kinds of things that the Bush administration is ordering in terms of watching the skies of America, that there is going to be a very, very large call-up of the military reserves. First of all, what the Bush administration wants to do, officials are telling us that they are looking at opening up 26 airfields, or using 26 airfields that are already in existence, and putting jet fighters on strip alert at those 26 airfields. What is strip alert? That means that the aircraft, 15 minutes after it has been notified, has to be taking off. That means that the pilots will be sitting in ready rooms, unlike anything the U.S. has seen since the end of the Cold War for the nuclear bombers. What kind of reserves are going to be needed? There is a variety of manpower that is going to be needed to run the very massive air control and combat air patrol campaign that the administration is now setting up. They need a whole new wave of air traffic controllers. This is going to be very labor-intensive of jet pilots, of engineers. They're going to call up doctors. I think before we are finished, Peter, one person estimated there could be between 30 and 50,000 reserves called up just to maintain and support, primarily to maintain and support this new combat air patrol system that the administration apparently plans to run for quite some long time.
John, you raise a larger question, I think, in one respect. We've had any number of reports from you during World News Tonight about what the military services lack, and one of the most recent ones you have done was the current inefficient status of the Air Force in many respects. Are we looking at a situation in the United States where this crisis may cause reform in the military to fight a different kind of war that so many people have argued for and some of the military establishment has resisted?
It could cause a number of things. First of all, the stories I think you're referring to were not so much about inefficiency in the Air Force, but the fact that the Air Force didn't have enough spare parts, the fact that the Air Force is flying F-15s and F-16s that are now getting to be very old and are harder and harder to maintain. What's inefficient is trying to keep an old airplane flying on the same budget you were keeping it flying on 10 years ago. Right. Anyway, who knows what's going to happen here, Peter? There is a huge influx of money that the president is asking for to bolster all different parts of the system. There are going to need to be more airplanes, more people, more of everything with the way the administration is now addressing this problem. Don Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, has been talking about changing priorities and moving to next generation of weapon systems. A number of high-ranking people in uniform were saying the other day, after what happened on Tuesday, missile defense is probably going to be a casualty of all of this because it is so expensive and so many other things are going to immediately be necessary.
And in part, John, in this respect, and John, in this respect, in part, we talked yesterday about whether the priorities might change because there's been a lot of talk about missile defense, and the attack on the United States on Tuesday was utterly conventional.
Utterly conventional. And so would a biological weapons attack be utterly conventional, a chemical weapons attack. These are some of the other nightmare scenarios that almost every person that deals with the issue of terrorism and counterterrorism believes are a very real possibility for the United States. You know, Peter, flying airplanes into buildings is something that they have war-gamed a number of times, and it's just one of these things that they don't want to address it because of all of the restraints on civil liberties and the way that we have been doing business in a free country that would have been impinged. As you and I have talked about many times, airplanes fly right over the top of the Pentagon. Well, that's not going to happen anymore.
Okay, John, there's a lot to talk about. Please don't go away because I want to come back. Among other things we learned today, John's talking about the people being put on alert and the necessity they believe in the Pentagon establishment to call up the reserves. But we also learned from Lisa Stark early today, over the 15 or 20 metropolitan areas of New York, there are already combat fighter planes flying missions in the sky to protect those American cities. So much has been changed in the last couple of days, which all means money and changing priorities, and perhaps ultimately changing profiles for the American military establishment. Let's go to ground zero again here in New York City. ABC's Diane Sawyer has spent much of the day on the road, on the street, and here is a report that she put together.
It was a triumph of dogged forward motion, digging against the odds, hope without encouragement. Suddenly, a rescue. 2 people pulled from a kind of cave inside a labyrinth of twisted metal, mud, and smoldering ash.
I had reached down and I felt a guy's hand, and I ran away. I got scared. And then that's all I know is they said they found somebody. And he touched me first. That's it.
We were removing the debris. We had a large steel wall behind the beam. When they removed that, 2 firefighters just came crawling out. It was unbelievable. You can't believe it. The whole place went crazy. Everybody screaming, chanting, just happy you could do something good. I think they'll be okay. They walked out, and that's amazing. Some good will get out of this.
It's a much better day than it was yesterday, because yesterday all I seen was body bags.
They were all firefighters, not the first wave that went in, but the second or third wave, who went in searching for those who were missing. It's uncertain how long they were there and how they got through. No time for history when you have a moment of joy in a sea of sadness.
All those signatures on my bandana are for guys that I fought with within the last 3 days. And 2 of them are dead. Still there? You look... I love you, Ma.
Hey, we need buckets and a couple guys. Buckets.
With all the sophistication that built the mighty towers, it's an old-fashioned bucket brigade that will pick up the pieces. The workers are unbearably hot, sweating. Some reportedly taking IVs just to rehydrate so they can return to the parched canyon.
Building's going to collapse. Nothing information.
And it's always dangerous. They are tired of reporters, tired of death, and just unutterably tired. Time to remember that sometimes one victory is reason to go on.
2 walked away. That means there's going to be more survivors. There's finally a good feeling coming out of this.
They were all firemen, sir?
I lost my dad to this, you know. So it kind of feels like I gave a little something back today. And that's it. I love everybody.
All right, Glenn, thank you.
I love you, Ma.
Thank you.
We've seen that scene several times today, very moving. One of the many firefighters working at Ground Zero tonight, and there are a lot of them, and as you know, and I apologize if Diane Sawyer already mentioned this, but we now know, of course, that 300 members of the New York Fire Department have suffered the most grievous loss. And in the station houses around this city tonight, they're not only those names going up on the wall because they'll forever be remembered, but there is a tremendous response on the street to people here, by people here, to the fire departments. Fire departments, people walk by every day, people going in today, taking flowers, taking lunch, talking to people. And so there is no doubt that all of the rescue workers here have at the very least been deeply appreciated of the public, and often in a very personal way. John Miller, reset the scene for us in terms of the investigation. The first thing we know, and it does come, I think, as a surprise to people, that all 18 men who were involved in the hijacking and the attack on the United States have been identified, and I gather at this point many of their pictures have been produced by authorities.
The Justice Department certainly tells us they have all those pictures. They had intended to release them to us this evening, and now there is some second guessing on that, so we're not sure that that's going to happen.
That's also bringing us up to date.
But they've identified 18 hijackers. They believe they know which ones were on which planes, in some cases in which seats, how many on which flights, 4 on this one, 4 on that, 5 and 5. But then tonight there were late developments once again. After being briefly reopened to air traffic, the New York area airports were closed. This because of growing concerns that possibly this wasn't over. Those concerns stemmed from 2 men who were taken into custody at Kennedy Airport, detained, still being questioned, identified by sources as Saudis, who presented plane tickets issued for Tuesday, the day that all of this havoc began, trying to use those tickets tonight on a cross-country journey. They were questioned by investigators and presented themselves as airplane pilots. They presented certificates saying such. So they're being checked out to determine if, in fact, their names are on these watch lists that authorities have collected and expanded on.
Is there some possibility there that they may be genuine Saudi pilots trying to go on meet flights in other parts of the countries to fly elsewhere?
That wasn't the impression authorities had,
okay.
But I think we've learned in this story that many things that we're told that are certain to be fact later shift as things develop. So I'm going to stop short at saying they're still under scrutiny and in the hands of law enforcement and not yet released.
Many thanks.
Earlier today at LaGuardia, 3 men stopped and detained. They were in a cafeteria, picked up by police, walked out in handcuffs because they had luggage that said they were part of an airline crew. Authorities say they, in fact, are not. So they're trying to figure out who are these guys, where are they going, are they up to something?
In terms of leads, I think I asked Brian Ross this earlier and asked you the same question. The FBI says they have had thousands of leads, thousands of tips that they've had to follow. They picked up on their website, they picked up on their hotline. Do you get any sense that the investigators generally are being obliged to spin their wheels on false leads, and to what degree might it be slowing down the investigation?
Well, it certainly does slow down the investigation, yet they've overcompensated, and they've done so on purpose. The reason there are 4,000 FBI agents on this, backed up by 3,000 support personnel, is they're anticipating running down so many blind leads, so many dead ends, so many useless tips that go nowhere. But they've geared up for that because they know they have to go through all of them to find the one nugget that's going to put them onto something.
Thinking back to Oklahoma City only in terms of magnitude, is this the largest number of agents have ever been put on an investigation?
This is the largest number of agents that have ever been assigned to a single case. This is certainly the largest crime in U.S. history, and the largest investigation ever approached by the FBI, to the extent that they've brought in other agencies and other agents to run leads, from ATF, from U.S. Customs.
And has it strained the resources of the FBI, do you believe?
So far, while there's some discomfort here in New York, they're operating out of a garage at a location we've been asked not to disclose. They're not in their regular place because they feel under threat there. They've been able to accomplish most of what they've set out to. I've called into the command post a number of times today, and what I have not heard is we're frustrated because we're not getting this or we're not getting that. They've had anything they've asked for.
Well, okay. Thanks very much, John. Don't go far. With 4,000 agents in the FBI assigned to that's 50% of all the agents in the country, so that gives you another sense of the magnitude of this investigation from the FBI's point of view. It is a national investigation, and of course it is a global investigation. And here's ABC's Brian Ross. Brian.
Peter, there are some credible leads that have given investigators hope they are finally cracking what they consider to be a worldwide network. And as they pursue the leads, they say they are getting closer and closer to what they believe is the terror network of Osama bin Laden. In Germany, police in Hamburg raided 10 different locations and made 2 arrests today looking for accomplices. Another man was taken into custody for questioning in Fort Smith, Arkansas. And new evidence emerged that prior to Tuesday's attack, some of the hijackers had holed up in this house in the Washington suburb of Vienna, Virginia. The hijackers of the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania had launched their mission from the Marriott Hotel at the Newark airport. And the terrorists that hijacked the 2 Boston flights seem to have begun their long trek from small towns in Florida.
The total number of hijackers, to our best estimate and our best knowledge, given the information at this time, on the 4 planes that crashed was at least 18.
And it's becoming clear that of the 18 terrorists, this man, Mohammed Atta, played a pivotal role in the attacks. Prior to coming to the United States, Atta and his cousin, Marwan al-Shihi, lived in Hamburg in Germany, a country federal authorities say has been used often as a base by a number of bin Laden operatives. A neighbor said the 2 men had lived here on and off for the last 2 years and had frequent Arab guests. 15 months ago, the 2 men showed up at a small airfield in Venice, Florida, to earn their private pilot's licenses. Then at the end of last year, in December, Atta and al-Shihi went for jet training at a cost of some $39,000, taking flight simulator lessons for large commercial jets at a private flight school in Opelika, Florida, where Henry George conducted the training.
They called and inquire about the type of training we did and made a reservation or scheduled training. They gave me their credit card number and we scheduled the training.
Atta was on board the first plane to hit the World Trade Center, American Airlines Flight 11. His cousin, Al-Sheehy, was on board the second plane, United 175, which hit the other tower 18 minutes later.
Their capacity to operate the aircraft was substantial. It's very clear that these orchestrated, coordinated assaults on our country were well conducted and conducted in a technically proficient way. It is not easy to land these kinds of aircraft at very specific locations with accuracy, or to direct them with the kind of accuracy which was deadly in this case.
We're now joined in our Washington bureau by Eric Holder, the former Deputy Attorney General of the United States in the Clinton administration, at one point the acting Attorney General. It was on his watch that the U.S. had to deal, as did he, with the USS Cole attack and the embassy bombings in Africa. Mr. Holder, thanks very much for your time. I want to just ask you first whether there is anything you see that suggests that in any way this attack on the United States could have been prevented.
Oh, it's hard to say that. You know, we get intelligence things that you look at all the time, and certainly we saw things in the past about the possible hijacking of planes. I never saw anything to suggest that planes would be used in the way that they were here. One of the things that I think you mentioned earlier, this is obviously going to spawn, I think, investigations, and it should, to find out why we didn't know more about what actually happened. And I suspect in the course of those investigations we'll get the answer to the question you just posed.
But John McCarthy at the Pentagon said a while ago that the military had, among other things, gamed a situation like this. Do you believe the Clinton administration, of which you were part, could have done more for Homeland Security, as it's called?
Well, I think we did a good job. We tried to anticipate those things that were most likely to happen, tried to plan for those things, even those things that were not likely to occur. We took appropriate steps after bin Laden struck. We were successful in preventing the attacks related to the millennium change. You know, we did the best that we could, and I'm not at all certain that there were any specific things we might have been able to do that would have prevented this. I mean, obviously you have to look at the question of intelligence. Is there a way in which you could have found out about the planning for this? I suspect this is something that lasted over the course of many, many months, and it is there that I would focus my attention.
You're pretty experienced at government officials under pressure. As you look at the public officials today, the President and the Attorney General and the other members of the national bureaucracy, do you see any strain?
No, I think they're actually handling themselves pretty well. I think obviously you saw some emotion come out of the president today, and I think that's very understandable. I'm sure that there are a lot of meetings in the Situation Room. People at the Justice Department are having to render legal opinions about the kinds of steps that are being considered by the president, by people in the military. I'm sure there are a lot of late nights that people are putting in, but I think overall Attorney General Ashcroft, President Bush have been handling themselves quite well.
Much of the evidence now being obtained in this investigation is being obtained under something called the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which is pretty much equivalent, I think some people believe, to martial law. As a result, do you believe that civil liberties have effectively been suspended in the country?
No, I don't think so. The FISA Act, about which you speak, is something that is pretty routinely used. It involves the monitoring of conversations using means that I can't really get into to protect our country. These are things that are done on a day-to-day basis, totally consistent with the law. In order to use the FISA Act, you have to go to a special court here in Washington, D.C., and a federal judge has to sign off on something that is prepared after careful review within the Department of Justice. So the use of FISA and FISA warrants is not something that is inconsistent with what we have done over a great many years.
Okay, FISA, of course, being the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Just one final question. You were there for the Cole. You were there for the bombings in Tanzania and in Kenya. You were there for, forgive me for saying so, the fruitless attacks in pursuit of Osama bin Laden. How complicated is this going to be, and how much do you think Americans will have to go through before there is anything approaching resolution, or do we have the vaguest idea?
I'm not at all certain that we can say how long this is going to take. I remember President Kennedy, I believe it was, talked about a long twilight struggle. I think that's what we have to be prepared for in America. This is not something that is going to be done quickly. It is not something that is going to be done in a very surgical way. It's going to take a number of efforts, a number of battles are going to be fought. There are probably going to be some losses. There's going to be life lost on our side, I suspect, as we try to bring people to justice, and beyond that, try to incapacitate the people who perpetrated these crimes. I think we make a mistake if we think this is simply a criminal justice problem. This is much, much bigger than that. What we faced in the Clinton administration, I think, was adequately handled by the criminal justice system. This is well beyond anything that the criminal justice system can handle.
Just one final question, or one more question. As you listen to some of the politicians talking today, and I grant you some people in the media as well, do you think there's a danger that the expectations of the American people will be raised about a more immediate or a short-term solution, and that in itself is dangerous?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think that people have to understand, we have to respect our enemy here. They are people who are obviously dedicated, fanatical, I would say. They are extremely capable. They are evil in a way that we rarely see in the history of this world. And I think we have to be prepared to engage them over the course of many months, many years, in a whole different variety of forums. And I don't think that we can expect 2 months from now, 6 months from now, this thing to be over, no matter what the military actions that are taken in the short term. It's going to take much beyond that to finally roll these people up and incapacitate them.
So the United States is in for a long haul.
I really believe that's true. I'd like to be able to tell you something other than that, but I don't believe that's the case, and I think the American people need to steel themselves for it. I think the American people are capable of doing this, and I think it's incumbent upon our leaders to get the nation ready for what has been described, I think, very accurately as a war.
Eric Holder, thank you very much for your time. Eric Holder in our Washington Bureau night, the former Deputy Attorney General of the United States, and at one point the Acting Attorney General of the United States in the Clinton administration. Telling us what all of the people most familiar with this have told us today. This is going to be a long struggle. Now, as we have watched the results, which have just been like a ripple effect across the country and across the world of what happened at the Twin Trade Towers, we have focused from time to time on companies which had their offices in the trade towers. And there is no company, to the best of our knowledge, which has been more profoundly affected than a company called Cantor Fitzgerald, which does a huge amount of the bond trading in the United States. A huge number of its employees have been lost and are still missing. And earlier today, ABC's Connie Chung sat down and talked to the CEO of that company. And we wanted very much for her to come back live this evening and review her reporting on that company today. Connie?
Thank you, Peter. Peter, to some on Wall Street, Cantor Fitzgerald sort of symbolizes the devastation of the terrorist attack when American Airlines Flight number 11 crashed into the North Tower. It cut off any hope of escape for almost all of the Cantor employees.
The global leader in real
In the high-flying world of high finance, the company of Cantor Fitzgerald occupies an elite position. Last year, the firm handled $50 trillion of business as an exchange market for banks and companies doing trades in the global bond market. And for its headquarters, Cantor chose an elite location, proudly showcased in its corporate video, the North Tower of the World Trade Center. About 1,000 of Cantor's employees worked on the 101st, 103rd, 104th, and 105th floors of the tower. Doug Gardner was the chief financial officer of Cantor. His wife, Jennifer.
Doug is everyone's shoulders. If you need support, his shoulders. If you need money or a helping hand, there was his hands. If you needed legs for a basketball game, he was there. He just was everybody's rock, everybody's center, the warmest, kindest, biggest smile, big blue eyes, the most delicious man you ever met.
As CFO, Gardner had a window office on the executive wing of the 105th floor. Gardner liked to get in early. He was at his desk at 8:48 a.m. on Tuesday. Jennifer Gardner didn't find out right away that a plane had crashed into the North Tower, hitting between floors 96 and 103. She was with her children, Michael and Julia. Did your husband talk to anyone that morning when the plane hit?
Yes. Doug's father, Joe Gardner, called Doug at 10 of 9 when he heard on the news that there was a explosion. And Doug answered the phone and said, "We're evacuating. We have to get out of here." And Doug's father just said, "Go, go." So, I heard someone called me and told me that someone talked to Doug, and I was like, fine. So I went home kind of casually to watch what happened. And then I saw the building collapse, and I felt his presence just leave me.
Cantor Fitzgerald has set up a corporate center at the Pierre Hotel, providing up-to-date information and grief counseling. 2 employees who were on the concourse level survived, badly burned in critical condition. None of the hundreds of employees on the upper floors is believed to have made it out. Have you told your children?
Julia doesn't really understand anything. She feels the intense emotion around her, but she's still too much of a baby. Michael is 5. He knows. We told him that there was a big accident at Daddy's building, and we can't find him. And then the next day he woke up and he said, "I think Daddy died." I want them to know that Daddy did not leave because he wanted to, but that he was taken. And that it wasn't his fault, and it wasn't their fault, and that Daddy loved them.
Howard Lutnick, the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, was best friends with Doug Gardner. Lutnick had been on top of the world, celebrating his 40th birthday this past July in Europe with Doug and Jennifer Gardner and other friends in the company. Last Tuesday, his world and his company crumbled around him. Of the 1,000 Cantor employees at the Trade Center, only 300 are accounted for at this time, and none was at the building at that time. This immense human loss has truly devastated the chairman and CEO, Howard Lutnick, whose own brother is missing and presumed dead. You have suffered such great professional and personal loss. I mean, what is the fate of your brother?
Well, my brother was on the 103rd floor. He worked for me, and he worked at Cantor, and he called my sister just after the plane hit, and he told her that he said that the smoke was pouring in. He was stuck in a corner office. There was no way out, and the smoke was coming in, and he's not good, and things are not good, and he's not going to make it. And he just wanted to say that he loved her. When he wanted to say goodbye and tell everyone that he loved them, and then the phone went dead. So while I'm the head of the company, I'm trying to help my 700 employees who are missing their loved ones. I'm just another one of them. Just another one of them.
Normally, you would have been in your office on which floor?
105th floor. On
the 105th floor. And yet you didn't go in early that morning because of a critical decision you made.
My little boy, I have a 5-year-old, and it was his first day of kindergarten at Horace Mann, so I took him for his first day at big boy school. And because of that, I was late getting down to the office, and therefore I wasn't in the building. I was on my way to the building instead.
And when you got to the building?
Well, I saw the building on fire, so I didn't go in. But I stood at the door off of Church Street, where there were flags there, and I stood at that door, and people were coming out, and I was yelling at them, to run and get out. And there were police sort of around me yelling at people, telling them to get out, and I would ask them what floor they were coming from, what floor are they coming from. Someone would say 55, and I'd scream, "We have 55," and because I kept wanting to get up the building and get people out of the building. Because all your
employees were on
101 to 105, the top floors of number 1 World Trade Center, which they call now the North Tower.
So how high was the highest number that you got to?
I got to the 91st floor, and I knew if I got one employee, if one person came down from that floor, then I know that there had to be others. There would be others behind them. There would be others going out other doors that would be good. But I got up to 91, and then I heard this sound. It sounded like another plane was going to hit the building, but it didn't sound like it was far away. It sounded like it was like right where the ceiling is above us. It was so unbelievably loud, and someone screamed out, "Another one's coming!" So I just turned around and ran, and I was running.
What was it?
It was number 2 World Trade Center collapsing. So I'm standing underneath a building like an idiot, and I start running, and I'm trying to get ahead of the smoke, and then the smoke comes around the corner on Trinity Church where I ran and knocks me down underneath a truck, and I'm sitting there in this black, the blackest black that can ever be. I reached up, I tried to see if I could see, and I took my hands and I put it up, and I actually touched my eye, and it was so much smoke, and I wasn't smart enough.
You couldn't even see your own hand?
I couldn't see my hand. I could feel the particles in the air. They were like this big. I could feel them going in, and I couldn't think to like pick up my shirt and put it. I was just sitting there thinking, I can't believe it. I can't believe by standing there I died. So I just start walking straight. And I just walk straight. And I just keep walking straight. And I called my wife 4 hours later. And she was hysterical crying. And so I understand why it took lots of people a long time. I'm a pretty together person, and 4 hours I just walked north. I just kept walking.
One of your other offices had a squawk box open, and the other offices were able to hear the screams. Is that true?
I don't know that they heard. It is true that we have a squawk
line?
box. Yeah, we have a speakerphone because all our offices are connected in our equity business. They're all connected to each other because they talk to each other all day, and they heard them saying, we need help, we need help, we need help. It wasn't screams. There was nowhere to go. You couldn't go down, you couldn't go up. There was nowhere to go. But I don't know of a single one of my employees who got down. Zero, and it's really sad. But I think we're all pulling together with a view that we want to make things happen for them. We need to take care of them. We need to figure out how to take care of them and give them more, take care of them. And I think it's going to be a different kind of drive than I've ever had before. It's not about my family. I get to kiss my kids. I get to kiss my kids tonight. But other people don't get to kiss their kids. And I just have to help them. And I think what's amazing, and I think it's amazing, you have 300 people. They lost all their friends. They lost the person to their left. They lost the person to their right. And they call me up and they say, I want to go to work. I say, why do you want to go to work? Let's just go to funerals. And they go, no, I want to go to work. I can't stay home. I can't stay home. I have to work. I have to do something. And so they actually wanted to try to figure out how to be in business. It's unbelievable. It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. But the reason they want to be in business, and there's only one reason to be in business, is because we have to make our company be able to take care of my 700 families. 700 families. And I have 700 families. I can't say it. I can't say it without crying.
You spent hours and hours talking to every family member. You have spent hours at the Pierre Hotel in that ballroom.
Well, I go in, I just tell them, look, I'll answer any question you want, anything about it. But I lost my brother, and I'm in no different position than you are. I'm not any different. I'll just tell you everything I know. But I get to say to everybody so that they believe me, that when I say that we are doing everything we can to find their kid, that they know that I do not look for my brother. I don't go to any hospital or get anybody to go to any hospital and say, find Gary Lutnick for me.
Why not?
Because I go with an employee list. I say, here's my list. Here's everybody I got. Find somebody on this list. I don't care who they are. Because if you find someone on this list, then I get to call them. And I get to give somebody else some hope, some dream. Maybe they get to kiss their kids. I'd love to find my brother, but I'd love to find their brother or their wife or their husband or anything.
It's been said that the loss of your company will have worldwide impact.
Cantor Fitzgerald is the primary, it's like the exchange for the world's bond markets. I mean, it is the exchange for the world bond markets. Last year we did $50 trillion in business. Today, the remaining employees of Cantor Fitzgerald and eSpeed have worked every second since that bomb. And they made the decision. And I told them there's no reason for us to open. I don't care when we open, if we open, it doesn't matter to me. And they collectively, 250 of them, collectively voted that they were going to open the markets. And this morning, at 7 a.m., those people opened for business, not to make money, but they did it because they thought if the Fed and the Treasury wanted it to be open, it was important enough for them to show strength for America, open for these markets, then they were going to do their damnedest to get it open, and they did. And I voted against it. I said, why? I don't want you to work. I want you to go home and kiss your kids and hug your families. But it's them. They wanted to do it, maybe for themselves, maybe for their friends who they lost. But so right this second, our electronic systems are running around the world, and it's, I don't know, maybe it's a miracle, maybe it's because these people are just, they're unbelievable. They're the best.
Maybe they're the best because they had an incredible boss.
I think it goes the other way around. I think you can only be a good boss if you have the right people. And I'm glad they chose to be with me, but I'm the saddest person in the world that they chose to be with me. Because they would have chosen to be with me. So many people, so many names, so many people I loved.
Many of the Cantor families that we spoke with said that he's truly a remarkable man, and I think, Peter, he just clearly doesn't fit the image of a typical CEO on Wall Street.
No kidding. Thanks, Connie, very much. Connie Chung. Howard Lutnick, a personality from Cantor Fitzgerald, the CEO, a man with 700 families, and a much expanded family, I would think, now that we have seen him and shared his tragedy with him. Howard Lutnick, a personality this country will not forget. Period. Now, as we take a deep breath, there are major developments in the investigation. The attempt to get at the United States continues. John Miller.
Peter, we've spoken to people who are updating us on the people who have been taken into custody today. ABC News learned that they are up to 10 people in custody, 9 men, 1 woman. 2 groups, one taken into custody at Kennedy Airport. That was about 4 to 4:15 this afternoon. 4 men with open tickets to various destinations. Sources tell us they were carrying false identification, knives, pilot certificates, and documentation from the Flight Safety International School in Vero Beach, Florida, where we know and have already reported 3 of the suspects from Tuesday's horror attended and learned to fly before the hijackings. The other incident this afternoon, or this evening, at LaGuardia Airport at around 7:30 p.m., 5 men also traveling with open tickets to various destinations, false identification, and knives. So authorities are pretty raised up about this, on the theory that this was possibly a second attempt at a round of hijackings to different destinations by people who were carrying documentation showing that they were qualified or prepared to fly commercial jetliners.
Let's just simply do it again, John, so we get it completely stuck in our mind. 10 individuals at Kennedy Airport, 9 men, 1 woman.
10 individuals total, 9 men, 1 woman. At Kennedy Airport, it was 4 men and 1 woman. At LaGuardia this evening, around 7:30, that was the last incident, 5 men.
And do we know where they are now?
They are in police and federal custody. Commonly, they're taken to the police building at LaGuardia, and at Kennedy Airport, the FBI has its own field office. I don't know that they're there, but that's where that's the most likely place they would have been taken by procedure.
Do we know where the individuals came from?
We do not. We know that they are foreign nationals, but I don't have the nations.
I heard you mention earlier when we were talking briefly about these arrests that you thought at least, or somebody thought at least, one of them or more of them was from Saudi Arabia.
When we first talked about the 2 that were picked up at Kennedy, the first 2 this afternoon, both of those men were identified to us as Saudis.
Okay, but you told us everything you know so far.
Yeah.
And having told us, the word is going to go out across the network to all of our correspondents as well as to all of you to pursue this story in as vigorous a way as possible. At Kennedy and at LaGuardia, people picked up, on the basis of the evidence we have, well, you've heard it. I don't need to repeat it nor to speculate upon it. Let's move on to Washington, to Claire Shipman outside the White House tonight. Claire, talk to us about Vice President Cheney and President Bush. On this, the 3rd day, they have been separated.
Well, they have, Peter, and it's interesting because on Tuesday, we discussed the fact that as President Bush was making his way back to the White House, they already had plans in place to at least temporarily ask the vice president to move to Camp David. And as it turns out, he has been spending the nights there, and they've now asked him to move back there again. It's a sign of how worried the Secret Service is about possible threats, because they don't do that idly. In fact, we were told on Tuesday, look, we think it might just be for the night, and then he'd be able to be back working at the White House. In a sense, the entire city has the jitters a little bit, especially since the Secret Service, in addition, increased the perimeter of security around the White House once again. But we're told that the vice president is either working from Camp David or perhaps even a secure military site close to Camp David. And what's also interesting about what's happening with the vice president right now is we haven't seen him at all. He played a major role on Tuesday, as we know from a lot of reporting that's emerged, immediately being taken to an underground secure site in the White House and communicating constantly with the president. And we're told from people behind the scenes who know what's going on, who sit in on meetings, that the vice president is obviously playing the very role, really, that the president intended him to play when he picked him as vice president. He's got a lot of expertise in foreign policy, and there's no doubt he's heavily involved. But this physical separation has made quite a few people who simply work in the White House well aware that it is not business as usual. At the same time, of course, the president's been trying to portray business as usual on his schedule. As you know, he made the visit to the hospital today. He intends to head up to New York tomorrow. So it's a very delicate balance, Peter.
Okay, can I just ask you to put the information we've just had from John Miller into your system as well and see what we get back from the White House? The White House has not actually been very forthcoming on why the two of them are separated, other than to say that it makes sense, correct?
No, they have not at all. In fact, there's been a little bit of a back and forth over whether the vice president was actually asked to go to Camp David by the Secret Service or chose to go. My sense is, from talking to security sources, is that this is of a piece with the increased perimeter around the White House. This is something that the security team felt was prudent at this point, but they will not tell us why.
And confirm for me, but I think we both already know one can communicate with Camp David just like you can communicate from the White House or Air Force One, but it just simply means that they're not able to be in the same room and consult on the basis on which they normally, or at least often, do.
Absolutely. Completely secure communications there, a setup that the president recently got. In fact, he told us at his ranch in Texas. But again, there is a chance, we're told, that the vice president may be working from someplace just close to Camp David, an even more secure military facility.
Okay, thanks very much, Claire Shipman. We'll come back to you in the course of the evening. Let's now go to Cynthia McFadden, who has held her post at St. Vincent's Hospital here in New York for many, many, many hours, to give us some sense of the relief operation as seen from the relief workers themselves and also from the medical teams there, Cynthia.
Well, Peter, to add to the bad news of the evening, in the last 2.5, 3 hours, there have been 27 rescue workers brought in here for treatment. One of them in extremely bad condition. One of them fell 6 stories in rubble downtown. They say he has a serious back injury. They won't have the full extent of the injuries evaluated for another hour or so. We'll come back to you with reports on his condition when we have more. The debris at the center of the disaster is reported to be 10 stories high by rescue workers who have just come out and briefed us, and is very unstable. In fact, it is so unstable, it is so dark, and it is so potentially dangerous now that they have moved back the front line of rescue workers, we are told by those who have just come out. They intend, however, and this is a quote, to dig frantically during the night. They are so concerned about potential survivors under the rubble. Peter, I have with me an emergency room doctor here at St. Vincent's who is prepared to talk to us a bit about those people who may still be alive, buried under the rubble. It has been 45 hours, Dr. Curry, since any victim of the collapse has been brought here. Talk to us about people who may, in fact, be alive in air pockets.
The things you worry a lot about now are dehydration, issues where people have trouble with moving because of crush injuries, broken bones, potential loss of limb because of ischemia, no blood supply to the area, and also a tremendous feeling of panic. But with muscle breakdown, there's a chance of kidney failure, which is made worse by dehydration.
What you're saying is, as time goes on, conditions are only deteriorating.
Absolutely. The more time out, the more things you have to worry about, and you're already behind the 8 ball because you've got dehydration.
Now, there have been reports of rain. We've been talking about this on and off all day. It complicates things from a medical point of view. Just wait 1 second while this... There we go.
Well, the rain's going to make it a little more difficult to get people out of the site, but it's also going to be a factor in affecting their temperature, dropping their temperature, where a lot of things like hypothermia comes into play, where other organ systems start to not work well. People don't maintain their alert status when their temperature falls. So a lot of things become more difficult.
You're still on ready alert here at the emergency room.
Yes.
And Peter, what you're hearing in the back...
Go ahead, Susan.
This is what's been going on all day. These are, of course, it's 7th Avenue behind us here through Greenwich Village. This is the main supply path through New York City. There, of course, there's the West Side Highway closed down too. But this is the way the construction workers are getting downtown and the rescue workers. And throughout the day, there have been these trucks going down. I should note that several of the rescue workers who have been most recently brought here to St. Vincent's are construction workers, iron workers, and other construction workers who have been going up as high as possible on cranes and trying to battle.
Cynthia, before you go on with that,
you are very concerned.
Just before you go on with
Yes,
that,
Peter.
are you on the route via which much of the rubble is being removed from the Trade Center, or is that simply vehicular traffic going in?
It's just going in, Peter. We haven't seen the rubble coming out. In fact, we've been talking about where's it going. But no, we're on they go downtown, empty. The ambulances are dispatched from up above us. The ambulances, in fact, at one point a couple of hours ago, there was a whole flotilla of ambulances going downtown. They later ended up back here filled with patients. But no, this is the supply route.
Okay, as you continue
and in fact,
as you continue with Dr. Curry, would you also ask her, what are the hopeful signs? Because we do know that people survive for lengthy periods of time.
Dr. Curry, Peter Jennings points out there must be some hopeful signs. We do know that people survive for long periods of time. Can you point to those?
Yes, there have been situations earlier today that we learned about. A woman who was inside the building who had used the cell phone was recovered, was pregnant, doing very well from what we've heard. So it was really great news that mom and baby are doing well. But you have to really kind of look. There are pockets of places where people can still survive. I don't know a lot of the details, not getting direct information from the scene, but there's always hope. And until the people at the scene really tell us otherwise.
How long, if the injuries are not too severe, and if rescue workers can get to someone in a pocket of air, you can survive for quite a long period of time?
Yes, you can, because if we had remembered far back in time when they had the other building, burn and bomb, people have survived a week, sometimes a little longer, depending on what their basic health status was like.
Dr. Curry, I'm unfamiliar, and Peter stopped me if I just missed this in our coverage today, but I don't know about the pregnant woman you're talking about.
This is what we have heard through other sources. I can't confirm that, but we had heard that there was a woman who was in the rubble who was pregnant and was talking on the cell phone, was actually reached and rescued. But we have not been able to get that from another doctor at Bellevue, somebody we got through administration.
Well, Dr. Curry, thank you very much. I know you're on duty, and I'll let you go back to your post. So, Peter, that is the news from downtown tonight.
I have one more question for you,
Cynthia.
Grim.
Sure.
I have one more question for you, because you alerted us today to the fact that many of the relief workers felt they were in very short supply of very crucial things which they needed. How did that get resolved?
Well, Peter, at your suggestion, we did call FEMA, which is the Federal Emergency Management Agency. They said the following. Let me just get to my page of notes about this, Peter, because it's a little bit complicated, but bear with me. There are federal aid workers downtown, rescue workers. There are 8 teams of FEMA rescuers downtown. Now, on each team, there are approximately 62 to 72 individuals, which puts the federal workers at about 500. The federal workers are well supplied, FEMA tells us. They have plenty of everything. It is the state workers, New York State and New Jersey rescue workers, who are without many of the items we talked about, without boots, without gloves, without ponchos, and the other items we talked about. We asked FEMA whether or not they would help resupply the state workers. They said our phone call was the first. They had been alerted to the fact they needed supplies, that yes, they would try to step into the breach and help. But this is a big bureaucracy. And they were not opposed to having individual citizens participate in the ways in which the state had asked us to alert the public. So may I again say, they are looking for aid. They are looking for ponchos, particularly for tonight's rain. They are looking for boots. They are looking for gloves. They would like them delivered to the Chelsea Piers on 11th Avenue and 23rd Street, or to 7th Avenue and 14th Street, and they will be brought downtown. They're in very short supply. We have reports tonight again of men coming out from the rescue effort covered in white dust with blood, red blood hands from digging without gloves.
Cynthia, thanks very much. Well, keep us honest on that one, because we all know how much people in the country want to help. We are now joined from Washington by Congressman Richard Gephardt, who is the Democratic House Minority Leader in the House of Representatives. Thank you for joining us, Congressman. I want to ask you a personal question first, if I may. It's been impossible for Americans not to shed tears in public these days. We actually saw it in the President in the Oval Office a little bit today, and I know more than one anchor person around this country has had some difficulty keeping things together. Have you yourself felt like crying in public and or in private throughout this whole incident?
Well, I've done both. When you watch these stories of heroism, when you hear mothers talk about talking to their son for the last time on a cell phone as they were on one of these airplanes, I cried the other morning. On the floor of the House the other day, I quoted an old hymn that I like about being raised up on eagle's wings, and I broke down. This is a very, very emotional, difficult time for all of us, and I think we're going to be crying for a long time.
Well, let's be frank about the reality of political life in Washington, too. Before this all happened, you and the Republican Party were caught up in some pretty bitter partisan fighting. You've said some pretty negative things about this president in the past. Give us your assessment of his behavior and his leadership in the last couple of days.
I think it's been strong, and I'm impressed. I think he's trying to do his best to lead the country in a very difficult time. And I think all Americans want to help him, and I think all the members of Congress want to help him and the administration in this common effort. We need to be united. This is like the time after Pearl Harbor in 1941. The whole country is being challenged, and we need to unite shoulder to shoulder and fight this thing and try to win this difficult challenge that we now face.
You, in fact, said earlier today that there was no air or light between the political parties on these issues. Does this mean, sir, that you are now prepared to give the president anything he says he needs in terms of money and war-making authority?
Well, we're going to pass a resolution later tonight that will give the president about $40 billion to begin to take care of the huge, enormous costs that we face in New York, in Virginia, and across the country, and in the Defense Department. And tomorrow or Saturday, we'll take up an authorization of force resolution that the president has asked for. We've worked on the language so that we can get almost unanimous support, which is what I hope for in the Congress. That's the way we ought to collaborate and work together to face this challenge together, as each generation of Americans has always done when we're faced with these kinds of challenges.
But you, sir, know this is an ongoing political process. Can I just ask the question again in specific ways? Are you prepared, based on what you said earlier today, to give the president whatever he wants in terms of money or the authority to make war?
We're giving the president what he wants, and we'll give him that both in terms of resources and legal authorization. Obviously, the Congress cannot, does not, and will not give up all of our authority. This is a country that is governed in a democratic fashion. We will consult and collaborate, negotiate with the president. That's what we've been doing. We've been reaching agreements, staying together, and getting this done. We'll continue to do that.
Now, have you heard the details of our reporting just moments ago by John Miller that there are currently 10 individuals in custody? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Had you heard that before we reported it? Had you been briefed on these issues?
We've been talking with the CIA and the FBI every day. We had a briefing this afternoon. We did hear that information. This is an elaborate and ongoing investigation. It's going to go on for quite a while, as I understand it. And this is just part of that ongoing investigation.
Well, it's much more than
terrorism in the world today is a complicated foe and a difficult foe, and we're going to have to stick with it to see this through.
But let me put it this way, sir. Based on what we are hearing from senior officials and what we have reported just a few minutes ago, that there are currently 10 new individuals in custody. 2 incidents, one at Kennedy, one at New York, trying to get on aircraft with knives and with tickets, and in some cases perhaps with false identities. Were you aware of that in your briefings from the intelligence community?
We were aware of the arrests. We were not aware that they were looking for these people or that they had targeted them. But we were aware that the arrests had been made. This is, again, an ongoing process to try to prevent further problems as air service resumes. And the FBI and local law enforcement officials are cooperating to try to prevent anything further from happening.
Well, let me ask you a follow-up question then. There were bomb scares all over the country today. The Capitol had to be evacuated. I'm sure you didn't want to be seen having to come out of the building like that, and nobody in the country wanted to see it. With all of this anxiety in the country, in some respect, are the terrorists not having their way contributing to a measure of paralysis in the country?
Peter, some of that's inevitable, but I don't think they've paralyzed America, and I don't think they're going to paralyze America. I think we're going to win this battle. We've got to improve our reaction to some of this. We're working on that here in the Capitol. I'm sure people all over America are working on that, and we'll continue to improve. Clearly, some of this is going to happen, and we have to take precautions, and we have to try to be safe. But understand that now and in the future, we need to find a new balance in this country between freedom and security. We're in a new world, and we got to meet that new challenge.
And finally, Congressman, what do you think the specific goals of any military response by the United States should be?
Well, I think we've got to see that down the road as we go along. I think the president has got to face those decisions. I think he's got the authority and will have the authority to take action on behalf of the United States in his role as commander-in-chief to try to find the perpetrators of this violence and then to prevent it from happening again. We will support the president, and I told him the other day, we trust you and you must trust us. We must work together, shoulder to shoulder, to face this threat and to win it.
Congressman Gephardt, the House Minority Leader in the House of Representatives, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
In Washington tonight, it was a very difficult moment for the members of the House and the Senate today to be evacuated from the Capitol building. One more time, you'll recall at the very beginning of this crisis, the leadership in the House and the Senate were both removed to places where they would be secure, but as the intention of that last question was, whether the congressman feels that the terrorists who we're reminded tonight by these recent arrests are still maybe trying to have their way with the United States, have had a measure of control, but not perhaps the measure of control on the national psyche that they would have liked to have had. And John Miller's here again, and I just want to review this again, John, to make absolutely sure that everybody understands what it is we're talking about.
10 people are in custody. These 10 people, 9 men and 1 woman, attempted in 2 separate incidents today, one at 4 o'clock at JFK Airport, the other as late as 7:30 tonight at LaGuardia, to board national flights, one a United Airline flight with open full fare tickets. They were armed with knives, carrying false identification, pilot certificates, and certificates from the Flight Safety International Flying School in Vero Beach, Florida, where federal authorities have told us 3 of the suspects from Tuesday's horror took their flying lessons. So this is certainly the main factor to closing New York airspace again this evening, and certainly a great concern among federal authorities that the implication is, because of the weapons, that this was another attempt of 2 separate teams to hijack 2 more aircrafts with people who were apparently qualified to fly commercial airliners on board. If these were terrorist teams who had decided it was too hot and they were going home. It's very unlikely they would have tried to get through security with these weapons. They also appeared to try to be boarding planes at the very first opportunity to do so. So if that was their intent, these are very determined people.
And I just want to confirm that this comes from officials at very high levels.
Officials from different agencies have backstopped and confirmed this on different levels. So this is certainly what the information that they're operating with tonight.
Okay, thanks very much, John Miller. Let's go to Washington now, because so many assumptions have been made about security in the United States, and the United States has been seen in the last several days to be indeed vulnerable. ABC's Chris Wallace joins us live from Washington. Chris?
Peter, when the FAA ended its ground stop on aviation at 11 a.m. today, Americans were cleared to go back in the air, but it's likely to be a long time before they feel comfortable about it. In the very different world we all lived in before Tuesday, people who fly had certain assumptions about safety in the air. Assumptions that have been toppled as surely as those Twin Towers in New York. One assumption: all weapons are banned on board planes. It turns out while it is illegal to carry guns or bombs, hairspray, or even rat poison on a commercial airliner, government regulations have for years allowed passengers to carry knives, with blades up to 4 inches long. And the hijackers Tuesday reportedly used small knives and box cutters to terrorize passengers and crew.
It is something that was decided, I think, in the 1970s, mistakenly, as it turns out.
Billy Vincent was security director at the FAA in the 1980s. He says guns, explosives, even flammable materials have always been regarded as threats, but not knives. Over the last 25 years, no one ever rethought that a person wielding even a small knife can do a lot of damage?
I don't recall ever going through it in any serious discussion when I was head of security.
Truth to tell, as a former FAA security director, wasn't that crazy to allow knives on board planes?
In retrospect, yes, it was and is. And probably has nothing to do with the difficulty of detecting these weapons.
Screening checkpoints are part of this. Experts say a small knife in a bag is easy to conceal, and that the sheer crush of all those bags we carry is impossible for screeners to keep an eye on, which raises a question about this week's new security measures. If you're going to allow people to carry the same number of bags on board planes, will the FAA be able to enforce its new ban on knives?
Very, very doubtful. I don't think they can, because I think it makes an impossible situation for the screener.
But wait, it gets even worse. Steve Elson used to be a special agent for the FAA's Red Team. His job was to test airport security. He's now a critic of the agency.
You'll find the FAA, the results say you are caught 90 to 90% of the time, 90 to 95% of the time, when just the opposite is the case. Most time, when you do it realistically, you'll get through 90% of the time.
Elson said one time he walked through a metal detector with a dangerous-looking knife, but was never stopped.
It's a 3-inch blade. It's serrated. It's a very nasty cutting weapon. And I didn't realize till after we finished that day that I even had the knife on me.
A second assumption: the cockpit door is secure. Most passengers think that door is the last line of defense on an airliner. You'll be surprised at just how vulnerable it is. Is the cockpit door bulletproof?
No.
Is the cockpit door sufficiently secure that you can't force entry?
No. You can force entry, and it is not bulletproof.
But there are indications that on at least some of the planes Tuesday, the hijackers got into the cockpit not by force, but by threatening and even attacking flight attendants and passengers back in the cabin. Bob Francis, vice chairman of the National Transportation Safety Board until last year, says the pilots did what they normally do.
If a hijacker got to the point where he said, I've got a knife, or I'm going to do harm to a flight attendant, then I think that the cockpit crews were trained to open the door and say, where do you want to go?
Francis says pilots were not trained to deal with or even consider hijackers on a suicide mission. Which brings us to another assumption, that airspace over key Washington sites is protected. that any plane approaching the Pentagon or White House would be shot down. 2 days ago, we learned just how false that is.
When you look at the location of National Airport, the practical feasibility of doing that and making a decision that you're going to do that would seem to me to be almost impossible.
What Francis is talking about is that the flight path in and out of Washington's in-town airport runs right past the Pentagon and less than a mile from the White House. Planes violate their airspace routinely. There have long been unconfirmed reports that there are anti-aircraft Stinger missiles on the roof of the White House. But when a disturbed man crashed a small plane on the South Lawn there in 1994, no one fired. Aviation experts say up to now, this country has not had the will or the practical capability to shoot down a commercial airliner on a sneak attack.
You didn't have fighter jets sitting at the end of runways at Andrews or at National or at Dulles ready and armed with the pilots in the cockpit to do that.
Some countries already have that attitude. Israel has never had a successful terrorist attack on its national airline, El Al. Terrorism expert Frank Salufo says the answer is government control.
The main difference, yes, is that they are government-run and the government pays for security, and here they're not.
Travelers on El Al have to be a lot more patient than Americans are used to. Passengers must arrive 2 hours before their flights and undergo a detailed interrogation and a thorough search of their bags. And on some foreign airlines, the pilots in the cockpit are armed.
That is a full war setting. We're not and haven't been in that position.
At least until Tuesday.
At least until Tuesday.
The consensus among experts we talk with today is that the FAA's new security measures are not enough, that the government is going to have to get even tougher to ensure the safety of air travel. Peter?
Thanks very much, Chris Wallace. Very helpful, very informative report. And in just a moment, we're going to talk to the Deputy Director of the U.S. Marshal Service about what may be entailed in terms of onboard security. But first, let's go to Lisa Stark, who's been covering aviation in very general and specific terms for us from Seattle, not yet able to return to Washington, her standard base. Lisa, first of all, I want to know whether or not you in the aviation community have picked up the report of John Miller today that other people have been detained at Kennedy and LaGuardia, and that, among other things, that is the reason those airports are now closed again.
Absolutely. We understand that the reason that all 3 New York airports are closed, we believe Newark Airport is also shut down tonight, even though there was not an incident there that we are aware of. But those airports were shut down after these individuals were arrested. The FAA wanted to take no chances, and they closed those airports after that happened.
In fact, Newark is closed down, to confirm it for you for a change.
Good, thank you.
What's the general state of aviation in the country?
The general state of aviation in the country is that it is moving at a snail's pace. We understand, Peter, from the FAA that there were about 250 commercial flights that took off and landed today in the United States. To give you some perspective, that's about 1% of what you would normally expect on any given day in the U.S. There were about 3,000 flights total, but the others were made up of military flights, medevac flights, law enforcement, those sorts of flights. Only 250 commercial planes actually took off and landed today. We also understand, in addition to the 3 airports being closed in the New York area, we reported earlier that Washington National Airport is closed, and it will remain closed for the time being. You heard in that previous report how close it is to key government buildings. That is why we understand now that the FAA and the Airport Authority has decided that Washington National must remain closed at this time. They indicate that they're going to try to reopen the airport as soon as they can, but no indication when that might be. So that airport stays closed as well.
These 2 incidents today at Kennedy and LaGuardia would certainly seem to justify the very stringent security which both the Attorney General and the Secretary of Transportation talked to us about today. But has there been something of a struggle in the aviation-government relationship today about what this actually means in terms of having air traffic in the United States return to normal?
What the security means, or these incidents?
The security, the general extremely stringent security which the government wants put in place.
I think there have been a lot of disagreements and discussions over the last few days about what security measures need to be in place. And to be honest with you, those discussions continue, and I'm sure they have intensified given what has happened at Kennedy and LaGuardia Airport. We know that the airlines are still pushing for a number of other steps, including a federalization of all of the security. In other words, that the government would take over security at the airport. They would like a ramping up of the Sky Marshal program. So these discussions are still underway. And I think Secretary Norm Mineta indicated today when he talked about air travel that there are still discussions underway and that there may be additional steps and that we have lessons, he said, to learn from Tuesday. So I don't think this is the end of it, and we may see additional security measures yet.
Lisa, thanks very much indeed. Lisa Stark in Seattle, and you've led us directly to our next guest. We're joined in our Washington bureau by Donald Gambbattista, who is the deputy. Do I pronounce your name correctly, sir?
It's Gambbattista.
Gambbattista, my apologies. Donald Gambbattista, who's the Deputy Director of the U.S. Marshal Service. Can you comment first, please, on the efficiency of the need you think there may be for a Sky Marshals program, which means putting armed agents on civilian aircraft, either in uniform or not?
Well, Mr. Jennings, first of all, I'd like to say on behalf of the men and women of the Marshal Service that we extend our condolences to those who lost their lives in this horrific incident. As far as the Sky Marshal program, the Marshal Service was, in the early 70s, the beginnings of the air piracy program. That program went on for several years, and then it was taken over by the Department of Treasury. Since then, we've had no involvement in it. Obviously, there has been talk in the media of reestablishing such a program, but I'm certainly not privy to what the plans of the administration are in that area.
Are you saying there have been no talk in the government or between the government and the aviation industry about it?
I'm not aware of any, sir.
None whatsoever. No discussion of reinstituting the Marshals program.
There has been discussions about the program, but I'm unaware of any administration program that would reestablish one.
I apologize. I think I'm not making myself clear. In terms of new not your problem, mine. I apologize. In terms of reinstituting or reasserting the Sky Marshals program, which means putting armed marshals on board U.S. civilian aircraft, has there been discussion in the last couple of days between government and the aviation industry about the possibility of that?
I'm not aware of if there has been discussion between the government and the aviation industry.
Has there been discussion within the government?
There has been some discussion within the Department of Justice. However, I'm certainly not the one to say whether that will go forward or not.
Okay. Now, your people were at airports in the United States today. What were they doing?
Well, shortly after the attacks on our country, we were directed by the Attorney General to develop a plan to enhance the security at our airports. Together with the Border Patrol and the U.S. Customs Service, we developed a plan to do that and to increase a security presence there at those airports.
And has it been possible to do that from scratch as quickly as the Attorney General says it is required?
Yes, we were able to implement a plan very quickly to increase a security presence, and I think when the flying public arrive at their airports, when they do reopen, that they will see an increased security presence of federal agents who will be identified in some sort of uniform. So obviously the idea here is to restore confidence in the aviation system.
Did your people have any role in arresting the people at Kennedy and or LaGuardia this afternoon?
No, sir, we did not. However, the Marshal Service does take all federal prisoners into custody, and we will do that at some point.
And so in fact, you do confirm that we have been reporting that, in fact, there are people at least being temporarily detained and perhaps more permanently detained.
I'm certainly not, at this point, able to comment on the investigation or where it stands. My understanding is there were people taken into custody.
So there's none of our reporting that you particularly want to knock down?
I haven't been briefed on any of the specifics of those arrests and how many there were.
Okay. Let me ask you the question I'm sure people all over the country are asking, people who want to go somewhere. Given what we are reporting tonight, this latest incident, and the general sense of crisis, more than a sense of crisis in the country, do you think people in the United States should feel safe flying tonight?
Certainly.
And what's the basis for your observation?
I think that the system that was in place was a good system. However, it, like all systems, it certainly had some flaws. But I think now with the increased security that we are providing, that the U.S. government is providing, that everyone should feel safe flying.
We know, sir, and I'm sure you know much better than we do, that the turnover in the security industry at airports all over the United States is huge, that it's a tough and demanding job. It's, goodness knows, not very well paid. Is it the kind of program which you believe can be continuously or systemically and continuously effective?
I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that question. I'm not really up on how the people are trained or who they hire. Only certainly what I've read in the or heard on the news media.
Do you believe, sir, that the security requirements that the Attorney General and the Secretary of Transportation have ordered be put into place throughout the country can be put into place quickly enough that air travel in the United States can return to normal in fairly quick order?
Well, that's certainly going to be a decision between the FAA and the industry, and they will make that decision.
Is there anything you want to say without me actually asking the question?
No, sir. Thank you for having me on, and we in the Marshal Service certainly want to express our concern also, as I said. But one thing I didn't mention was that our primary mission certainly has and always been the protection of the federal judiciary in the United States. Right after the incident, we increased the level of security around the federal courts and the judges, the federal judges, to the highest level, and we will continue to do so.
Many thanks. Donald Gambatiza, the Deputy Director of the U.S. Marshal Service, talking to us from our D.C. Bureau this evening. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to give you a quick visual look at the status of air travel in the country tonight, here is a thanks to in-flight, I apologize, flightView.com. This is flightView.com, which has provided us this service today. It is a representation of the country changing every 15 seconds of the number of aircraft in the air in the United States tonight at any given moment. And the number of aircraft in the country at this particular moment is 1,162. So it does begin to increase gradually. But the news we're reporting tonight and the general intense security that is being applied at U.S. airports and the general concern in the country about, to be perfectly frank about it, how safe air travel is at the moment, reflected in all of the statements and all of the measures that the federal government has taken in the last 36 hours, means it is going to take a considerable amount of time to get back to 40,000 flights a day. And that's a big effect on the country, of course, as we know, in many ways. Barbara Walters is with us. Barbara.
Yes, Peter. You know, this is a very nervous city now, and people have not very much wanted to go out. And part of my job tonight is to bring us one or two of the very rare happy stories. The Broadway theaters have been dark since Tuesday night. No plays at all have been running. But tonight, at the urging of Mayor Giuliani, Broadway did come back to life, and the night started with a tribute to the victims of Tuesday's horrific violence. And here is how it went. The lights on the marquees all along the Great White Way dimmed at 8 o'clock tonight before the theater started in respect. And then, for the first time this week, the curtains came up on the Broadway theaters. We have some scenes to show you. Do we have those scenes from this season's biggest hit, The Producers? It stars Nathan Lane as Max Bialystock, and Matthew Broderick as Leon Bloom, who are the producers. We do have some of the, there they are.
Put your own money in the show.
And this is this show.
Never put your own money in the show.
Okay, as you can see, that is Nathan Lane as Max Bialystock and Matthew Broderick playing Leon Bloom, who are the producers. It is a hilarious show. It is written by Mel Brooks, and it has been packing them in since April. It is the hottest ticket on Broadway. And you can see just a little bit. And tonight, it came back on stage. And as they were dressing to go on stage tonight, Peter, I talked with the two stars backstage at the St. James Theater.
Well, the tape in this particular instance has failed, so would you mind summarizing the conversations for us?
I'd love you to see it. I'll summarize the conversations, but I think if we possibly can, it would be important to see it.
When we can, I promise you, we will can.
Okay. The gist of it is that these two men have to go out and be funny. And the first thing that I talked to them about is what it meant to have the lights dim tonight. What is the significance of that? And they said that what they wanted to do, that what all of Broadway wanted to do, is show that you can't dim us, that you can't dim the culture in this country, that you can't dim the joy in this country. And it was their way of paying tribute to that. Can they go out and be funny? Can they do the kinds of things that you saw today? These were two very serious men. But yes, this is something that they not only can do, but that they feel they have to do. This is what actors do. And then finally, when I said to them, should people be laughing? I mean, in the midst of all this, should this even be happening? Peter, should people be going and laughing? And they said that laughing is an intrinsic part of this country. And that, yes, we must laugh, and yes, we must keep the joy that this country is. And I guess the bottom line, and I hope we'll have it later to show you, Peter, the bottom line is, you know it, the show must go on.
And in some respects, this is a response to Mayor Giuliani himself, who said to people in New York City, get out, go to a restaurant, go to a show. And he's saying now that all 23 shows, I think, which are currently running on Broadway, they are all operating tonight.
They are all supposed to be operating tonight. And when I was down on Broadway just a short while ago, because I was there when the lights were dim, there are people lined up. People who had tickets for the show, people have been waiting months and months and months. And tonight, those who had the tickets did come in to see it. And as we're talking now, Peter, that show is going on, and people are sitting in that theater laughing at these two men.
Now, we know that the television networks and the film industry have certainly reassessed some of the product they were going to bring on to the market in the not-too-distant future, including the ABC television network. We know that some of the pop stars in the country have put their tours on hold. Do you get the sense that this is now going to begin to change?
Well, you know, there's more than this. Two of the movies that were ready to be released, I don't know whether you reported this.
The Schwarzenegger movie being one.
And the John Travolta movie, which I believe is a Disney movie.
Touchstone, indeed it is.
Yeah, well, that's part of our company.
And in one case, correct me if I'm wrong, one case involved hijacking, the other, remember
terrorist.
The other? Right.
Yes, and Arnold Schwarzenegger, for the most part, has made his career, you know, whether he's playing a man who's computerized or you know, an actual human being. Most of the films that he's done are about terrorists. So that a great many of these films and television shows that have to do with terrorism and how we fight back and so forth, those films have all, I would think, have to be shelved or totally rewritten. That's a small part of what's going on in this country. But it is a part of the industry that has to change.
Now, you probably know this already, but let me just add to this in case folks happen to have a ticket to an off-Broadway show. Most of off-Broadway, in fact, is closed down, with the one exception, I gather, of the Fantastics, which is the longest-running off-Broadway show in the history of the country.
I think nothing stops that show. It just goes on and on and on and on. There's a show like that in England, an Agatha Christie show. What is it?
The Mousetrap.
The Mousetrap that's been going on forever. And I will be back a little later, Peter, if we're able to bring you a very rare happy story that involves, of all things, triplets.
Well, I have to tell you, Barbara, there is no offense taken at a happy story in this country tonight by anybody. And as soon as we get that conversation of you and the guys backstage at the producers, I am almost certain that the people in the country will want it as a measure of momentary relaxation and nothing else. So
and
thanks.
I think they'll love the triplets too. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, thanks, Barbara Walters, very much. Thank you for coming again. Barbara's been here on a regular basis. A tremendous help in talking to the people who have survived this and giving us some absolutely superior profiles of people who have suffered here and in other parts of the country as well. Now let's go to George Stephanopoulos, who's downtown with the latest report from the streets. George.
Well, Peter, the work goes on, and just in the last few hours, I don't know if you can see it over my shoulder now, there have been many more visible fires coming out of the rubble. We've been able to see them just a couple of minutes ago before we came on. And to back up what Cynthia McFadden said just a few minutes ago, we do have some indications that they are pushing back the line a bit and only letting in very essential fire, police, and Con Edison workers right now, and restricting some of the other volunteers now because these fires have been going for the last several hours. They're also, Peter, tonight preparing for rain. In fact, they're starting to hand out these rain suits, these three-piece rain suits, to the military police and the National Guardsmen who are working here. And that could really change the situation here today. You know, one of the lucky things, if you can use that word in a situation like this over the last few days, is the weather has been very clear and very sunny, and that has made the relief effort far easier and life in New York far easier over these last few days. But that is likely to change tonight if these thunderstorms come in. You know, I was just listening to you and Barbara talk about Broadway tonight and about New York above 14th Street. I spent the entire day from 10 o'clock on here below 14th Street, which is basically below police lines here in New York. You have to show that you have an official reason to come here. And it's a completely different city, a city of 290,000 people, the size of St. Paul, that's really been divided into three very distinct zones. One is this area around Ground Zero, which is nothing but a 24-hour-a-day rescue effort, search and rescue effort, really a disaster zone. If you go a little to the east of this disaster area, move east towards Wall Street, towards the American Stock Exchange, towards the New York Stock Exchange, it's got quite a different feel. The buildings are all intact, but the entire area has been abandoned. Very little water, very little phone and electricity, and most of the people in that area have chosen to evacuate. But then in this area downtown below 14th Street, but above Houston Street, which is contains the famous neighborhoods of Greenwich Village, right on the edge of Soho, it's a very different feel. The people haven't been evacuated. Some of the stores are open. You can't get here by subway anymore, but a lot of the conveniences of life have been taken away. You can't get newspapers. You can't get a lot of fresh milk or a lot of materials like that. So it's a very, very different and very large city here in the lower tip of Manhattan.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, George. Thanks very much. And did you want to add anything? You want to add anything?
Well, no. The only other thing, Peter, is that this situation could change again tomorrow. As you know, President Bush is scheduled to visit here tomorrow. The security here was far tighter today than it was yesterday. I noticed as I walked around Lower Manhattan today that many more streets were closed than yesterday, and that is likely to go into an even tighter lockdown when President Bush gets here tomorrow. They'll be taking no chances.
Thanks very much, George. And now with the audience, I'd like to go through something very carefully and make this statement at the outset. It is not our intention here to frighten anybody in the country, but there has clearly been something going on in the country this afternoon which we became aware of, which is not widely known at the moment, and yet I want to see if there are some connections being made here that we need to try to understand. You know that we are reporting that there are currently 10 individuals in custody who were picked up at Kennedy Airport and LaGuardia Airport this afternoon. There was an incident at Kennedy Airport at approximately 4:15 this afternoon when 4 men were detained trying to board a United Airlines flight to Los Angeles. They had open tickets to various destinations in the United States. They had multiple fake identifications. They had knives, and they had flight certificates from Flight Safety International in Vero Beach. The individuals had originally been booked on a flight to Los Angeles from New York on Tuesday morning. That flight did not take off because it was canceled right after the attacks on the World Trade Center. And following the detention of the 4 men at Kennedy Airport, a female was also detained who was acting, we are told, by high sources in the government, in the state governments in New York State, was playing a supplementary role. Stay with me for a second. My apologies. And then between 7:30 and 8:15 this evening, 5 men were detained at LaGuardia Airport with the same MO, the same modus operandi as the incident at Kennedy Airport. They had flight licenses, they had fake IDs, and they had knives, etc. Now, the reason I raise this again aside from the obvious reasons that it is news that nobody we are aware of in the government has denied at the moment. Nobody has come to us and said we're not telling a story which is incorrect. But in something of the same time period, and this is what I want to try to pin down, Northwest Airlines has said it was not going to fly. John McWethy has reported to us from the Pentagon that the reserves are going to be called up. The Secret Service has expanded the perimeter at the White House at a certain point today, and it may be out of time frame here. This is exactly what I want to investigate. And Vice President Cheney today has gone from Washington to Camp David in Maryland. Let me bring in various correspondents here. First of all, Claire, first of all, John McWethy at the Pentagon. John, as you listen to these reports tonight, do you see coincidence, and does it indicate to you that before we reported these instances, the government knew something and was making preparations?
It's hard to say, Peter. I hate to take that cop-out. One of the things that I feel the government that has happened here in the last several days is the U.S. government has lost confidence in the intelligence community to be able to accurately predict the kinds of terrorist activity that we have seen. Quite clearly, there was a major failure on the part of the intelligence community, partly because maybe they weren't looking in the right place, but partly because the terrorists have gotten a great deal more elusive and much more skilled in their tradecraft in avoiding detection. This fact has left many people in the military, anyway, who are skilled in looking at the intelligence information, wondering, well, if we didn't know that, what else don't we know? When you add to that the fact that there now appears to be prima facie evidence that there are other cells operating, it's not a surprise to me that the government has taken very active defensive steps, that it has been difficult for commercial airliners to go in any large-scale movement across the country. They want to figure out, through law enforcement and intelligence, if there is even more of this
John,
stuff.
let me ask you a very specific question. When did you learn that the reserves were going to be called up or potentially called up? And is there any relationship, as best you can tell, between these incidents?
I don't believe there is any relationship.
Okay.
It seems quite clear to me that the military is stepping up a very broad national effort that if there are going to be more hijackings, they're looking for a way to deal with it. But this was in the works before these incidents were reported by us, anyway.
Okay. Let me move to the White House, then, because it has not been confirmed by us that the President has actually been briefed on the New York arrests. We simply do not know, but ABC's Terry Moran, our senior White House correspondent, reported a short while ago that the choppers, the helicopters patrolling the White House, now have their searchlights on. Claire Shipman, who is at the White House tonight. Claire, in terms of the movements I referred to today, the expanding of the perimeter by the Secret Service, the moving of Vice President Cheney to Camp David, are you aware of any relationship between the news of this evening and those actions today?
Absolutely, Peter. I've just been on the phone with some sources, security sources, and let me tell you what they've told me. All of this is tied together. They've said in the last 24 hours they've sifted through such an avalanche of raw data and much of what they found was very worrisome, culminating in these arrests, and there may be more to come. But they've found enough that was worrisome that would lead them to believe that Tuesday was not necessarily the only incident or incidents planned, that there were other possible incidents. We were told that the Vice President, it was very clear to him once who I guess has been spending a lot of time sifting through this data himself, that it was very clear to him that he should make that move to Camp David, and that this perimeter is, again, because they might not know the specifics of what else was planned or may have been planned. Certainly they have signs that there was enough to be worried about it, but they want to be safe. So yes, we're told that it is all of a piece, and that as they continue to look through this data, they're not feeling good about what they're finding.
It is neither easy. It's not a particularly easy thing nor should I criticize the intelligence community from this chair by any means. But John McWethy says from the Pentagon tonight that the military community appears to have lost confidence in the intelligence community. I wonder if that sentiment exists at the White House.
Well, I think that's a very good question. I'm sure it's going to be a little bit of time before we know. But, it was interesting because even some of my sources in the security forces tell me, look, as we go through this ourselves and make decisions, it's an emotional roller coaster, even for those of us making the decisions. We go from anger to rationality and back again, and that can sometimes influence some of the decisions that we see that are made on the ground. And they also say that when something like this happens, an event like this, which is something none of us obviously have ever experienced, there are so many files that come together and get dumped together, and pieces of a puzzle or start to be sorted out that might not have been otherwise, that it might be inevitable that some of this shakes out now. I guess a lot of people, as you say, though, are wondering why that couldn't have happened earlier.
Okay, thanks very much, Claire Shipman. Then we go to Lisa Stark. Is Lisa Stark available?
I am, Peter. I'm here.
Lisa, in Seattle. I wasn't aware until a little while ago that Northwest Airlines had decided not to fly. Let me ask you a simple question. Based on what we know, and based on what you have heard from in the aviation and in the government, why are any planes in the sky tonight?
Well, I did speak just moments ago with a spokesperson for the Federal Aviation Administration, and I put that question to them. What the FAA is saying tonight is that with the stringent security measures that are in place, with the ground stops at the New York area airports, which we understand will remain in place until at least 5 a.m. in the morning, with National Airport closed down for the time being, and with the scarcity of flights, and of course there'll be even fewer flights as the night goes on, they feel it is safe to continue operations at this time, although the FAA does say that they are constantly evaluating the situation. But they clearly, at this point at least, are confident that they can safely continue to operate the limited flights that are being run right now.
Okay, thanks very much, Lisa. I very much appreciate it. And as we know, there are 1,100 aircraft in the sky over the United States tonight. And as I said, it is not our intention to cause alarm, but these are clearly alarming reports to the intelligence community and to law enforcement authorities tonight of two very serious incidents at New York airports today, one at Kennedy Airport this afternoon and one at LaGuardia Airport early this evening. All three New York airports are currently closed down. John Miller.
One thing you cannot help wondering, based on this information, about what federal authorities clearly now believe was two new attempts to hijack planes and have change-off pilots, is what were the next targets? There is no more World Trade Center. Was it the Empire State Building, the UN, the federal building where the FBI has left its quarters because they felt it was a security risk? And then the second question you have to wonder was, along with, was there a Washington target? Was it going to be a White House this time, as the White House has already suggested they felt they were on a target list? What would have happened? Both in the airspace in New York and in Washington, D.C., there are now fighter jets on patrol in these no-fly zones. Would there have been an engagement? And would somebody have had to make the difficult call to shoot down an airliner filled with innocent passengers and a crew of terrorists?
One more question for Lisa Stark, if you're still there, Lisa, are you? Okay, I apologize. But Lisa did tell us some time ago that there were fighter jets in the sky over 15 or 20 U.S. metropolitan areas throughout the day today. And that is, of course, John McCarthy. John.
Peter, that was coming from us. There have been and there continues to be military monitoring and air control situations in 15 to 20 major metropolitan areas. What that means is that the North American Air Defense System is monitoring all flights, monitoring the entire airspace, and they have forced down a number of small flights during the course of the day.
Thanks very much, John. Do you know, by the way, John McCarthy, at the Pentagon now, whether or not there is a protocol to shoot down, I hate to raise this, to shoot down anyone who does not obey an order to land?
It's called the Rules of Engagement, Peter, and they are being kept relatively secret at this point. But I can tell you I have been guided to believe on this issue that there are a whole series of steps that would have to be taken before a pilot could fire on any aircraft in American airspace. It's not like you would have a freelancing pilot up there firing at things that didn't look good to him. So it would be, as John Miller was just saying, an extremely difficult issue, and it's one of the issues that the U.S. government, the U.S. military is going to have to deal with as they call up these reserve forces over the next few days, as they widen the military coverage of the entire country. What are you going to do when you have erratic flights? Do you go and intercept them, try and force them down? Do you shoot them down? Very tough set of decisions to be made.
A little bit of news about your own location at the moment. We're seeing fires at the Pentagon tonight. I don't think these are we have no idea whether this is cause for alarm, but you did tell me many hours ago that all the fires at the Pentagon were out, and if you can see your monitor now, they are going again. Do you have the slightest idea what's happening?
They would be up in one of the high roof sections, Peter, where they have successfully put out the fires only to have them reignite again and again in the strange roof section, which is a slate-covered wood roof in this old building, the Pentagon, and they have had an extremely difficult time putting out all those fires.
Okay, John, thanks very much. John McCarthy at the State Department. I want to talk now briefly to General Chuck Horner in Florida. He's a familiar name to many Americans. He is the man who led the air war in the Gulf War, and it's nice to see you again, General Horner. Would you just, first of all, comment? I know you've been sitting there listening to some of the reporting of the last little while. What does it make you think and feel?
Well, I think it shows that this was a larger plan than what we originally saw. And I think it also shows that the measures we're taking are probably proving effective.
And what is your general sense tonight about the overall crisis, both in the country, and what might be done about it here, and particularly in your case, in a strategic sense, overseas?
Well, I think really we kind of have a four-program plan of action we need to take. Obviously, the first thing is to ensure the safety within the United States. Secondly, we need to specifically find out the facts behind these acts and take the measures needed to bring the people to justice or punish them. Then on a broader scale, I think internationally all nations need to get together and work this terrorist problem in terms of camps, training, make it so that terrorism is not an attractive option. And then lastly, I think we have to take actions, again on an international basis, to remove the situations that create such hopelessness in these people that they're willing to go out and become suicide bombers.
Can I ask you a question about intelligence, given your previous role as the commander of the air attack against Iraq in the Gulf War, though it is, we now forget, many years ago? The role of intelligence, the importance of intelligence, even in a conventional war situation like that. How important is intelligence for the United States tonight?
Well, you find out in warfare that everything starts and begins with intelligence. A commander in war does not know what to do other than what intelligence tells him so that he can define a course of action. So it's critical. The problem is that when you're in war, whether it be a war like we seem to be experiencing now or something like Desert Storm, the enemy is not going to tell you everything you need to know. So you're always dealing with half knowledge, with indications, with gut feel. And decisions are very, very difficult on that basis.
Do you mind staying with us for just a couple of minutes, General Horner, because I want to talk to somebody else. We've not had much chance to talk to commercial pilots today, and we have on the phone now from Hollywood, also in Florida, Florida, Greg Morris, who's a commercial pilot for American Eagle. Mr. Morris, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Jennings, I hear you loud and clear.
What are the conditions and what's the state of mind among you and with you and your fellow pilots in the commercial aviation industry tonight?
Well, Mr. Jennings, I think that this being such a tremendously massive incident, that we're all human, we all react the same way, and I think as a pilot, we want to go back up in the air, but we're concerned. I think we have concerns about security, and it's an issue that has struck loud and clear in every pilot's mind. Are we safe up there?
Well, what do you think the answer is tonight?
Well, I think there are two things to look out. When you look at those cockpit doors, we need those doors to be designed so that we can quickly evacuate the airplane. But we also need those doors to be securely locked so that we can do our jobs and do our jobs safely without thinking about other things.
Given the news that we have reporting, which the government, we believe, is clearly aware of, because we heard from Congressman Gephardt that he had been briefed on the general security situation today. Nobody in the government has called us to tell us that we're out of our minds to be reporting this. And I wonder what you think about those aircraft that are there tonight, and would you be happy to be flying tonight?
Well, I love my job, Mr. Jennings. I can't wait to get back up in the air. I just want us to get back up in the air safely. I want to ensure that all those new security implications that are being implemented across the country are indeed implemented. I want to feel safe when I go back up in the air. I do my job, and I don't think about safety. Normally, obviously, we have to think about safety a lot more than thinking about it.
As you've listened to the Secretary of Treasury, the Secretary of Transportation today, and the Attorney General and others put in place these more stringent security operations before aircraft can fly, are you reassured?
Well, I think, Mr. Jennings, you've traveled as much as I do, and, I think as we walk past those security checkpoints as we have in the past, we realize that security could indeed be much tighter than it is. I think, and I feel comfortable saying that after the incident, and it's terrible that those incidents had to have occurred in order for more security to be implemented, but I think that we'll see more secure airports as we go into the days ahead.
Okay, thanks very much, Greg Morris, an American Eagle pilot calling in tonight from Hollywood, Florida. We also have with us now Senator Joe Biden, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in Washington. Senator Biden, you've heard these reports tonight?
I'm not sure which reports you're referring to.
I beg your pardon. I'm referring to the reports about the arrests at Kennedy and at LaGuardia Airport this afternoon. Have you heard them?
Yes, yes, I have.
Did you hear them before we reported them?
The answer is I didn't hear about the arrest. I heard about the prospects of the arrest, yes.
And so you believe that do you believe that there is a continuing effort by some people to get at, in broad language, the United States tonight, and the details of these reports today are accurate, and therefore, how worried should the country be?
I think that there will be and are people who will attempt to continue to get at the country. I do not believe that the prospect of that occurring is very high for two reasons. One, I think you're talking about, in effect, the second team. And secondly, I think that the focus is increasingly on how these folks basically, in effect, get out of town. So I do think there's some concern, and I think you're, in addition to that, Peter, going to get an awful lot of the screwballs who aren't any part of any organization, doing everything from something crazy aboard an aircraft, or, for example, we evacuated the darn Capitol today. We evacuated based on a bomb scare, and so I think you're going to see a lot of that for a while.
What leads you, Senator, to say that these arrests at Kennedy and LaGuardia today may have been the second team?
I don't think I can respond to that.
Did you mean to infer by the second team that these were the sort of second-rank characters?
I think it's less organized, less lethal, less capable.
You base that?
I'm really on kind of thin ice here, and I'm concerned about making sure that I don't say anything that leads someone as bright as you to ask me the next question and put me in a spot of potentially revealing things I shouldn't reveal.
Well, in fairness, Senator, we're all on thin ice around here, and I think we both appreciate that. And secondly, I think it should be pointed out that in detaining these people at these two airports tonight, the security apparatus indeed appears to have worked in this instance. I would like to know whether or not you were briefed about this as the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee before you got to hear it in the press.
No.
Okay. Do you have confidence currently in the intelligence services of the United States?
Yes, to the extent that, let me back up.
Okay.
I think we are woefully underfunded the intelligence community. We have woefully underfunded and focused on the human intelligence. And I have been a pain in the neck to everybody around here, along with Senator Graham of Florida and a few others, arguing that we should be putting considerably more resources into the intelligence side and the human side of this. But I think the intelligence community, as strapped as they are in relative terms, is doing a pretty good job. It's not sufficient.
I understand that, sir, and I don't for a second wish to be melodramatic. But do you believe that the United States tonight may be, in some form, still under attack?
I do not believe it's still under attack.
And did you believe...
In the same sense that we were under attack on the 11th.
Do you know, sir, why Vice President Cheney was removed to Camp David?
No.
Do you believe that the airlines in the United States should be flying tonight? And I ask that question in the context of the reports that we told you about tonight from Kennedy and LaGuardia.
Based on the reports, as well as the subsequent briefings that I've had, I think they probably should. What is being done is prudent. That is, those who are flying, it is prudent, and I think that it is prudent to continue to escalate the number of flights that are available to be in the air.
But you do believe, sir, that the United States is not under attack and this crisis, in this immediate sense, is over?
I do believe that.
Anything else you want to say, sir?
No, except to suggest that I think we're going to have to make some significant changes, as you've been speaking to, and everything from, I think, for example, it's inevitable we're going to have air marshals on planes. I think we're inevitable we're going to have reinforced doors in cockpits. I think it's inevitable that we're going to have pay people more money who check your baggage, because we have to hire quality people who have more of an interest in it. So I do think you're going to see those kinds of changes, and we are going to be slowed up.
Senator Biden, thank you very much for joining us. I know it's an uncomfortable topic for all of us. Senator Joe Biden,
thank you.
Democratic chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee from Washington. I just want to ask our control room whether or not Terry Moran, our senior White House correspondent, is not available. Well, if he is somewhere where he's adjacent to a telephone, I'd be perfectly happy to hear him on the telephone. And I think that I indeed want to talk to Claire Shipman outside the White House again tonight. Claire, are you still there? Okay. Yeah, I guess what I'd like to know at the moment from the people who cover the White House for us, just because I can't talk to them doesn't mean they're not working. I'd like to know from our people at the White House whether we can get a response from the White House in an official sense from this, and from the Justice Department and the FBI. And we are completely mindful this evening, as we have been made mindful by the Attorney General earlier today, that they do not wish to discuss security operations. But with the number of planes in the sky over the United States and these two incidents tonight, one might venture the opinion, delicately, that some kind of governmental comment or reassurance might be in order. John, anything to add to this? I'm sorry, I apologize. We do have Claire Shipman at the moment. Claire, have you, when you've called up the White House, as you have done, I assume, in the last few minutes, and asked for somebody to comment on the questions we raised tonight, do you get any answers?
No, nothing in terms of a public comment at all, Peter. And in fact, most of the information I've been getting has been coming less from the political advisors at the White House, obviously, than security sources and law enforcement sources. But this is not something that they're eager to comment on right now. And frankly, I think that there were many people, law enforcement people, who were publicly critical of the White House for talking about what might have been a target, what might not have been a target, and I think I've seen a lot more reluctance to jump into this right now publicly. Okay, thanks very much, Claire. We'll come back to you. And I also want to point out that we offered Secretary Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, an opportunity just a couple of hours ago to observe to us, if he wished, whether or not the news organizations in the country were contributing in any way, shape, or form to the sense of instability in the country.
He didn't take that opportunity, but he did indeed say on that occasion, as he said yesterday in the briefing room at the Pentagon, that he believed there were people in the military establishment who were violating the rules of confidentiality and talking to, didn't even mention the press specifically. He just said there were members of the military establishment who were risking violating the criminal laws of the United States by talking about classified information. John, you're looking at me like you have something to add.
Two relatively new wrinkles. Of the men arrested tonight at Kennedy Airport, they had tickets for the United Airlines flight from New York to Los Angeles on Tuesday morning, the time when all of this havoc began. But their flight was canceled as a result of the New York City police ordering Kennedy Airport shut down at the same time that the second plane hit the World Trade Center, so they never got off the ground. Those were the tickets they were trying to use tonight. This from Pierre Thomas, who covers the FBI and the Justice Department for us. They're now investigating if one of the other teams, the LaGuardia group, were the same individuals who also on Tuesday morning had tried to clear security, but knives and weapons were detected, and they simply backed out and walked away very quickly.
Okay, let me talk to Pierre Thomas directly. Pierre Thomas, who covers the Justice Department for us, is in the Washington Bureau. Pierre, do you want to add to this?
Yeah, Peter, exactly what one of my sources told me is that on Tuesday, 4 of these men showed up at JFK, attempted to board one of the flights, and were challenged at the ticket counter, according to my source. When they were challenged, they decided to leave and left very quickly. They left before the FBI could get there. Again, that's 4 of the men showing up on Tuesday morning, Peter.
Okay, I just want to add, Terry Moran is indeed making some calls, and he'll be with us very shortly. And I think we all know, given the orders of the Attorney General and the Secretary of Transportation about creating an instantly new, more severe process for security at the nation's airports and on the nation's airplanes is extremely difficult. You just recall that among the orders were there'd be no baggage checked in at the curb. I may not remember them all. There would be no baggage allowed to be checked in at airport. Passengers only with proper identification and proper tickets would be allowed into passenger zones. There would be increased heightened security in the airplane areas. No aircraft would take off until the airport and the aircraft themselves had been subjected to a security search. What have I missed on that? Do you remember, John?
The only additional thing I remember was that there would be no stopping cars or going into terminals or anything.
No, that's right. The parking lots at the various airports would be given additional scrutiny, and vehicles would be required to park farther away from airports than they were at the moment. And it is with that burden in mind, and it is a burden to go from 0 to 60 with an operation like this, but it is with that in mind, perhaps, that 3 Northwest Airlines employees, I'm not quoting the Associated Press, 3 Northwest Airlines employees intentionally breached a security checkpoint tonight at Sky Harbor International Airport. 2 ground crew employees cleared the checkpoint with a pocket knife and a corkscrew, while a pilot passed without proper identification. This is according to the airport spokeswoman. And once they did that, they turned around and said, hey, look at what we did. The strain on the system is enormous, and there is no question about this. It's probably a good thing, I think, for us to regroup now and remind ourselves that what is going on here in New York City tonight is the most intense effort to see whether or not there are people surviving under the rubble of the Trade Tower. Mayor Giuliani told us earlier today here that 4,760 some people were still listed as missing, and it has not been very encouraging today. It is true that some firemen were rescued, but they were not among those who'd been buried in the rubble at the outset. And so let's go back to the street and talk to Cynthia McFadden and see if we can get a state of the crime scene tonight from her vantage point. Cynthia?
Well, Peter, it has now been 46 hours since anyone who was actually in the collapse of the buildings has been rescued. But 2 very brave men are joining me here. These are brothers, Colin and Kyle Carew, who were down at Ground Zero working on the rescue. They are volunteers, and volunteers are not supposed to be going down to Ground Zero, but these 2 men were determined to try to do something to help, and they have a report from down there tonight. Why did you decide to go down?
Honestly, because it's so hard to watch the television and to see people helping, and you really want to. Also, it's just like even watching from the television, you just feel like I was looking at certain spots in there, and I just had the feeling like, okay, you should like dig over there, or you know, why don't you search over there, or lift that up, or something like that. You just, you know, you really want to like be there more and do more, and the day of it, I volunteered with St. Vincent's before, and I went down, and I really wanted to get closer, but of course you needed to have ID and all of these things. So I thought about it for a little while before whether or not.
Now, the two of you don't live in this neighborhood, but you come from uptown?
I live in Park Slope, Brooklyn. I volunteer at a Methodist hospital in pediatrics.
So both of you are hospital volunteers. Let's show what you found when you were down there digging.
There was a point when I was pulling debris out of the area, and I found this first picture of this little boy. And everyone was working really hard for a while, and it kind of froze me because I just stood there watching the picture for a while, thinking about the child and thinking about the parents, and coming to the realization that this child's lost his parents. You know, his father or his mother or both. And what do you say?
Or perhaps they were trapped down there.
Yeah, or perhaps they're still alive. And then these two little boys here. I mean, if these kids or the parents or the relatives or whoever is with them right now can see these pictures, you know, I hope to God that your parents or your loved ones are alive, that they can be found, because there are a lot of things that you have to talk to these kids about, you know.
You were down there today for 9-10 hours. People digging with their hands, people frantically digging. Tell us about the rescue effort.
One of the things that was interesting to see, and I'll keep saying this, the firemen and the police officers, the strength that they were using just to move things. It was amazing. It was like there were pieces of concrete and pieces of marble that they were moving. I saw this one firefighter just like picked up this huge piece of concrete and threw it. And there was another piece, and I tried to pick it up and I couldn't. It was so heavy, you know, and it could have been just a difference in strength, but their determination was so powerful. You can feel it, you know, and you can see it in their eyes.
There have been bomb scares all over the city today, and Carl, you were telling me that there were in fact a bomb threat downtown when you were evacuating.
I think around like 4:30 this afternoon, we were getting most of the stuff out of the debris. And the National Guards, they told everyone to move away from the space. And they said there was a bomb threat. They found some suspicious item like sitting down there in front of, I think it was in front of the Marriott Hotel.
They moved the line back?
Everything, yeah. They cleared everyone out. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for joining us and bringing us those pictures. And if the people who are attached to those children want to get in touch with us, we'd be happy to get them in touch with you so they can recover them.
To the hospital. I'm going to take these pictures to St. Vincent's Hospital and leave them there. So if there's anyone who would like to come and get them, whoever it is that you have to go and find, they'll be there.
Thank you very much. Peter, back to you.
Thanks very much, Cynthia. From the Herculean effort on the ground to the security concerns for the nation as a whole, or for individual groups of people in the nation, both of those stories, both of those develops, these are more than just stories, are what we'll stay on for the next moment. But one thing about bomb scares. There have been a number of bomb scares around the country. You knew there was one in the Congress. Senator Biden referred to it a short while ago, and we happened to have cameras on in, I think it was the Senate at the time, maybe in the House of Representatives, and you could feel the tension suddenly go up like nobody's business, and people left the chamber very quickly. And after the Congress had represented itself so magnificently to the country in terms of unity, singing God Bless America on the steps of America, it was very distressing to see the Congress milling around on the front lawn while the Capitol Police decided whether or not this was a legitimate bomb scare. But today in New York City, Mayor Giuliani told us there were 90 bomb threats, and he wanted to reassure people that I'm sorry, let me stop for a second. Mayor Giuliani said there were 90 bomb scares in New York today, and none of them proved to be true. Mayor Giuliani, of course, has also convinced people to share and participate in the life of the community tonight. And this is Union Square in New York City, and this is a scene being repeated everywhere. We've been talking a lot today about how many American flags, or how American flags have been in demand all the way across the country today. So surely must be candles. And candlelight vigils for those people still missing are in constant evidence across the country. There was one last night right outside the White House. Not possible tonight because the Secret Service has expanded the perimeter of security around the White House, so it's not possible to walk past the north gates or the north fence of the White House tonight. But this is happening everywhere in New York City tonight. And while this may be two very different universes, the upper and lower New York, the crisis zone below and the fairly normal part of New York City above 14th Street, there is a sense of unanimity in the city, and we've talked about it so many times, which is moving every time you come upon it. ABC's Chris Como is with us, and he is, Chris, another of our reporters who has been out and about with the people today. Go ahead.
Peter, the friends and family that we met today and over the last few days say the most difficult part of this whole ordeal is not knowing. When will they know about their loved ones? Will they ever know? And as you'll see, their efforts in search of answers have been very moving. For friends and relatives, the waiting began just moments after the first blast on Manhattan's morning of terror. Has anybody been able to give you any information? But after 2 long days, and with thousands still missing, few are content to just sit and wait.
Right now we're trying to divide up the list of hospitals in the area so that we can go and give and distribute pictures of William Hunt.
With little information coming from the authorities, makeshift message boards have popped up all over New York City. The sides of buildings, bus stops, even a news van, all covered with flyers of names and faces, simply titled Missing.
I don't even know any of these people. And it's just so awful to think that someone is out there looking for them and they never find them.
At a local hospital in Lower Manhattan, the Wall of Prayers stands as a monument to the missing and to the families still hoping for a miracle. What are you seeing in the people who are coming here?
Devastation. Devastation. It's unreal. Words cannot express what these people are going through and what they're doing. It's unreal. I've never seen anything in my life. It's heartbreaking.
Volunteers like Raina comb lists of survivors for families who have come to the wall, desperate for answers. Sisters like Beata, looking for her brother Gennady Doyarsky, last seen on the 94th floor of Tower 1.
Only 11 were working that day, and they're all missing, all 11.
They could be anyone's family or friends, even my own. This is Sean Lugano. He's a good man. I know that because I know him. But what I did not know until now is that he's missing. Hi, my name is Chris Como. I played rugby with your son on the All-American team. Jesus, I am so sorry. I went to see the Luganos. Just blocks away from the wall, his family members are coordinating their search.
Every hospital has been covered. His picture is all over. And we're just hoping that we'll find him.
Does looking for him and putting in the energy, does it help you to distract from just dwelling on it the whole time? Staying active?
Well, we don't think he's gone. He's not gone. He's still out there somewhere.
So right now, that's our energy has to go that way.
He might be unconscious. We can't get the list of people that are unidentified, the John Does of this world. All they give us is lists of people that are in the hospital and okay. We don't want that. We want to go to the hospitals and look for him and find him. I know.
They don't know who he is, and you do.
Yes, right. There's got to be more John Does of this world.
Peter, as we can see, there is frustration. There's still some fear about the unknown. But all these families have one thing, and it's the most important thing. They have hope.
Thank you, Chris Como, very much, and those families who've agreed to talk to us. I want to make one clarification in terms of our reporting of the 2 incidents today at Kennedy and LaGuardia Airport. Vice President Cheney did not indeed, as I said, move to Camp David in Maryland today. He moved to Camp David shortly after the president returned from his trip from Florida to Louisiana to Nebraska and then back to the White House. So, as we pointed out earlier, Vice President Cheney, who's had a very low profile throughout the week, has been at Camp David before these events, or before the intelligence about these events was available earlier today. But we do have Lisa Stark on the phone again from Seattle, who monitors aviation. Lisa, have you been talking to aviation officials since we have reported this, and what's their reaction? Or did they know in advance?
Well, Peter, I don't know if they know if they knew in advance, and I have not had a chance yet to talk to any members of the industry, but I have talked to some government sources tonight, and what they are telling us is that there were discussions about the incidents between the government and the airlines. Folks are understandably concerned. I don't know if when those discussions took place, they really had the level of detail about these incidents that we have been reporting tonight, but they certainly knew that people had been detained both at LaGuardia and JFK Airport. There was concern expressed, also relief to some extent that the system worked, if you will, and that some folks who may be suspicious have been detained. My understanding is there was no discussion about shutting the system down again, that there is this sense that the security measures are in place, that they are good security measures, and that the system will continue to be safe, and that they will continue to operate and ramp up in the days ahead. So at this point, I don't believe there are any discussions underway either about shutting down the system, about scaling back the system, or even, I understand now, about imposing additional security measures.
Okay, thanks very much, Lisa Stark. Now I want to go back to Claire Shipman outside the White House to get one clarification about Vice President Cheney. Mr. Cheney, in fact, did move out of Washington, Claire, we were told, when the president returned from Nebraska, not today. And I believe I heard you say earlier today that he was not necessarily at Camp David, but somewhere near Camp David in a secure location. Some people were confused about why it was advertised that Mr. Cheney was at Camp David.
Well, I think what we've been told a bit about where he is he's physically spending the evenings at Camp David, but that working today, there is some sort of secure military facility near Camp David where he might be conducting his business. But he's certainly staying, for all intents and purposes, at Camp David. And we've also been told, Peter, that situation could change tomorrow. They may feel more comfortable. They may decide that Mr. Cheney can come back and work from the White House if everything seems a bit more secure. But right now, he's at Camp David, and if he's doing any substantial work, we're told that he's going to this facility nearby.
Okay, many thanks indeed, Claire Shipman. Now let's go down to the North Lawn of the White House and Terry Moran, our senior White House correspondent. That confusion about Mr. Cheney arose in part, Terry, because if they moved Mr. Cheney to be separate from the president and said publicly that he was at Camp David, the question was what measure of security was that? I think maybe Claire has cleared that up. Am I right?
Yes, one of the obvious things that the Secret Service is doing here is trying to keep Vice President Cheney, frankly, out of sight. He's not been heard from. He's made no public statement, and he has been almost entirely out of sight since these attacks, trying to keep the president and the vice president well separated for security reasons.
Now, I know that since we reported these incidents tonight, you have been working the phones and trying to get some response from people. What have you got?
Well, Peter, I've heard you asking for information from us, and I can tell you one of the reasons we're dilatory is there are two reasons. Is the White House is very, very stingy about information, probably more so than other agencies at this point. It's the nature of the kind of loyalty that President Bush insists on in his personal staff. But we have been told now that the president has been continually updated on this situation, is aware of it. He's here at the White House. So this is something that's obviously made it to his desk, and one White House official told me that this is something that did not come as a complete surprise to administration officials. They are expecting this to be, as this official said, a very long haul.
Okay, Terry, I just wonder whether or not White House officials, those you've been able to talk to, believe that the general security situation in the country has changed or not in the last several hours.
Well, in the last several hours, they aren't going there. But in the last couple of days, I can tell you that Press Secretary Ari Fleischer has changed his tone. Right the day after the attacks, he said that since the attacks were obviously carefully planned and planned well in advance and that they had been executed, the danger level was down. That was at a time they brought down the perimeter, that tourists were once again along the north fence of the White House, and they opened up the building for public tours. Ever since that time, the situation has gotten more strict around here in terms of security. Mr. Fleischer is not saying those kinds of things anymore about having the attacks having been carried out. Therefore, Americans can be confident that the situation is returning to a more customary degree of safety. And, as you know, the perimeter has been extended again. And I should tell you that tonight we've got the helicopters every once in a while who have been circling here since early this afternoon. Now, for the first time, with those searchlights that you'll see at crime scenes, trained on the streets below, sweeping the streets with the searchlights.
Which one could argue is common sense in a situation like this. You did say, we were talking a moment ago about the candlelight vigil outside the north fence of the White House last night, which you pointed out to us. How much larger now is the perimeter around the White House? Where does it end? How close can people get to the White House at this point?
Well, it is the exact same perimeter, as far as I can tell, that actually is not uncommon here at the White House when foreign leaders from countries where there is trouble show up and stay at Blair House right across the street. For instance, when leaders from the Middle East are here, Prime Minister Sharon's visit, they extend the perimeter across Lafayette Square here to Pennsylvania Avenue and all the way onto the east side of the White House as well. And so it is a secure perimeter, well large enough to prevent any kind of truck bomb or anything like that, but it is not unusually or extraordinarily secure. It is part of their regular order of business when there are security situations.
Harry, I know we worked your tail off today, and I know you need some rest because tomorrow is another day, but I wonder if we couldn't take a few minutes now to just review the President's Day for people who are not with us or anybody else as his day unfolded. The President had that very interesting conversation this morning with Mayor Giuliani and with Governor Pataki, and the President did say, and you told us, that he was going to go to New York to visit the people here tomorrow. I wonder two things. Is there any possibility that trip may change? And secondly, just take us through the day if you wouldn't mind.
Well, there's no word at this point that the President is changing any travel plans or any plans at all. He plans on attending the National Prayer Service that has been called for tomorrow. He's declared tomorrow National Day of Prayer and Remembrance, and that's very important to him, we're told. He personally has been planning that prayer service, and today was a day where his public role assumed greater prominence, where he was out answering questions for the first time from reporters. He was asked, is it safe to fly? If a member of your family wanted to fly today, would you tell them yes? He paused a moment, but he said, sure. If a member of my family wanted to fly, I'd say they should. He also went to a hospital, local hospital where burn victims from the Pentagon have been taken. We're told he was very powerfully moved, and there were some still photographs released by the White House which show him and the First Lady very moved, obviously, by their visit. And he displayed that raw emotion in the question and answer session with reporters, as we've seen today. He is also once again on the phone all day with world leaders, and also in a sign of the kind of bipartisanship that has replaced the petty partisan rancor of a few days ago. The President had originally requested $20 billion in emergency aid. The congressional delegations from New York and Virginia showed up here today, asked for $20 billion more, and he said, sure.
The President has spent part of the day trying to put together what was described to us by his spokesman, Ari Fleischer, early today as a coalition overseas. Now, we're not altogether certain what that coalition is at the moment, other than a public international demonstration of solidarity with the United States. But can you talk a little bit about who he has talked to, what kind of response he got from people, and what he may be trying to do, both in the short term and the longer one?
Well, he's talked to a wide variety of leaders. It is one of the things he's doing all the time. We're told that unanimously they are expressing outrage and support, and a senior White House official saying that one of the themes that runs through every foreign leader's comments to President Bush is, we know it could be us. And so he is trying to tap into that sensibility and create this coalition. Now, is it just a rhetorical solidarity against terrorism? We're told by senior officials, no, they are asking specific things of specific nations. Very specific things of a nation like Afghanistan. We've requested to use their airspace and requested them to close their border with
Afghanistan and Pakistan.
Thank you, I had them reversed. But also we're asking other countries, apparently, according to a senior White House official, for them to take better control of their financial system, to shut down the money supply for terrorism. We're asking for military assistance from other governments. And so this coalition, while it is not a formal alliance along the lines of the Gulf War, is apparently developing into something more than just we stand united against terrorism.
And this emphasis on Pakistan today and its relationship to Afghanistan seems to keep in the public arena the notion, at the very least, that the establishment generally continues to look at Osama bin Laden, who has been given sanctuary by the Taliban in Afghanistan, as the principal suspect in these operations on Tuesday.
Absolutely, and as John Miller and others who are closer to the investigation can tell you, we are hearing from administration officials, not at the White House, that certainly Osama bin Laden is the prime suspect and will be named so in the near future.
You actually believe he will be named as the prime suspect in the very near future?
That is our understanding, yes.
It's interesting because the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, said late yesterday that they didn't know whether they had 40 or 50 or 60% of enough to say that Osama bin Laden was the prime suspect. You're making a very strong suggestion they're a lot closer.
It is the strong suggestion made to us by administration officials. Now, I should also tell you that a senior White House official says that they have not ruled out that there may be other terrorist organizations working in concert with bin Laden. They just are developing as much information as possible. And I should say as well that the commitment here for some kind of response extends beyond this attack. They intend, as they have said publicly, to take on terrorism not just from bin Laden, but from other cells, other organizations as well, root it out and try and stop it.
Okay, Terry, I'm going to let you go, but I just want to get in one last time. Is it your belief that the administration is not going to comment tonight on these two incidents today at Kennedy and LaGuardia Airport?
The White House sure isn't. At least nothing that I have been able to do with several different officials can get them to make any comment on this development in the investigation.
Okay, which I think, thanks, Terry Moran, very much. A great many people in the country will think that is completely and utterly understandable from the White House's point of view. Just to remind you that we are reporting that there are currently 10 individuals in custody between 4:15 and 4 and 4:15 this afternoon at John F. Kennedy Airport. 4 men were detained. They were carrying fake IDs, knives, flying licenses, and open airline tickets, and 1 woman was detained for aiding the men. And then between 7:30 and 8:15 p.m. this evening, we're talking Eastern time here now, 5 men were detained at LaGuardia Airport for carrying the same possessions. And we have not, I reemphasize, we have not had anybody in the government tell us yet that this is untrue. Senator Joseph Biden, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, acknowledged that he had heard it before, and other senior officials in the government who have been talked to by ABC News reporters acknowledge that this is the current situation in the United States. John Miller, I'll come back to John McCarthy at the Pentagon in just one second, but I don't know if this question has occurred to a lot of other people in the country. We talk constantly about Osama bin Laden being the most extraordinary, elusive character. And the intelligence services and the military services of the United States, and for that matter other countries, have never been able to get at him. And yet we keep seeing pictures of him. I think once at his daughter or his son's wedding. And you were actually able to go to see him. I don't expect you to explain to us how you actually got there. But in some respects, he's very visible.
Yes, he is. And I think there's a key difference. The reason I was able to go see him is twofold. One, it was while he was still suspected of being behind so many attacks against the United States on different levels, but before he had been publicly identified.
Remind us of the year.
This would be, I went to see him on May 28th of 1998.
Seems like a long time ago.
Yeah. And the second part of that equation is I was able to find Osama bin Laden on a mountaintop in Afghanistan at 1 o'clock in the morning because he wanted me to. His people carried us further and further, cutting the cord as they went of our communications to the point we were completely incognito, starting in Pakistan, traveling further and further into Pakistan, crossing the border on foot into Afghanistan, bypassing the Taliban checkpoints, who didn't want him speaking out at that time either. They know that when he speaks out, it makes trouble for them politically. So that's how that came to pass. However, I would suggest that since we put him on the map, so to speak, by that national broadcast on World News and Nightline, he reached the status where he no longer needs to import television reporters to send his message out. He makes his own videotapes in what I refer to sometimes as bin Laden Productions, and sends them right out to Al Jazeera, which is the television network, the Arabic television network in Qatar, and they broadcast it, and we all pick it up from then. So basically, he's got his own propaganda machine now, and he tweaks the United States by using it. He does two important things. One, we can document that before each attack that the U.S. government is attributed to bin Laden or bin Laden forces, he sends out a videotape weeks or as much as a month ahead of time suggesting that we should prepare for something, including in this case.
Including in this case? Including
in this case. 3 weeks before, he sent out a videotape essentially saying America should get ready for the big surprise and the Muslim youth should get ready to go to war. Ticking backwards, before the embassy bombing, he did the interview with me, suggesting that it will be a dark day for America, and not just military, but civilians too will be attacked. 6 weeks later, the attack. Before the USS Cole bombing, again, 3.5 weeks prior to that, he sent out a video sitting with the son of the blind sheikh, Abdel Rahman, charged with inspiring the World Trade Center bombing.
In prison in the United States currently.
Saying that there should be more done to free his father from American jails, and that the time for talking was over, now was the time for action. Less than a month later, the bombing of the USS Cole. After that, he sent out, and this is what I mean by tweaking, a videotape of him celebrating the marriage of his son to the daughter of his military commander and operations chief for these terrorist acts. So that was essentially a message to his followers to say, despite what they say about the USS Cole and coming after me, I'm alive and well, I'm at a party. And his way of saying to America, and there's nothing you can do about it. 3 weeks before this incident, again, another communique from him. The old model was you would do the action and then claim responsibility. The bin Laden model is much more subtle, if you accept that he's behind all these, that he foreshadows the act with a communique, essentially saying, get ready, and it's going to be me. And then in the aftermath, he's very coy. When we've confronted him through our communications channel with him, he said, that wasn't, I don't, in Islam, no one works for anyone. I do not order these attacks. We send out the call to our brothers, and they rise up and act.
How did he get the videotapes out of the country? Do they go to Pakistan and on from there? Do they go through Iran? Does he actually, is there a transmission from Afghanistan itself?
In the case of the wedding, an Al Jazeera cameraman, that's Qatar television,
in the Persian Gulf,
was allowed to go there and film it or shoot it, and they carry their own tapes out. In our case, they escorted us out with our tape.
Right.
In the other cases, I don't know how they get the tapes to Al Jazeera, but they do it within as little as 24 to 48 hours, or sometimes they'll just send a new tape that is undated.
Fascinating and terrifying. John Miller. Nobody has followed this story more closely than John has, and we're very grateful to have you here today.
Thank you.
Osama bin Laden tweaking the United States. And by the way, not just the United States, but many other countries as well. ABC's John McCarthy at the Pentagon. John.
Peter, you've been asking all night why it is that U.S. government officials have not been denying the details of the stories that we have been reporting. The reason is several different officials have told me in the last hour it's because they are exactly accurate. What they fear is that they are only seeing the dim outlines, not the outer edges of whatever this total plan was. We have seen the destruction of 3 aircraft and a 4th one that went down. We are seeing the evidence at the 2 airports tonight of 2 possible additional fingers of that plan. The fear is that there are other fingers of it that are not going to be detected That is why Vice President Cheney is at Camp David. That is why the perimeter has been expanded at the White House, and that is why a whole lot of other measures are being considered tonight.
John, forgive me for asking, but phrases like dim outline and not the outer edges of this, these are your phrases or their phrases?
These are my phrases as I piece together conversations from people who are privy to some of this information.
Okay. John McCarthy, thank you very much at the Pentagon. Now let us continue with the wait, and the wait is principally in New York, though it also occurs at the Pentagon. We know at the Pentagon that they have identified most, if not all, in individual terms of the people who perished at the Pentagon. And we know numerically, though I am embarrassed to say I cannot put my fingers on it exactly at the moment, how many people were lost from the Army and from the Air Force. And I believe none were lost from the Navy. And am I right, John? Army losses and no airfare losses, no Marines. Have I got that right?
That's correct. Army, Navy, and other agencies, which means the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Okay. And am I correct in saying that while they have not been able to identify everybody who is missing and in many cases presumed to be dead, they believe they've come very close?
They believe they are close. As Secretary Rumsfeld said tonight, it could be higher than 200. The number is currently 190 right now. It could go as high as 250. There are still some people in critical condition and still some other people who may turn up missing that have not reported in yet.
And do we believe that the families of all the individuals involved are party to the condition of their relatives?
They are, the way the military handles these things as they do crises is pretty amazing. They assign individuals to each family, and they talk to those family members constantly, keeping them apprised of what the prospects are and what the options are as they move into this period of great uncertainty.
Thanks very much, John. It is, of course, a much greater challenge in New York City, and among other things, there are various websites in New York City where people can dial in and see whether or not people have been accounted for. But the mayor tells us today, and there's been no change in these figures, that 4,700 approximately people are missing. And by the way, if you go to abcnews.com, you get a very good handle. You can make connections to all of these websites in New York and in Washington, the FBI website, all of the emergency websites in New York as well, in which people who are searching for people can at least make a very tenuous connection with what is going on. And as families all over the country, family and relatives all over the country continue to search for other members of the family, other relatives, close friends, at least they can get some indication, if they do not know at this point, whether or not those people have been accounted for. But it does lead us in the direction of this report, and will make it, I hope, more understandable from John Quinones what it's like to spend a day in the life of those who have lost their loved ones.
Please, any information, we appreciate it, please. It was in Building 1.
They just will not give up hope. The families of the missing still handing out pictures, plastering them all over mailboxes, on walls, even vans, clinging to the thought that their loved ones just somehow might have survived the catastrophe.
Right now, we don't even want to assume the worst. You know, my husband's a very big athletic guy, and he's a fighter, and he would fight to come home to us.
James Carson worked for Cantor Fitzgerald, the brokerage firm that lost some 700 employees in the World Trade Center. James was working on the 103rd floor of the North Tower when the second airliner slammed into the building. His wife, Debbie, immediately called his office.
And I just kept screaming in the phone, you know, is Jay Carson there? And someone screamed back, yes. And then the phone went dead.
It's been 2.5 days now, and Debbie, who was pregnant, has heard nothing.
He's a great guy. He's a wonderful husband, a great brother, a terrific uncle. He's going to be a father soon. And, you know, we just want to know something.
Something. Anything. But with each passing hour, hope for more miracles is dwindling.
One woman said to me today, even if it's only 2 more hours that I can hold on to this hope, I'm going to hold on to those 2 hours.
Father Walter Smith is a Catholic priest offering grief counseling to the victims' families.
You can't be in this and not be affected by it.
Jacques, bring in the truck of potatoes and hand them their peelers.
Among those still waiting, the family of Paul Beattini, 40 years old, husband of Susan. Tomorrow is their 10th wedding anniversary.
He's a wonderful man, loving and supportive. He was just the kind of guy that I think all my friends wish that they could find.
The couple has 2 daughters, 3-year-old Daria and 5-year-old Julia. The girls Paul calls my little princesses. On Tuesday morning, Paul, who hardly ever goes to the World Trade Center, was attending a business meeting on its 104th floor. It was also orientation day at his little girl's preschool.
His eyes were filled. He was just about to cry because he couldn't go to nursery school on Tuesday morning, and he was just talking about he had to get up early because he had this meeting in the World Trade Center.
From the World Trade Center that morning, Paul called home at 8:04.
He simply asked to speak to Daria Lee, and I put her on the phone, and he said that you should remember that that day was just really orientation, and that the first day was really Thursday, and that we would all go together and take pictures, which is today.
As he left his home in Park Ridge, New Jersey that fateful morning, it was the usual routine.
He kissed me on the cheek like he did every morning when he left. He never left his house without kissing me on the cheek and telling me that he loved me.
Less than 3 hours later, Paul disappeared in the rubble of the Twin Towers.
What has this been like for you?
You know, it's almost impossible to describe how you go from telling your husband that his tie might not be the one that he should wear that day and what you're going to do for dinner that night to phone calls and cell phones and people coming to your house and it's just insanity.
It's now been more than 60 hours of deafening silence.
I know that everyone is talking about hope and holding on to hope, and I'm not saying people shouldn't do that. But in my heart, when I close my eyes and I try to be with him, I don't feel. And I think he's gone. I think he was in that building when it collapsed.
For Paul Beattini's parents, Doris and Mike, the shock and the grief is now giving way to anger, targeted at whoever committed this heinous assault.
I don't know what kind of a God they got, but it's not ours.
So we are peaceful people, but something must be done to stop this.
And what have they done to this family?
Oh, my God. What have they done? You cannot imagine. All my children are wonderful. Everyone. But Paul everyone has something special. And Paul was the big moose.
Is that you, Belle?
The big loud person.
Above all, he was a family man who loved his time with his little girls.
And what's that one?
Dad teaching us how to ride a bike.
Those little girls who have no idea why Daddy has not yet come home.
My thoughts are 2 months from now, 3 months from now, on Christmas Eve. On Christmas morning when our kids wake up. And he's not here, and, Halloween costumes and trick-or-treating and all those wonderful treats that life has for you. I don't know what I'm going to do without him.
That's the U.S. flag outside the Pentagon tonight, and you can see a fireman coming down the ladder because a short while ago we reported that fires had broken out at the Pentagon again. ABC's John McCretty said this has been going on fairly steadily from the beginning. This is a very difficult building in which to get fires under control. We do not know. Can I stay with the Pentagon for just a second, please? We do not know precisely how much damage those fires are doing. We do certainly know at this point that those fires threaten no individuals, because that part of the building has been completely emptied, and the rescue workers, and those fires are out currently, and the rescue workers who have been in that particular part of the building to which has been such extraordinary damage has been done by the aircraft which crashed into it. And we also do not know whether or not the mood in the country has changed, particularly among those who have been watching ABC News tonight, because, as you well know, we are and have been reporting about two very troubling and yet, in some respects, reassuring incidents at two airports in New York tonight, because the system worked in that a number of people between, I beg your pardon, not between, 10 individuals were picked up at Kennedy Airport and LaGuardia earlier today, who were trying to get on to U.S. aircraft which were going elsewhere in the country, and they were wearing fake IDs, and they were carrying knives, and they had multiple false identifications with them, and a couple of them had flying licenses and identification certificates from flight instruction schools in Florida. Very similar to that which the overall investigation has revealed to the country as a whole for those 16, if I remember, terrorist hijackers who took the 4 planes to their fate on Tuesday, and which resulted in so many deaths. 18 people, not 16, in the original 4 aircraft. But the country, therefore, and I think this is particularly true for those of you who are with us, is swinging wildly, as we see in that report from John Quinones, between hope and despair and confusion and determination that the country will get through this. And I don't think in anybody's mind we've talked to anywhere in the country in the last couple of days there is any doubt about that, from the political establishment to the citizen in any town and community in the country. But there is a wildly ambiguous situation tonight, made more palpable by the situation at those 2 airports tonight. And I repeat that nobody in government has done anything other than confirm our reporting tonight, and the White House and the FBI and the Justice Department in general have hewed to the line which the Attorney General and the President established today. They were simply not going to talk about security measures. We also know that throughout the world today, via U.S. embassies and in a bilateral way between the intelligence agencies here and abroad, there has been tremendous cooperation in trying to ascertain whether this plot, and it clearly was a plot to attack the United States, has got, tentacles out around the world. And there has been terrific cooperation by U.S. embassies overseas with the intelligence and police agencies in other countries. And then we swing back to hope all the time. And can I just ask what this precise... Okay, well, then this is absolutely appropriate, because when we talked to the Secretary of the Treasury today about whether or not the country would get through this in an economic way, putting aside the enormous cost of the country, the answer from everybody involved in the financial and economic situation in the country says yes, it is astonishingly difficult for many companies. But it seems absolutely appropriate at 5 minutes to 11 Eastern Time, 5 minutes to 8 in the West, that we hear and see this report from ABC's Bob Brown.
This image, lowering a giant American flag near the wounds in the Pentagon, was one of the first to invest the flag with the weight of this new crisis. We've been moved to extraordinary emotions by the symbolism behind these events. 2 nights ago, we saw a flag that someone had hung in the best way possible over the ruins of the World Trade Center. And then this morning, this image. Firefighters finally raising a flag upright over the area in what some compared to the image of Marines raising the flag over Iwo Jima. As that was happening, momentum was also building among people who were removed from the scene, who found hundreds of ways to show the flag or express unity, and if they couldn't help directly, to applaud those who were there making a sacrifice. These people on the West Side Highway of Manhattan cheered rescue workers as they moved to and from the scene. By today, those displays had extended themselves well beyond New York and Washington to locations around the world. And the line at the Apollo Cards and Flag store in Wayne, New Jersey, was stacked up all the way out the door. The store owner says he has temporarily sold out. 25,000 American flags were sold yesterday, 27,000 today. Karen Beyer has a son in the Army.
And I'm just very grateful that everybody's out showing support for the country.
We're all Americans. We want to do something at a time like this. You know, we're raising our children in this world, and we want to show that people can unite. And by hanging a flag or giving blood, you know, it makes you feel like you're doing something.
And imagine standing in front of Buckingham Palace in London this morning to watch the Guards march by. When they stand at attention, the anthem played is the Star-Spangled Banner. And one spectator was literally wrapped in an American flag. There were events like that throughout Europe. A moment of silence at NATO headquarters in Brussels, also observed by the people of Germany and in Russia. In Ottawa, Canadians set up a memorial of cards and flowers and toy symbols of the rescue and the flag that grew throughout the day. To our American family, said one message, we stand together as one in our moment of grief and chaos. Flags were not the only symbols people used to express their unity. Police and firefighters in Green Bay, Wisconsin, wore black mourning bands over their badges.
Pennsylvania should be proud that 4,000 Pennsylvania firefighters and over 3,500 doctors and nurses and emergency medical personnel thus far have volunteered.
There was an enormous turnout today for a prayer vigil in Philadelphia. Many cities are holding or have scheduled candlelight vigils, and a grassroots movement has been underway to have a special Flag Day tomorrow. Back in New York, one of the locations where people have congregated to express their feelings is Union Square, which sits near the line of demarcation between the city that is open again and the southern end of Manhattan that has remained closed in the wake of the disaster.
We're accepting food, clothing, medical supplies.
Here, a group of students spontaneously set up a collection of supplies for relief workers. People within hearing distance ran to stores to get the items, which were then carried on to an armory to donate to the relief effort. Over the years, patriotism's reputation changes with the times. Bad when scoundrels hide behind it, and good when it is a cradle of common values. The stunning displays of patriotism throughout this country and the actions of the people behind them leave no doubt about where its reputation stands today, and no doubt that the simplest forms of expressing patriotism are always the most eloquent, as are the voices that speak without pretense of the sorrow and gratitude and pride they feel.
God bless all the victims and families. May this never happen again.
Whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, think on these things, and the God of peace will be with you.
May all who have lost those they love find peace. We will not forget.
God bless us all, the fighters, the survivors, the lost. You are all in our prayers.
This is an ABC News special report. Reporting from London, Ted Koppel.
Good evening. It has been a very long day. If you have been watching ABC News, there are even later developments, and we will bring you up to speed on those almost immediately. But much of what is dominating the night's news is what has happened at 2 New York airports this evening. And most of that, indeed all of that, as it initially developed, was born from the fruit of investigative reporting by ABC News correspondent John Miller, who joins me now live from New York. And John, why don't you give us the very latest information on the story that you developed?
Latest information, as many as 10 people being held by the FBI in New York tonight for allegedly attempting to board, and in some cases actually boarding aircrafts with false identification, carrying weapons such as knives, indications that some of them had attended the Flight Safety International Training School in Vero Beach, the same school that helped train some of those who became as authorities suspect, the pilots who took over the controls of the planes on Tuesday, the terrorists who then slammed them into buildings such as the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. So these people were picked up at checkpoints because their names were on watch lists supplied by federal authorities to the airlines of potential suspects and other terrorists to look out for. Some of them got past security and onto airplanes We just spoke to a man who said he was on the American Airlines flight at Kennedy Airport when the back door of the plane opened. A SWAT team stormed the plane, telling passengers to put their heads down, and arrested 2 people from that flight, taking them away in handcuffs. Federal authorities believe at this hour that the intention of one team at Kennedy Airport and another arrested later at 7:30 this evening at LaGuardia Airport with similar equipment and false identification, that their intention was to continue the pattern that started on Tuesday by attempting to hijack those airplanes. And because some of those picked up tonight apparently had training to fly commercial aircrafts, the fear is that they were again going to take over the cockpit, divert the planes, and attempt to crash them into some target. What targets, of course, we don't know, and federal authorities aren't speculating either, Ted.
John, you spoke about equipment that they were carrying, and I'm just wondering if you can fill in some of those details, and if we can also get rid of some of that echo that's coming out of New York.
By equipment, I just meant the sets of false identification and the weapons, the knives. Along with the 10 who were arrested, there were, we are told, 9 men and 1 woman. The woman was not someone who boarded the plane as part of the team of 4 and 5. She was arrested, according to authorities, in some kind of support role.
Do you have any idea why it was that they were permitted on the plane in the first place? I mean, you've done some extraordinary reporting, and I can't imagine how you would know the answer to that, but who knows? Maybe you do.
Well, I would suggest I don't know the answer to that, but I would say that the likely possibility is that the people who are stopped in security were more likely the ones carrying the weapons, which a few days ago would have been permitted on commercial aircraft, and now under the new rules are not. The people who made it onto the plane are more likely the ones who were not carrying the weapons, who were just part of the team.
All right, John, I'll be coming back to you in just a few minutes in this broadcast, but I want to go now to ABC News correspondent Terry Moran, who has been tracking this story from the White House as he has been covering the White House all. Terry, I gather that the administration has been reluctant to give any information on this story, but what can you tell us at this late hour?
That is putting it mildly, Ted. The White House in particular is being very, very careful with this story. One of the missions right now that the president has is try to reassure the country. This is obviously an unsettling story, and they are staying away from it. I do, however, have from one White House official the confirmation that the president is being continually updated on this situation, and he's aware of it. This day has been a day of quietly but intensely accelerating security around the White House. Vice President Cheney was taken from the White House in a quick manner this afternoon around noontime, and he is now at Camp David, where he has been spending the nights, we are told, since these attacks began. And the perimeter around the White House, the security perimeter, has been expanded rather significantly. The day of the attacks, of course, it went a couple of blocks out. The day after the attacks, almost as a show of defiance, they dropped the perimeter. People could walk across that famous down the line of the famous north fence of the White House. Public tours were held. Now they have pushed back the perimeter once again, and there have been, since about noontime, police helicopters in the skies above the White House. Tonight, from time to time, actually scanning the streets below, sweeping the streets below with searchlights.
It's an indicator of how much things have changed just over the last few days, because, as you know, Terry, there has been a lot of pressure growing in Washington these last few months, saying, why do we need all those barriers? Why don't we open up Pennsylvania Avenue again? Quite clearly, that's not going to be happening in the near future. But let me ask you, just to give me one more quick word, is the White House refusing to confirm or deny the story? Is the administration refusing to confirm or deny the story of those arrests that were made at JFK and LaGuardia? Or are you at least getting some off-the-record guidance?
Well, we are getting guidance, being told that the president is being continually updated and is aware of the situation. Most officials I reached, frankly, were not aware of it. They had not heard it until I told it to them. When they got back to me, I got a flat, we aren't touching that. But we did get from one official this word that the president has been made aware of this.
All right. Terry Moran, thanks very much, and I know what a long day it's been for you. I also know that we have a passenger who I believe was aboard the aircraft that was leaving from LaGuardia. We have him on the phone, and if you'd be good enough, sir, just to give me your name. Ah, we've got you in the studio now.
There you go. Ted, that's Jim Hunter,
All
who was
right.
a passenger on American Airlines Flight 133 to Los Angeles from Kennedy tonight.
Ah, terrific. Yeah. So this is actually, because we did hear before, I know that Peter interviewed one of the people who was on the LaGuardia flight. Mr. Hunter, tell me what you saw, tell me what you experienced.
We were on the at the gate for about 2 hours. We boarded about an hour late. It was a 4 o'clock flight. It was supposed to be the first flight on a regular scheduled basis for American to go out to LAX today, and we boarded about an hour late, and then we sat on the plane for about 2 hours, or maybe a bit more than that. And then near the end, the captain came on, was trying to make, walking through the aisles, trying to make everybody calm down. He was talking to me and a few other passengers, and was asked forcibly by the his first mate or his other captain to go to the front of the plane.
The first officer.
Exactly. And at that point, he ultimately came back on the air and told everybody that we were going to go, and we were all very happy and feeling very good that we were going to be able to get home and see our families and stuff. But about 10 minutes later, the door was still open, which is unusual, and literally a few minutes after that, about 20 or more police officers, many in SWAT gear with large guns, all unholstered and looking down the aisles, screaming at everybody to go and hit the floor, and we all hit the floor. And meanwhile, there was a commotion going on behind me, about 4 or 5 rows behind me, where they were subduing a passenger. And he was definitely resisting and trying to fight off, but it was obviously worthless given how many policemen were on the airplane. And then 2 other passengers that were right in front of me were ultimately asked to go with authorities as well. They were taken to a galley, handcuffed, and then led off the plane from the front as well. So there was quite a bit of commotion, followed by dogs and looking for bombs and everything else before they would allow us to get off the plane.
Well, when you say allow you to get off the plane, no chance that plane was going to leave tonight. I guess you were all escorted off the plane. But let me just turn back to John Miller again for 1 second, because, John, this sounds so remarkably similar, almost identical to what we heard from the other passenger who was on the flight that was leaving from LaGuardia. I just want to be sure, we are talking about 2 different flights here.
No, I believe that he was on the same flight from Kennedy.
Ah, okay. So this is a description then of what happened at the Kennedy flight. Do we know what happened at LaGuardia? Did police or SWAT teams board that plane, or were the arrests made before the men could even board that flight?
I don't have those details here.
All right, Mr. Hunter. Are you still gonna try and fly to Los Angeles tomorrow, or have you had enough flying for a while?
I do actually have I'm booked on another flight to go home to San Francisco, where my family is, and I do obviously want to see my wife and kids, and so from that perspective, I am going to try to get home. The big question is we're relocating to New York now from San Francisco. I'm supposed to be permanently relocating in October, and so the question that my wife is asking me right now is, do we drive all the way across the country, or do we fly? And we'll have to figure that out over the next few weeks.
Yeah. I would like you just to give me a quick description of how you think the rest of the passengers reacted to all of this.
Very well. Everyone on the plane pretty much, was obviously shocked by the scene of the police rushing the plane and the screaming that was going on as the man was trying to resist arrest behind us. But everybody, listened to the situation. There was not a whole lot of crying or carrying on. Everybody was, reasonably calm. The woman that was sitting next to me had gone on the floor in pretty much a fetal position, and she was trying to stay as low. We were all getting as low to the ground as we could, just in case any shots were fired. And somewhat unnerving, and we were shaking quite a bit. But the captain and the other flight attendants came on board, that were on board, were very calming after the incident, and we were playing with the bomb dogs and things like that when the dogs were coming on board, and just trying to calm down.
Well, mercifully, this seems to have ended about as well as it could have, and I'm very happy for you and the other passengers, and thank you so much for coming in.
Appreciate it.
An ABC News Washington Post poll conducted this evening has some rather striking numbers. With those here now is my colleague Chris Bury, who is in Washington. Chris?
Ted, the kind of harrowing story we just heard and the kind of stories that Americans have been hearing all week are why these poll numbers show Americans quite united behind the president. In times of war and national emergency, pollsters have long known that Americans rally around the flag. That is exactly what is happening now. The new ABC News poll conducted tonight shows overwhelming support for the performance of President Bush and for an American military response. The president's overall approval ratings, 86% approve, 12% disapprove. Those are the highest job approval ratings of any president since the ones Mr. Bush's father enjoyed during the Gulf War. On the president's response this week, the numbers are even stronger. 91% approve, 7% disapprove. On the question of a military response, should the U.S. take military action even if it means war? 86% support, 11% oppose. When you probe a bit deeper and ask Americans if the U.S. should take military action, even if there are large numbers of American casualties, the numbers drop, but not by much. 69% still support military action, 26% oppose, if that means many casualties. Finally, the national mood as Americans look ahead. Do they expect war? 66% yes, 30% no. As we said, the poll was conducted tonight, a random sample of 600 interviews with a margin of error plus or minus 4 points, but it's not really a close call at all. Americans approve of the president's performance in this crisis, they support military action, and they fully expect war. Ted?
Chris Bury will be coming back to Chris in Washington several times during the course of this broadcast tonight. You needn't live in New York or Washington or outside Pittsburgh, for that matter, to be directly touched by the acts of terrorism on Tuesday. All over the country, planes have been grounded and commuters stranded, and only today did air travelers begin their journey back into the sky. Here's Nightline's John Donvan.
Ted, one of the goals was to get things moving again because, as you're saying, for everybody, this sense of paralysis was nationwide. And if we were going to really establish a feeling of getting past it, getting back to normal, and proving that we're not going to be brought to our knees, the goal was to get the planes back into the air. Norman Mineta, the Secretary of Transportation, was told by the President, that's what I want, and I want it this week, and Mineta set out to do that. Obviously, what's happened tonight in New York is a setback, but as we trace things throughout the day, it already wasn't going very well.
I'm supposed to start college on Wednesday. That might not happen. That's supposed to be in Seattle.
I'm trying to get out to go to Denver. I was supposed to leave Tuesday.
God has answered my prayer. I've been stuck here.
Where are you trying to go to?
I'm going crossword to San Diego.
Is subject to search.
Travel by air. It was just flickering back into life. Flights were taking off again, and then again an alarm goes off. It was in New York City, both airports.
New York City, because they have again been closed because of a possible security threat. ABC's John Miller is with us to do that. John.
At LaGuardia Airport, there was a brief evacuation. 3 men were arrested, or I shouldn't say arrested, were taken into custody there to be detained and questioned when they showed up at the airport with baggage marked crew. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News that their story about being crew for an airline also did not check out. So right now, investigators are trying to sort through who are the 2 men who are being detained at Kennedy Airport, trying to pass themselves off as airline pilots. Where were they going and why were their tickets from Tuesday And who were the 3 men at LaGuardia Airport who had baggage mark crew who, according to authorities, apparently don't work for an airline.
So now flights in the Northeast are grounded again. This was not something the Secretary of Transportation foresaw when he spoke this morning.
And so what we are trying to do is to get back into normalcy by allowing commercial airline travel.
The decision had been made. It was considered safe enough as of 11 this morning to restart the life we all knew before, at least as far as travel is concerned. And a lot of TV cameras were there to record the first actual landing early this morning. American Airlines Flight 9021 from Toronto to Dallas.
Good, they're coming.
And at last, a reunion. This morning, we also heard the president himself answer the key question.
Yes, I would. If a family member asked whether they should fly, I'd say yes.
Yes, because the Federal Aviation Administration has just issued new security regulations to make it all safer. Passengers can no longer do curbside baggage check-in. They'll have to check their bags inside at the ticket counters. People seeing off or meeting passengers can no longer visit the boarding area. There will be more police and sniffer dogs around airports, and they've already become more aggressive about towing away unattended cars. But all this assumes that you would actually want to book a flight today, which a travel agent named Heather Doylstra told us is assuming a lot.
This is just not the time and place to be going anywhere. People want to stay home with their families. They want to be close to the news. They want to be assured that the transportation system is going to be up to speed and then they're not going to get stranded when they go overseas.
At best, even before New York's airspace was closed again this evening, the air travel system on its first day back was limping at best.
Well, they have it scheduled for tomorrow, but that's about the 6th reschedule that we've done.
Most domestic carriers flew only a fraction of their normal schedules here at the FAA Command Center in Herndon, Virginia, which tracks every flight in U.S. airspace. At 5:30 this afternoon, normally the busy crunch time, there were now open skies.
During the course of the evening, we probably won't see many more than 2,000 or 3,000 airplanes in our system. That's a pretty low number compared to less than half what we would normally work at an hour like this.
Foreign airlines are for the moment still barred from entering U.S. airspace, and that is complicating some family plans for memorial services.
And my father's memorial service is scheduled for tomorrow. My sister is trying to get home, and we desperately want her with us, and we've tried everything.
Where is she?
She's stuck in Europe.
Europe.
Meanwhile, it seems there is no clear pattern to which airports will be open and which will not. Chicago was open on Thursday, but Boston was not. Atlanta open, Reagan National closed. Seattle open, Richmond closed.
But it's not exactly as random as it seems. What determined an airport's status on Thursday was how well it could meet the new security standards, and some airports were able to do it more quickly than others. New York City had met those standards, and now both of those airports are closed. By the way, among the men who were arrested there or detained there this evening, some of them we now know were carrying knives, just as were the hijackers who destroyed the World Trade Center. As incredible as it may seem now, until yesterday it was legal to carry a box cutter aboard an aircraft. It was also legal to carry a knife that was shorter than 4 inches long. A Swiss Army knife, for example. Why that knife was considered okay to bring onto an American aircraft until this week?
I think that's certainly one of the questions of the day. I don't have a good answer for that. I think that it was obviously a wrong standard. It's one that did not envision properly the threat that was out there. We've needed to change that. They've changed it literally overnight. And it's going to be one of the many painful lessons learned.
When Americans have felt vulnerable before in the air, the federal government has put armed marshals on airplanes. That will happen again now. Over the years, the system has gradually added security measures after new kinds of threats. Metal detectors after a wave of hijackings in the 1960s. Later, X-ray machines after terrorists began shipping bombs in suitcases. Then came the questions at the check-in counter after terrorists tried duping innocent people into carrying packages that contained bombs. Passengers tend to put up with these inconveniences at first and then not.
If it causes someone to miss a flight or causes an airline to miss a profit, people become less comfortable subjecting themselves or subjecting their money to that kind of system.
And they're forgetting they're forgetting the threat at that point that put that system in place in the first place.
Tragically so.
Well, Ted, obviously at this point, we're in one of those periods where passengers are willing to put up with the inconveniences of tightened security, and New York is an example. If those men are guilty of anything, well, they were stopped from doing anything before any serious harm could be caused. But whether Americans are going to feel safe now in the sky, probably not for a while, even with these new tighter security measures, probably not for a long while. Ted?
John, thanks very much. We're going to come back to the story of airport security, but before we do, there is a late-breaking story, and here's a rare introduction that you're not going to hear often these days, and certainly haven't been hearing much these last few days. It's some good news. Apparently, 10 New York City policemen have been found alive. All we have at this point is a very brief soundbite from one of the firemen who participated in freeing those New York City policemen. Let's take a look at that.
They're in World Trade Center 1, 2 levels down. World Trade Center 1, 2 levels down. Yes, ma'am. Is that where they are? Yes. You want to phone him? Yes, I am. Boom, I took off. That's all I need to know. I don't care what they're talking about, but they're talking. I brought it down to our command post in front of my firehouse at Ladder 10 at Ground Zero. They were standing there. I spread the word. They're setting up a search party. A police chief comes down with the lady. She's still on the phone with him. Everything's confirmed, so we got 10 brothers down there alive. We're pulling people out alive.
All right, there's a really great piece of news. When he speaks of 10 brothers, that's a New York City fireman talking about 10 New York City policemen who have been discovered alive. I get the impression that the rescue is not complete, but they have found them, and presumably the rescue operation is getting underway. And of course, we will be keeping you up to speed on that story as developments come in. Now I want to go back to the issue of airport security. One of the nation's largest airports, of course, is LAX, Los Angeles International Airport, and that's where we find ABC's David Wright this evening. David, are they flying? Are they not flying? Is it busy? Is it not busy? What's going on?
Well, they are flying, but they're not quite as busy as usual. This is the world's 3rd busiest airport, but you'd never know it looking around here tonight. About 100 flights are scheduled to come in or out of this airport today. Normally the flight load is about 2,200. I was here just yesterday when the airport was closed, and one of the strangest things about this place was that the little announcements, the taped announcements that play ad nauseum at the airport about unchecked baggage and unattended vehicles were